incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum.
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
Hello, this is Lynn Gilmartin and welcome to the WPT World Online Championships main event final table on Partypoker. 1,011 players entered this $10 million guaranteed event, and after 3 days of thrilling action, just 9 players remain, all with their eyes on the whopping $1.715 million first place prize. Now tonight we're going to have two, not one but two, Poker Made millionaires, and all of the final tablists are guaranteed at least $127,386. Now, before we get underway on today's final table, let's throw it to our lead commentator and WPT champion himself, James Dempsey, for all the Day 3 highlights as we play down to this final table.
We start the Day 3 highlights with the final WPT Champions Club member falling at the hands of Partypoker's very own Dzmitry Urbanovich. Davide Katai looking to blow up on the river versus Dzmitry's flush. He doesn't get there, and it ensures that we will have a fresh name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Up next, we have an all-South American battle between Argentina's Damian Salas and Brazil's Fabiano Kowalski. Fabiano had been desperate and unlucky, losing back-to-back flips, leaving him short, and here he calls it off against Salas' 2 live cards. Salas, though, flopping a gut shot draw and turning a pair, eliminates Kowalski in 12th place, good for $103,000. Damian Salas continues his good run close to the final table, this one turning a very sneaky set of 4s against Dzmitry Urbanovich. Although he doesn't extract any more chips on the river, it's yet another big pot heading his way as he climbs towards the top of the chip counts. Well, what a surprise, it's Salas again, this time picking up pocket kings in the big blind as it folds around to the short stack Artur Marty Roshan, who rips it in with king 4 from the small blind. Not the matchup you're looking for late on. Despite picking up a gut shot on the turn, he is eliminated in 10th. And that pot ensures that Damian Salas will start the final table as the chip leader, looking to chase down a 7-figure score.
Savage. I am with the World Poker Tour, and we started this event with 1,011 entries, and the top 9 guaranteed at least $127,386, but they're all after that first place prize of over $1.7 million. They did make the guarantee in this event on this $10,300 buy-in, so we're excited to get started today. And you'll see that prize pool now again. $127,386 for 9th place, up to $153, then $194,277, $391, $552, $814,000, $1.2 million for 2nd place, and the winner gets $1.7 million plus the Hublot watch and the Baccarat crystals, and of course the seat into the Tournament of Champions, which has been added by Partypoker. And we'll go to the chip counts. In 9th place, he starts as a short stack. It's Bert Stevens with $10,432,000. Then Laszlo Molnar with $11,542,000. Dzmitry Urbanovich with $18,333,000. Teun Mulder with $19,652,000. Victor Simionato with $20,057,000. Blaz Zerjav with $24,168,000. Akseli Paalanen with $26 million, and then we go up top with the chip leader, and there he is. It's Damian Salas. Tell us a little bit about how he got there, James.
Well, he got there by winning every pot map for the last hour or so. Absolutely crushed it towards the end, and yeah, I'm pretty excited to see him here because, I mean, my experience of him, bit of a lunatic, Matt.
Yeah, we've seen that before on televised poker. And then we have Dzmitry Urbanovich, who is a Party Poker sponsored player. Tell us about that.
Yeah, again, I mean, he sort of snuck through a little bit yesterday, I want to say. Kind of kept himself out of the mix, mostly. From what I remember, we were obviously jumping between the two tables, but obviously, phenomenal poker player. You see there, just under 3 million in online earnings, and no doubt will be keen to impress here at
And look
this
who we
WPT.
have here.
Hey, boys.
Team Pro, Mr. Jason Koon. How you doing, Jason?
Good, man.
Hang
Good to
on
see
a
you.
second. Hang on a second. Forget this high Jason. What are you wearing, Matt? You're in a suit. This is exciting
Yeah.
times.
I'm doing a little bit of a tribute here today to our man Mike Sexton, who passed away last week. So I'm sure we'll talk a lot more about him, but he would have never shown up to a final table without a suit on. So I had to represent.
Okay, you're not wrong. But yeah,
So Jason, how'd you do in this event?
I'm in cashed. So that's
All
above
right.
average.
Exciting times, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I've been mainly playing cash games lately, but this tournament was unbelievable. I was like shocked whenever I saw the prize pool. I was just like, what are we doing? We're having a 10 million, 10K? This is insane. So I had to play it.
Yeah, over 100 million guaranteed for the entire series here on Party Poker. They've just been a great partner of ours on the World Poker Tour, and we're very honored to be partners with you and James and everybody at the great team at Party Poker. So thanks a lot, Jason, for joining us today.
You know I'm a big fan, Matt. Thanks for having me.
All right, we're going to get started right away. Dzmitry starts under the gun here. Fairly deep final table for an online tournament. I know you've played some online tournaments yourself, Jason. What does it mean to be so deep stacked?
What is the big blind? I can't even.
The big
500K.
blind is 500K.
500K, so average stack is roughly like 40 bigs or something. That is pretty
the big
deep
blinds
given
are
an
low
online
start.
tournament.
Right, yeah. Our chip leader is starting today with 74 bigs, and obviously as we bust out players, I think it's going to get even deeper as we head into the action here.
Yeah,
Matt,
he's
it's
gonna
worth-
raise and just get this one through. It looks like.
Yeah, Matt, it's worth noting as well. We start this final table at the start of this level. We only just got into the 250, 500 level when we finished for the day last night. So it's going to obviously get deeper as we lose players. You would suspect pretty small jumps on party, of course. Yeah, Salas, just bossing it. He was yesterday, Jason. I mean, I guess you played a little bit with Damian, but it was fun to watch.
Yeah, I've only played a few times with him, but it seems like he has a couple gears. Sometimes he seems to be pretty well behaved, and a few times he's kind of shocked me with some cards that he's turned over.
Yeah.
I know that you play with real names on the games that you play, Jason. What do you think it means to do that in a big tournament like this, to have real names?
I love it, man. I wish everyone would just stick with it. You know, there's parties doing the real name thing. I know a couple sites are trying it, and I just think it's fantastic. I think it gives a personal element to the game, and it also, yeah, it feels a little more human, and in some ways it feels safer. I don't know. You put a name or a face behind an avatar. You're not convinced you're playing the bots.
Yeah, definitely know it's made it easier for James as he's been doing these final tables all throughout this $100 million series. So, yeah, the real names have been a real help, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think it would make it more difficult with these some of these European last names. I guess the South American names are pretty intense too.
I think we've lucked out here today. Urbanovich is the toughest one, and we all know him. So,
This to be a very standard call from the big blind. I think one thing that's that you'll instantly notice is the players that are very aware of the pay jumps will be playing much more tight aggressive pre-flop, hands that you can profitably call, say, in a cash game or the early stages of a tournament. Oftentimes you'll just have to get away from once you make money folding your hand, because that's exactly what's happening here, right? Like every time you throw some cards in the muck, there's a chance somebody busts and you get a little pay ladder.
Ace 3-3 on the flop, missed both players here, but Blaz is in position. Is it Blaz or Blaze, James?
I can't remember. You put me on the spot,
It
Matt.
looks like Blaz. It looks like Blaz to me.
Matt, why would you do that to me?
I
I thought, you're in charge tonight. I thought you'd have all that to hand.
We're going to go with Blaz, and he is from Slovenia, so looks like he has 3 million in online earnings, so he knows his way around the table. Look at Damian Salas picking up the aces in the big blind here.
The boots in the big. Life is good, but not a lot out there, guys. That's going to give him too much action.
Yeah, it looks like it'll probably be small blind completes, and he raises and small blind folds.
Man, it just hurts. You look down at the aces, big blind, 1.7 million up top, and everybody folds.
Is Bert Stevens the giraffe guy on Twitter?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, he's amazing.
Yeah.
He's amazing. I'm a big fan of that guy. He's very funny, and he's always like got sheep and stuff or goats in his backyard. He's talking about decompressing after a Sunday, hanging out with his many goats.
Today
I'm
we'll
rooting
put
for
him
Bert.
over. Yeah. Today we'll put Bert over 10 million in online earnings. So he's at 9.966 million right now. So he's already eclipsed the $10 million mark. That was a mark that was like very rare to see when the first person did it years ago. I think that was Chris Moorman, yeah?
Yeah.
The first person to eclipse 10 million.
Yep.
Look at aces right back here.
Not sure about that open there. That's a very interesting open with Queen 8 off. Yeah, he must think that he can put a lot of pressure on these players with his 65 big blinds. But that's a very, very, very loose open from the cutoff.
Definitely not going to work against aces. That's for sure.
I mean, Dzmitry's kind of ruined the fun because Damian had 10 deuce suited in the small, and that's not necessarily a fold from that man, you know?
Yeah.
Dzmitry does take this one down with the aces.
So Jason, what have you been up to, man? I haven't spoken to you in a long time, dude.
I've been playing a bunch of cash games. That's what I've been doing. I was up until 3 in the morning last night playing a no limit cash game. But yeah, just been covering that. Haven't really left the place. Just doing my poker player stuff.
You're up in Vancouver, yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Living the life, guys. Living the life. Yeah, Jason, I feel like the last time I saw you was the last time I kind of went anywhere on the way back from Sochi, man. That was.
Oh yeah.
Seems like a lifetime ago now, but.
Yeah.
Kind of, we all got off that plane and went our separate ways, and that's it. Been frozen ever since.
A weird year, man. It's a weird year. So this, I've noticed at least Phillip and Damian both seem to think that opening really wide is good because they have a lot of chips and people should. I guess he's assuming people are playing tighter than what they should be. I don't think that this is necessarily a profitable open. It's going to work this time. The first couple pay jumps are quite small, and I'm not so sure about Laszlo, but Bert is an elite tournament player, and I think that the open by Phillip was significantly worse with the queen 8 off, but the 8-7 open is close and fringy, and I think that you generally, if you're going to be making looser opens, you want to have a big card in your hand in this scenario, because when people are short, flopping top pair is really cool, and also when people are short, you want to block them reshoving on you. So if you open a hand like 8-7 off on the button, it's close, like I said, and it's fine, but you're going to run into better cards very commonly, especially whenever 6 people have folded in front of them, because that creates a bunching effect of they probably put a bunch of bad cards in the muck, and you're way more likely to run into some big cards.
Yeah. Same time, I guess. Jason, I know this isn't like GTO approved, but I always say, man, just raise and do stuff kind of out of line until someone stops you. In these spots,
Yeah.
there's so much up on top.
I mean, most of these guys probably haven't played for this kind of money, so I certainly could agree with that. We'll just have to wait and see how it develops and see if there's some clear. I think it can kind of go both ways. Like sometimes I've went into big final tables and assumed like, oh, you know, there's a few players here who haven't played for these stakes and they're probably going to tighten up and we can exploit that. And then the next thing you know, you see them completely lifted in on some wild bluff and you know, so I think specifically starting a final table, especially one of this magnitude with kind of a solid game plan is the way that I would go into it and try to feel out what's happening and then go from there. This went check on the flop.
Check on the flop. Ace-5 versus Ace-Jack. Victor Simionato in position here. Bets 1.8 million on the turn and will probably win this pot. But Victor Simionato in this tournament for $22. How about that, Jason?
Congratulations. And he played that hand very reasonably.
You like to check on the flop?
Wow, he's in for 22. I might have to root for him to win the thing.
Yeah, Matt, I like that. He's in for 22. He's guaranteed himself 6 figures. But Jason Koon just told him he played a hand okay. Like, I mean, I don't know what's worth more, the 100K or the ring-in endorsement. Like,
Yes.
Yeah, we gotta send Victor the good vibes here.
yeah, for sure, man.
I want him to type in I want him to be the second guy to type in the chat, I want million, when they're talking about chops. You guys remember that guy that satellited into a W Coop for $5 and then they were talking about deals at the end and he said, I want million.
Brilliant.
All right. Akseli, Paalanen. So a lot of these players did actually win their way in through into satellites. So there was a great satellite program on Partypoker. You know me, I'm always excited about people winning in for less than a full buy-in. So Partypoker really does it right, in my opinion. Like I said, we're lucky to have them as a partner on the World Poker Tour, and we're looking to do more in the future. So I'm hoping this is just the beginning of a great partnership.
You have my endorsement.
That's the thing, Matt. The satellites have been insane on Party. They've been so much value. Like, take for example, this tournament did actually hit the guarantee, which in my mind I was quite surprised at the very impressive job that everyone did involved in hitting that guarantee. But you also know that a lot of value is added to some of those satellites, so it may seem like they made loads out of this tournament, but actually, you know, a lot of people got in for less than they should have done. If that makes sense, there was some overlay on the satellites, and I think that's where the real value is right now on Party, especially during the series.
Simionato does a call out of the small blind with King 10, and Akseli does raise to 1.5 million.
Wow, 3x. Just the 3x from the big blind, Jason, with 2-6. It seems kind of a weird hand to go just the 3x sizing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of not that important. The guy can't really continue nearly as wide as he could per chip EV because, like we were saying, he doesn't want to play a big pot. So raising smaller is still going to get a lot of folds.
Simionato does hit this flop 2 pair kings and 10s.
But yeah, it's definitely smaller than the standard raise.
Victor does check this as well. Akseli bets 891.
I think this is a pretty interesting play, and generally people would just check back here, blind versus blind.
I've said this before in the
my
streams,
thought on it.
Jason, but I always think that when an ace comes on the flop and somebody raised, that they have an ace. So as an amateur, that's not always the case, but in this case it was. The fact that he did not have an ace there. He does have 2 pair and now 4 straight cards on that board.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult, but you want to think about the entire range, the way that a person would approach a spot like this. And so the way that this is supposed to work is the in position player is, oh, there's a full house. The in position player is supposed to check most of their medium strength hands in position, especially suited cards, because playing suited cards in position goes really well. And then they raise really strong, or they raise with really bad hands, like a hand like Queen 4 offsuit or 9-5 offsuit. But they generally wouldn't try to raise you with a hand, say like Queen 6 suited, because it just plays so well in a check back scenario. So when you're in position, you're going to see kind of a polarized raising strategy. And 6s are plenty good enough to raise there. Arguments could be made for checking back because getting shoved on would suck, but completely reasonable hand by both of the guys there. And
our $22 man does win that pot with a full house. And the rumor is that once he made the final table last night, he jumped right into a $55 or 55-cent satellite for something else, which is just amazing.
That sounds like a sounds like a really bad decision.
I heard it was a cent roll even, Matt. I think it was just a cent roll. It's basically a free roll on party. You gotta have 1 cent to enter just so that it's real money accounts. And
get some sleep, bro. Get some
just
sleep.
start off the free roll, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you love the game, you love the game. You can't pass up on free rolls. It's as the great Matt Savage says, it's his favorite kind of roll.
It's my favorite kind of roll. I like sweet rolls. I like jelly rolls, but my favorite kind of roll is a free roll.
Is it free?
And Blaz wins this pot with the ace. I think I like Blaz better than Blaz. Blaz seems kind of.
I think it is Blaz though, Matt. But I'm sure he won't mind you renaming him. You know, Matt's talked to his parents. But... I believe he got in, Matt, through winning one of the Partypoker Live passport packages and using it on this event. I think, if that memory serves, which is just another way of getting into this event.
He did finish 3rd in the 2018 Partypoker Millions online for 1.3 million. Did Blaz? So,
all right, that's some money.
He won through a $22 satellite. So it's good stories all around.
Gee.
What was it like for you the first time you ever played for $1 million, Jason?
Well, the first time I played for close to $1 million was the WPT final table I made in 2010. That's crazy to think. That's
the one where you almost choked, right?
That's correct. Yes, I almost puked.
Not choked. You didn't choke on the thing. You almost actually physically threw up on the table.
Yeah, I was betting, thinking I have a straight. I'm gonna win the tournament. This is awesome. And then the guy said all in, and I almost cried. But yeah, the first time I was there, a couple of times, the medium-sized scores I was very lucky on early in my career. I had a bunch of like 300 to 500K scores online. But then whenever
medium-sized guys, that's medium.
Well, I mean, he's talking about $1 million scores.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing, Jason.
But yeah, the first time I was there, a few of those didn't work out, and I remember being really nervous when I was there, but they were good experience for me and helped me be prepared for when it finally did come together.
Got top pair here versus flop flush for Phillip Mighall.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Dzmitry's probably not going to lose an well, that saved him. Yeah, so that saved him big. So now this guy there are 6 spades that he knows about. So how does that work? He would want to shovel in a lot more money with a 1 spade king. So like if he had, say, king of spades 3 of hearts, it would be a much more profitable situation for him to bet because Dzmitry could have an 8 of spades and call him down. But with 2 spades in his hand and 4 out there, I think he did a good job of kind of playing the more checks and more small bets kind of route because he gets paid a lot less often.
Yeah, but does the
you
second
wanna
pair here? Does the second pair here make a difference?
That is going to most likely be called. It does make a difference somewhat for the in-position player because there is a chance that Dzmitry could just have a deuce in his hand and Phillip would just try to show down if he rivered a 3. So say Phillip had ace-3 in his hand. He would probably just check and try to win. So Dzmitry rivering a 3 is actually makes his hand a pretty good bluff catcher in some situations because if Phillip wouldn't bluff with a 3 in his hand, that's a good fold. I probably would have hero called rivering 2 pair for the reason I was just saying. Even though Phillip only value bets flushes, having 2 pair makes it more likely he's bluffing because he wouldn't bluff with 1 pair in his hand there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I think what frequency does Phil lead like a queen jack deuce flop with a hand that has say a 3 in it without a spade? I don't know if there are that many, but yeah, I mean.
Yep, certainly. It would be an optimistic bet.
Hey, I know Phil personally, and he's an optimist, so.
All right, everybody has trash.
Matt, tell me, have you been taking down any more of these club WPT tournaments, or are you?
Not as of late. No, I've been too busy working. You guys have me working so much at Party Poker that I haven't been able to play as much as I'd like. But yeah, I did have that 1 win, so that was a good thing.
I don't know, Jason. This guy, he just rocks up. He streams his own club WPT tournament with, I don't know, thousands of players in, and just ships it. I mean,
what?
Yeah.
I think it's rigged.
And
they got some behind the scenes stuff there.
And you can imagine how gracefully he took the victory. You know, he didn't mention it.
The rest of the team, Tony Dunst, Lynn Gilmartin, and Vince Van Patten have all heard plenty about it at this point.
All right, here's a couple real hands. So this most likely will go actually Damian shoving the button. The reason why is because he has a very good hand, but he doesn't want to raise call it. Both of those guys have 16 and 17 bigs. He can put a lot of pressure on them, but like raising and say having the big blind shove all in with a hand like ace-9 offsuit that he would fold to a shove or ace-8 offsuit goes pretty bad. So I assume, oh, this is interesting. He calls, and this will just go shove fold then. I think generally a hand as strong as queen jack suited, probably the average player there would have just put the stack in because folding such a beautiful hand hurts really bad. Folding queen jack offsuit doesn't hurt so bad, but queen jack of hearts, man, that's a pretty one.
Yeah, like you say, I mean, I'm kind of surprised as well. This is supposed to be an all-in situation, but
yeah, he found his
fade
way
it,
around it. And Bert's okay with that. I mean, even if say he's 70% to double there, I mean, winning all the pot for no risk is all right.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking at the payouts, but the jumps are they're sizable, Jason. I mean,
they're huge, except the first couple. The first couple are, they're big in dollars, but in buy-ins they're not necessarily huge.
Right.
So
I think what I meant more was just making sure you're still in like the final 4. You're guaranteed $500,000. Obviously, top 2 is 7-figure paydays. It's not often you get these spots in online tournaments, certainly.
Unbelievable. So this will just go walk, and Blaz is got 9s, man.
Right, you got the 2 short stacks to your right. You get dealt 2 9s in the big blind. You think one of them's going to find something to jam with from the button or the small.
Oh, good game, Blaz here, or Laszlo.
Laszlo, yeah. Laszlo's in a bad spot.
Two dead aces in the muck too. He's got 1 out, other than flopping the straight.
You think this is a shove here with 16 bigs?
Yeah, or even strong enough to raise call, but definitely wouldn't be a fold.
Yeah, Damian's open,
And-
so this is just going to be...
Yeah, I mean, this guy's opening the deck. You're stuffing this one in happily, I think.
Opening the deck, I like that.
I honestly think this ace-7 offsuit is a very reasonable open with that chip stack he has. You know, it might not sound like a big deal, but having one ace in your hand gets you played back at a lot less. And I think that that's a reasonable, very loose open, but totally fine.
He just 3-bets it to 4 million, does Laszlo.
Wow, Victor's going to put his stack in, and he might get away from ace-jack off. That isn't a situation that I would have expected to see, and it's just going to save him his tournament life. Against this range, honestly, against the range that cold 4-bets here, ace-jack is in very, very bad shape. Like, Victor might even find whoa. I was actually thinking he might just get off that, because I think Victor might even find a fold with 2 10s there.
So as you said, there is only one ace left. He's going to have a backdoor straight draw on that flop, but
That's backdoor
Laszlo in
diamonds.
tough
too.
shape. Tough shape. 3 on the turn. Drawing
so
to
the
1
real-
out.
Good game.
That's
Sure.
going to do it for Laszlo Molnar, who's going to take home the 9th place prize.
Yeah, 127k, Matt. Not too bad, but obviously disappointing when you come back at the final table. You wake up, you're dreaming of big heyday. It wasn't to be.
And so now 153,672 for the next player to be eliminated with 8 players remaining.
You know, I think that's a pretty crafty little 3-bet there too, especially if Damian doesn't flat the 3-bet very often. I think it can go really well if, say, in that spot, Victor cold 4-bet like he did, and then Damian put the stack in. Well, both of those guys just have monsters, and he gets away with his 10 bigs and gets a pay ladder. So I think that was, wow.
Here we go, Jason. Ace, queen,
Yeah.
ace, king, and queens.
So this is actually pretty extreme because Teun is open. How do you pronounce his name? Teun?
Teun.
Yeah.
Teun. Yeah, he's opening, you know, he's only on 30 bigs. He's being very tight so far. This is the first hand that he's opened. Queens are a very good hand, of course, and plenty good enough to 3-bet call, but I wouldn't even be like blown away if Victor decides just to cold call the small blind, because Teun's opening under the gun 7-handed and he hasn't played a hand, and you know, you put in 32 bigs, sure, you're sometimes going to be way out in front, but I don't think it's like the worst play in the world for him to just flat the small blind here, although 3-betting would be what we would expect to see. And the money's just getting in here.
He does 3-bet it to 3.8 million. Now Akseli Paalanen with the ace king and the big blind.
Yep. So he'll probably just cold for non all in, but shoving is a thing too. You know, either one's fine. Making it 7.5 or putting the stack in, both are. Money's getting in though. Yeah, this is kind of a crazy spot for Victor. Again, I mean, it's like this guy definitely doesn't have 10s. He definitely doesn't have ace queen, or at least we can say very confidently he doesn't. So having 2 queens here is really, really sick. And if the guy folds, I wouldn't have faulted him for it. But
All right, he does make the call. I mean, the flop does come down clean, 10, 8, and deuce. 2 hearts, a 9 on the turn. And the river cards another 9.
Victor's doing it.
Right. Look at that.
Victor, he's going to win this thing and play day 2 of his free roll right after it.
A nice day for Akseli Paalanen, but not what he'd hoped for. 153,672 from Finland. So a nice score for him. And now we're down to the final 7 players with 194,112 going to the next player.
It's so painful to bust in those spots. Like, you know, he's probably so mentally ready to play his best final table, and then like 10 hands in, he just gets dealt ace king suited and the money has to go in. and it's really heartbreaking when it happens that way.
So we have a new chip
That's the
leader
way it
now.
goes.
Victor Simionato from Brazil is in the lead. The $22 man.
It's so sick. $22 and looking now. I don't want to jinx the man, but you know, with that stack, the top 4 seems pretty attainable. You think as a worst thing, half a milli for the $22 spin up, but 7 figures definitely. I like it, Jason. He's going to be in there.
Wow.
In the deal.
Dzmitry just folded ace queen off. That is, I think that 3-bet folding that hand seems like a pretty mandatory play. I would think. You know, you're going to be so tight continuing with that many players behind that I think that is the absolute best hand to 3-bet fold. You have great blockers, you have a good hand, but if the guy stuffs in 35 bigs, you can feel pretty good that you're just not good anymore. So I think that was a very cautious fold by Dzmitry. Like ace jack off is a very easy fold, but ace queen off, I think, typically is going to be a 3-bet there.
So Blaz now with ace queen. Are you the guy that's behind him with ace 7 saying, hey, I'm running pretty good. Let's give this a shot?
Mm-hmm. I think that Victor putting it in the muck is the standard play.
Yeah.
But hey, once in a while hitting him with it can't be that bad.
He does muck it, and Blaz does win that pot. $117 bigs.
That's
Got
a lot
some
of chips.
time. Yes, it is.
Yep. I'm still looking for my man Bert to get a double up, and he's going to go like Martin Jakobsen vintage WSOP main event where he's just on like 20 big blinds the whole time and then just sneaks into the chip lead at the end.
Man, I tell you, Jason, he played a hand last night with about 20 left against Ben CB, where he just went berserk on this like Jack 8 5 flop, I think it was, like check raised, the ace 10 backdoor flush draw, the turn like paired the top card, brought the flop flush draw in, fired again. Ben CB was thinking they were kings, and then he went for like a 1/3 pot river bet as the gangster bluff on the end to get it through.
Wow. So Victor flats 5s. You know, he's got every chip in the tournament. He gets to apply a ton of pressure on people. So I think flatting a hand like this might be slightly loose, but I like it in some ways. I don't think that Blaz can just bluff or go crazy against him. And I think if Victor will occasionally hurricane, well, that's a big flop for Blaz. But if he'll occasionally run a big bluff on like a 3 high card board with those 5s, I think I like him kind of wielding that big stack.
Blaz does flop that straight draw and flush draw here.
Yeah, I really like his check. Check calling or check raising now are both fine. I mean, you have a great hand. Seeing the river is just like a mandatory thing. Checking to the in position chip leader, I think, is going to be generally a good strategy on most middling flops, just because he covers you and you don't want to play a big pot. So I actually really like this line, and I think what you're seeing is Blaz kind of representing the fact that he's not trying to get all his money in right away. He's trying to be aware that there's a lot of ICM pressure on him as a middle stack, and he's going to try to control the size of the pot. Plus, occasionally, you know, he'll call and a queen will roll off or a club will roll off, and you'll be pretty under-repped and get the chip leader to bluff it off against you.
Let's go check.
Nice.
And the queen does complete the straight for Blaz Zerjav.
Yep.
Choose your river card day at the World Poker Tour, huh? The
Yeah,
queen.
That's the one you want. Sadly, it's not the cooler that you're looking for. And he goes, what, a big bet? I think it was.
Yeah,
like maybe a 70% pot or something. Oh, he potted it.
I mean, near enough, yeah. 5 into 6. 5.3 into 6.1,
Okay.
I think it was.
There's the ace king of hearts against the 9-7 suited. I have a feeling Damian's not in the mood to be folding the 9-7 of diamonds right now.
I hope you're right, man. I want to see him get out of first gear. See what, Jason? The first time I played with Damian was a WSOP like shootout. First table, I think second round actually, second round. And he just went absolutely berserk in every single spot. I was like, what even is this guy? He ends up winning our table, getting to the final. And then, I think Feraldo was on the final with him. And I was like, you cannot understand how aggressive this guy's going to be. And he's like, okay, yeah. You know, when someone gives you the heads up about how a player plays, you're like, okay, I'll see. And before he knew it, like Feraldo folded half his stack to the guy in just ludicrous spots. And sure enough, on the stream later on, he's like, oh, God.
They get you. I mean, sometimes they get you. He's got that one check. You know, I think that this is like, even though it's unorthodox, I think it's a totally reasonable check back once in a while in these circumstances. Like, a lot of the small blinds flatting range could be hands like ace 4 suited, ace 6 suited, pocket 6s, pocket 4s. And they're both like 2 and 3 in chips. So getting check raised, and by the time the full stack goes in with ace king, you're not loving it. So I like kind of making my life easy here, checking back. I've got my backdoor flush draw, occasionally doing this, and picking off bluffs too, and not feeling so bad about calling 2 medium-sized bets or whatever.
Damian does whiff his a straight draw, and
you know, I think that this would be a really, really good spot for Damian to make like an enormous bet. I don't think it'll happen, but he has some good stuff working for him here. The 7, you know, if he's flatting 9-7 suited, he's certainly flatting 7-8 suited, and he doesn't have 2 spades in his hand. I think giving up is very reasonable, but oftentimes, you know, you don't have 2 spades. Well, Phillip could just have, say, Jack 10 of spades and fold to a bet, or King 10 of spades and fold to a bet. So I know it's terrifying and not a play usually most of us would make, but I think it would have been a pretty amazing spot to see Damian just like 2x pot the river there.
Yeah.
I mean, he can have a set of 6s, a set of 4s, a set of 5s, ace. I mean, ace 4 suited and stuff's getting pretty hairy for that size. But all the sets and 7-8, I think that you have plenty enough really strong stuff to support a huge bet.
Yeah, and well, Phil won a little bit more after that flop than you would have done had he bet. And yeah, for all the reasons Jason said, I like it too, man. It's good. Especially with Damian as well, man. You just got to give him a little bit more room than most, I think.
And put the governor on him, you know, making it a 2-street game against a guy that wants to play a gigantic pot is okay when you have 1 pair. Probably not a play you want to make when you have a set, but and one thing I think people overlook, and you've seen a couple representations of it at this final table, which I've been very impressed by, is when people think about ICM, they think about, oh, well, I can't call all in pre-flop as wide as I could for chip EV. But they don't necessarily think about the effects that happen post-flop because of ICM. So betting frequency and betting volume need to go way down for the same reasons as not wanting to call all in without a really strong hand pre-flop. You don't want to play big pots and lose your chips with marginal strength stuff. So implementing a lot more pot control, a lot more checking, a lot more smaller bets at final tables is something that you'll see the best players do.
Okay, I'm confused now. Victor raised, and then Dzmitry 3-bet with the King Jack, but he folded the Ace Queen. So why is that?
I mean, King Jack suited's about as good of a hand as Ace Queen, but yeah, I would slightly prefer the Ace Queen. But maybe he's got reads. Who knows?
No, I'm a little confused with that, Matt.
You got to keep them guessing, though, right, Jason?
That's right. You got to mix it up. You know,
I mean,
these guys are going to see that
people are
Ace
going to see
Queen
these
fold.
streams. Yeah, they're going to see the stream. So.
All right, here we go. Here comes my boy, Damian Salas. Phil trying to get one through with the Ace 10 early. He's like, nope. Got dealt a couple of cards.
This is where he's in the cutoff.
Yeah. I love Jason's face, man.
I mean, hey, you know, it's Jack 9 suited's a pretty sweet hand. Phillip did show us that he opened the Queen 8 offsuit in the cutoff earlier. Like, if he's gonna reach down and open bad offsuit cards, I mean, 3-betting Jack 9 suited might go pretty well, even if it's not the standard play. So Blaz is gonna flat the sixes here. Maybe fold, but I think on the button you've got a pretty easy call. If you're in the hijack, I think folding would be the standard play. And Teun's got a suited king. He's going to be much tighter in the big blind here than he would be for chips, but a suited king can make a really strong flush. So he might try to see the flop here.
And he does flop best with king 10-5 on the flop, top pair.
Generally, we're going to see this check through. Both the opener and the flatter have hands that could win. You might see Blaz if he flatted the button with, say, a hand like pocket fours, even consider start bluffing. It might not sound like a huge difference, but if Dzmitry could have sixes or ace 5 suited, well, fours are going to win a lot less often than pocket sixes would.
Then the ace on the turn.
Yep.
And Matt, every time you just assume the raiser's got an ace, right?
Yeah, you do. I mean, if I'm Teun, I'm thinking I'm dead in this hand.
Well,
thinking that too,
you are, yeah, you're definitely right in a lot of scenarios for sure.
Love having you guys on the show here today to help me out, help me understand what the hell's going on.
Yeah,
man,
yeah, I'll do my best.
I'm just here to chat nonsense and like I'm gonna let Jason do the poker side.
Hey man, I'm not a WPT champ, but somebody here is.
Does get checked around the board. Pairs on the river with the fives. So at this spot, maybe all three of them think they're good in this spot.
Yeah, I think Blaz is not feeling so great. I think Dzmitry certainly thinks Blaz could have the kind of hand that he has and isn't that interested in bluffing. Blaz is so tight to continue pre that, like, bluffing this river on this run out, you're not going to win very often. Like, I think checking is the standard play, but if he bet like 70% pot there, I could get behind it.
And Teun's got to love winning that pot, I would imagine.
Oh yeah,
Being out of
that
position
wasn't
like
something
that,
he
yeah.
expected to do.
Yeah. So you do talk about that. Today we are going to have a new WPT champion. And in addition to winning the $1.7 million, they're going to win a Hublot Big Bang Steel watch and the Baccarat Crystal tumblers and a seat into the Baccarat Crystal Tournament of Champions coming up at a date to be determined. But more importantly this week, they will also be having their name inscribed on the Mike Sexton's Champions Cup, which I have sitting right next to me right now.
Wow.
They sent it to my house for this final table, and I could see James Dempsey's name right here. So he's right next to me. So I love it, and yeah, it's going to be quite an honor to be on that. We really wish that Jason would have been on that at this point, but hopefully in the future, he'll be putting his name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup.
No
One of these
doubt
days.
about that. No doubt.
Mm-hmm. Mike was a really, really important guy to me and a lot of other people. I'll tell you that. He was one of my true inspirations for poker, and wow, that shove is pretty wild. I would have expected him to 3-bet fold there. You have good blockers, but 30 bigs when you get called isn't going to go well. I actually think that even shoving like a suited Broadway that's worse than King Jack goes much better than shoving King Jack off. But hey, sometimes you got to stuff the pile in their face. This is a very reasonable open from Victor. These hands look worse than what they actually are. Suited kings play very, very well post flop. You have the big chip lead. I can get behind this open for sure. And so far, Victor, in my opinion, has played flawless. So he might have got in this thing for $22, but he's playing like a veteran player.
Both players flop a pair here with their king.
And so the first thing we're looking at here, Matt, would be we're two of the chip leaders. So what are we saying? Both of us, not just because we have 90 bigs, we definitely don't want to play a big pot, even as the 90 big blind chip leader. So the first thing that we're kind of thinking is let's keep this pot small, both players. So you're not going to see a lot of aggression from Damian here. He's covered, so he's going to shift most of his plays into kind of he's playing defense. He doesn't want to be raised. He doesn't want to play big pots, so you're going to see him try to play a reasonable sized pot unless his hand improves to something really, really strong.
And kind of
Same thing on the turn here. We are at 3 and 600,000 now.
Yeah, this is a pretty, I guess, Jason, this is a card, isn't it? It's just pretty wet versus, like, Damian's range that Victor, I guess, just gives up now, right? He's stabbed there. There aren't many hands.
He bet so small on the flop. It is really optimistic, but I think, hey, we can beat a hand like Queen 5 suited. We can beat some flush draws occasionally when the board runs out, and we can beat some hands like Queen 10, Queen 9 that missed. So I think that like raging, bluffing it off there, the King 5 isn't the one I would want. I think I would want something with a 9 or a 10 in my hand and prefer having a spade. So, like a hand like King of Spades 10 on the turn might be a hand that I continue to make a big bluff with. But this one's just going to show down and win sometimes. And I think even this is a nasty run out, but I think that he still wins a small percentage of the time and doesn't have to bluff. Like he could bluff worse, like even some strong ace highs and stuff.
All right.
He did make the bet to 3.8 million.
I don't think this one's getting through. I think Damian's going to call him pretty quickly.
I mean, Damian gets to have a lot of good hands here, right?
But most of the time he has a good. Yeah, but most of the time he has a hand better than King Jack. He's bet himself. He's either blocked. He's either blocked the river or made a big bet or led the turn even. So yeah, I think he just feels pretty good.
No, that's a very strong point. All right though, but Matt, Victor he's not in the shell, man. He's our $22 man, as you put it. He's there. He's fighting. He's in the streets.
He's still in the chip lead as well. So
yeah,
we are at 3 and 600,000 now.
All right, Phil giving it a little go with Jack 7 suited.
Yeah, he's there to do it. And Jack 7 suited's a much stronger hand than Queen 8 off, but still on the loose side for sure.
Right, and
but
yeah,
hey,
Jason,
you got.
But it's the short stack in the big blind as well, right? So we just kind of go after that a little bit more. I mean,
yeah, but the thing is like there's not that much pressure on Bert anymore.
Right.
He's half the stack as the next guy, so he's playing pretty close to chip EV now. He's looking for a hand to reshove. The guys that you're really trying to pick on right now would be Dzmitry and Teun.
Yeah, I just got sent a picture, guys, of a local casino here in Brighton, which is where Phil's from, and obviously where I'm from. And the guys they're playing a cash game, and they've got the stream up on the TV in the casino. Everyone's listening into us in Phil's hometown.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Let's go, Phil. There's so many people here I want to root for. I don't know what to do, man.
Teun,
so in the
Jason,
chat, somebody in the chat says that we've gotten his name wrong. It's not Teun. He said better just call him Mulder because you got the pronunciation pretty far off. So I'm checking for the correct way to say it.
Yeah.
Well, I've been saying Teun. I've been saying Teun for months, and then I got the message this morning, like you did, that it was Teun, and I was like, okay, I've been saying Teun for months. I've been commentating on this guy in the High Roller Series on Party, and he was always in the mix there, and no one called me up then. So I feel like that was right, and we may have been fed some misinformation, Matt.
Yeah, you might actually be right. He said he's not sure how to explain or pronounce it. It's a very hard Dutch name to say for non-Dutch speakers.
Especially for a guy from West Virginia. I should just keep out of this.
We'll go with Mulder. Right. All right, Phil with Ace King again. Open
That's the gear right there. His guys sent him the good juju.
Yeah.
So this will just be a call from the big blind. This isn't the hand that we're looking to shove. It plays really great when we flop top pair. It won't in this scenario, but most of the time it's a really good one to call the big blind with. And he's lucky to have faded that king.
Phillip does bet the ace king. And Mulder does fold.
Went pretty big there as well, Jason. 2.3, so it's just under 4 bigs as a C bet. But hey.
Yeah, that's a little bit interesting. I mean, it's fine for sure. And the EV of betting that or 40% pot are identical, but generally you're going to put a hand class that's 2 overs and then up flush draw into the same one that you would put like a set in. So his hand would favor the smaller size to induce floats, like gut shots +1 spade. And the bigger size would favor over pairs that need protection and want to play a 2-street game. But yeah, I mean, it's whatever. If you looked at the expected value of either bet, they're almost identical for sure.
Salas gets this one with king, queen. And we're going to a short break here. And as you see, Victor Simionato, our $22 man, has the lead, 79 big blinds with 47,101,000. And we'll be right back.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hung.
Crystal Putz.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Partypoker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livio Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livio Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livio Bartha and Ace-3 top pair in a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livio should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Brewski checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Brewski has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Brewski, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. Could you buy with $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT main event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zerjav, and right behind him is day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simionato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Partypoker TV Twitch stream from 8 p.m. BST, and then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're going to play, get your entry in as soon as possible because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a $25K high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck, everybody. Play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
Don't change until you change. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, so enjoy yourself.
All right, and we're back with 7 players. We are back with 7 players remaining. Short break there. This is the $10,000 main event. It had a $10 million guarantee, which they exceeded. So $1.7 million for first, and just 7 players, 6 away from the champion.
That deuces
this
fold
$100 million
tight.
Yeah.
But well, that's 20. Yeah, whatever. That 25 big shove's fine. That's the kind of hand you want to do it with. But that deuces fold is actually pretty standard in this situation. Like, you would even favor opening a hand like King 6 suited before you would deuces. For the reasons we were talking about, you just run into a better hand when you have 2 deuces. Okay, we're gonna have a flip. How much did he shove for? What are we at? So we're at 600. What the world? How many bigs is that?
Yeah. 14.
16.
Was it 16 or 14?
We're at 3-6 now, right?
It was 14. Yeah, 14.
Wow, that's a snug one for 14, man. I think I would have been seeing 5. I mean, I wouldn't have been happy about it, but can't the guy just have ace jack suited? I mean, ace jack off, it's 14 bigs, man.
Yes, Bert's actually obviously been in this spot before, so what's the thinking there?
I think Bert's play was pretty standard, like probably generally just going to min raise or open some size that isn't all in with a hand as strong as jacks, but the shove is, you know, the money's getting in one way or the other, but the ace queen awful by Mulder was I think a little snug. And this 3-bet is actually, I think, really good. It's a good hand that you don't want to 3-bet fold, but he doesn't really get to play any hands because we're under so much pressure. So you have to bluff with stuff that's pretty good. And I think that that's a really good play.
Look here, like, as you say, Bert just kind of obviously the shortest, but as you mentioned earlier, Jason, not really under any pressure, is he? With being the shortest, there's no. He's not in like any waiting game against everyone else. Urbanovich with 24, everyone else more. It's got very deep.
It's exactly right. It's actually like it's a desperate time, but it's actually a pretty good situation to be in whenever you're the shortest stack because you're kind of YOLO, you know? You're just like, meh, okay, I'm going to put the stack in with, you know, whatever, queen 10 off here. This is very standard. And probably, yeah, it's fun.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fun.
Get the call here. The ace 5 versus queen 10. Bert Stevens at risk here. 9-7.
You know, Bert's getting there, man. I don't pick losers.
9 on the turn. And an 8 on the river, and he does not get there. Bert Stevens has been eliminated. Jason's man is down. But Bert does pick up $194,112 for his 7th place finish.
What a threshold, guys! Past the $250,000 mark, guaranteed. That's a nice benchmark.
Big money.
That's big money for most of us. But then you have Jason Koon, who has some great events upcoming on Party Poker to play in, including the $25,000 High Roller Championship with a $5 million guarantee. So still some big events to come. And then also the series does end up with a $100K Super High Roller and a $3 million guarantee. Amazing stuff.
There we go.
That's
more
more
Jason's
$100 million series.
That's more Jason's level, the 100K. The 25K is like, yeah, maybe I'll play it, maybe I won't. Depends if I got anything better to do. 100K, he'll be there. Like,
you guys are too much, but I will be there for both.
Are you gonna play the heads up tomorrow as well, Jason, or the 3K heads up? Tonight.
I actually have all this. I've got all these cash games. I just can't. They're popping off right now. It's a wild time to be an internet poker player.
Well,
okay, that's a flop.
there. Look at this flop for Victor. Also, Blaz does hit a 5 as well.
Yikes.
So Victor's just going to call here. I mean, he wants cards to hit Blaz, and he's got the whole deck, so he's going to try to let Blaz make a flush draw or anything. Okay.
There's a little more.
So yeah, and this is kind of like a similar situation to what we were talking about earlier. Even though Blaz's hand isn't that much stronger, I mean, it's significantly stronger than just a 5, but with him having 3 pair, it's a lot more likely that Victor just has a draw. So he's probably going to lose another bet after this one on a brick river, and it's just kind of a mandatory thing.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, Jason.
Wow.
Jason does go for the raise. Wow.
Well, and he goes the big size too. I mean, Blaz might just be able to make some insane fold here. You know, after he's bet twice, he's got plenty of kings himself, and even in a situation like this, like you would just rather have a strong flush draw, I think, than 8-5 when the guy's repping a king, you know? So he might just be able to get away from this against a size that big. And I think the raise size is good. I think it's a good raise size. But with these two particular hands, wow, I'm actually surprised.
I don't know, man.
It's hard to fault him, man. It's hard to fault him.
We got to look once, right?
Yeah. I mean, the guy can just give up with picked up clubs or picked up hearts or whatever. But I think more often than not, we're not going to get away from it.
So
if we fold
8-5 there, Jason, what are the hands that we call turn fold river with? Is it the draws, the strong draws?
Yeah, the strong draws and plenty of kings. You got to think, you're betting into the chip leader twice. You're usually not just playing around there. So you do have plenty of stuff to continue with that can improve to be a stronger hand. That like 8-5 can never improve to the nuts, you know, right. Or a hand that can value bet even after being raised. Whereas, whatever, 6-7 of hearts can, you know.
Does that possible flush mean anything either?
Yeah, that's a lot of bad cards for Blaz there, and you can't fault him for calling the turn. I mean, I think he did a fine job. I generally think in that situation, whenever I have 3-pair, I want to play more passively, though, because I really want Victor to have ace high or a 5 that I can get value from. So whenever I'm holding a 5 myself, I'm probably going to favor a little more checks on the turn, if that makes sense. You know, having 10-8 is a lot better than having 8-5 there because you want Victor to have queen 5 or whatever.
Yeah, just another big pot map for Victor.
Yeah, he's crushing. In a bad spot here, that I guess blind on blind. Tiana does check it back. Yeah, 30 bigs is kind of a lot to put in with the ace-3. Raise folding doesn't really feel like a thing you want to be doing, but I guess it wouldn't be that bad. This is a pretty ambitious bet. You don't have anything going for you for backdoors. Your hand has a little bit of showdown value. I think generally you just favor checking the flop here as the out of position player with king 3. There's just not really a card that you get to put money in on unless it's a king. Yeah, so this will go check because Mulder can just show down and win, and he's picked up a straight draw. He doesn't want to get raised off his ace high. Say Victor was going for a check raise with a hand like Jack 9 of hearts or something, that would suck. So you're generally going to see him check. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised to see him bluff with ace high here. If I were going to choose a bluff, I would choose 9 of hearts 6 or something like that has good card removal and also doesn't mind being raised. But if I have ace high that can just win, I'm not going to want to bet fold there. So I would just check. Here's a couple of hands.
Yeah.
Here
we go.
So this is a tricky spot for Victor, right? Because Blaz has 50 bigs, and like 3-betting and getting shoved on would really suck. You would have to fold. So doing that's okay, but I think the standard play is just going to be flat and try to see 3 here.
Yeah, I mean that's what he's gone for. I'm kind of okay with the 3-bet and then potentially fold. But there's also the kind of they just played that weird hand, blind on blind, man, where Victor's raised turn in a spot. I mean, I don't know how that changes the dynamic. If it would change the dynamic at all, I don't know. But I would imagine,
yes,
like Victor kind of has and not a psychological edge, but Blaz may play his hands a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is you have a hand that can't stack it in for 50 bigs. I'm a little surprised even to see this bet. Clearly, we have a hand that's plenty strong enough and, is going to bet the flop sometimes. But once again, it's just the situation where you're covered by this guy. We've got two dudes on 23 and 33 bigs. I'm going to try to not get raised here. And James, if I were in Victor's seat, I would be much more aggressive with a hand like ace-10 off or ace-jack off. And I think ace-queen off just dominates so much of his opening range, and I get to cover him. And it just feels a little dirty 3-bet folding, So I think that's where I would bluff with the jack or the 10, maybe even the 9. But just kind of do this showdowny thing that you see him doing right now with the ace-queen.
Right, and I guess my argument would be, or the counter-argument to that would perhaps be, like, when we've got ace-queen, we 3-bet, we build a bigger pot, and we do dominate someone, and they are going to continue with some of their hands. But at the same time with that, it's going to be quite hard to get 3 streets, isn't it, in this situation on a final table? Like, so I can see.
And you don't really expect the guy to flat your 3-bets that often, just because he's under so much pressure. He's going to shovel on you a little more and fold a lot more, So, yeah, I think that it's a very close decision. And, and this flop flop turn river went very standard, and they both did fine. There's no bluffing there with ace queen. We can just win.
Man, what a spot these guys are in.
Yeah, I'm over here typing notes here, Jason. Thank you for this. I'm getting a lesson here. So
yeah,
this is
absolutely,
awesome to have
man.
you on. Appreciate this.
I really, really love the game. I love talking about the game. I love thinking about it. So it's, I don't do this often, but I'm happy to be here.
Man, I love Salas opening this under the gun. King 9. Some of that, boys.
Yeah,
here we go.
He's spicing it up. It's funny too, because he made a kind of a medium tight fold a minute ago. Like, it wasn't very tight, but I remember he folded like the hijack with ace-7 off or something. But then opened the king 9 off from under the gun. Just in there mixing it up.
Ace jack. I've been studying here, and it's pronounced Teun, not Teun. Teun.
Mulder. Teun Mulder. That's all good.
Yeah.
Now,
so
Matt, can you say it in a British accent? That's what I know.
No, I don't think I can do that. Urbanovich does make the call out of the small blind with king 6 of hearts, and Damian Salas in the big with ace 5. What's he gonna do?
I'm not on board with the king 6 flat.
Nope.
You don't like you just think you're up against too much of the dominated hands from
it's a flat call for chip EV, but it's not for ICM, because like we were saying, you're just like, you don't get to play a lot of hands, because seeing flops and facing C-bets and playing big pots isn't what you want to do. You want to just win chips and stay out of the way. So I think if Dzmitry even 3-bet this occasionally to 5.5 bigs and fold it to a shove, I would be on board with occasionally doing that. I think a king blocks a bunch of the strong hands, and having a 6 is actually okay in some ways.
Well,
Mulder snaps it.
Wow, that's a spice ball, man. That's not a standard. That is not a standard shove either. Good for you. How do we say it again? Teun. Nice play. But yeah, what I was saying is so James, if you're thinking about the biggest weight of hands that Teun raise folds, what are they? They're offsuit Broadway cards, right? So it's like Jack 10 off, Queen 10 off, King 10 off, King Jack off, Queen Jack off. So actually having a suited 6 in 3-betting is okay, because you block a hand like Ace King, you block a hand like Pocket Kings, King Queen suited that might shove on you, but you also unblock a big weight of offsuit Broadways that will fold. So it's not a standard play to 3-bet there off 21 bigs, but it's actually okay given the circumstances and for the fact that we really shouldn't be flatting much there from the small blind because there's so much pressure on us.
Yeah. We got here Phil popping it up. Deuce 3-5. Blaz with nothing to look at on that one.
Lynn.
Phillip takes this one down.
Ooh. Oh, nothing to spice him up though. And Victor already made a tight fold in the big blind with King 5 off a minute ago to a raise from early position, so he's going to fold this. And yeah, Teun's going to take it down.
I can't figure out which way this final's going to go, guys. I'm looking at this. It just seems so even, so deep. Anything's possible, right?
I think we're gonna see at least one insane hand, like some mega bluff. I think Phillip might pull the trigger on somebody.
Phil's got it in him. Phil Royale.
So this is 40 bigs and 50. So this could go a lot of ways. I think the standard way with Dzmitry on 20 is just cold call. Yep. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to play a pot. That's unlucky.
That's a pretty gin flop. Blaz and Jason. I mean, Mulder's going to be stuck in this one for a little while.
Yep. I think I got the message that my best pal Ike is going to come in and replace me in 10 minutes, but it's been great hanging out with you guys, and it's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
We've really enjoyed it ourselves. Yeah.
So
don't like to lose you, but if we're going to lose you, I think Ike's got some stuff, to tell us as well.
He's the best in the game, man. He's the smartest. He's the smartest, most amazing, poker player I've ever met. He's amazing. So this is actually really unlucky for Teun. The reason why is since it's button against big blind, Blaz wouldn't bluff with ace high in his hand because he could just win sometimes. So this ace is secretly like a very good card to call down on. Now it's significantly worse. But if that river was like a deuce and Blaz made a big bet, I think Teun would most often call him because he has a pair of jacks and he unblocks a bunch of bluffs having an ace in his hand. But the queen is pretty gnarly. Blaz is even in a hairy spot here. He's like, I got a value bet, I think, but it's pretty dirty. It's hard to get called by worse. And I think that his small river bet is actually really good. Generally, say in a cash game, you wouldn't see somebody bet third pot in position. It would be half pot or bigger. But with the not.
Yeah,
Am I reading that wrong?
So, yeah, the pot takes in the bet when it's made. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, half pot's that's a good size for sure. I think like full pot would have been way too thin. I think both of them played their hand very well. And I'm a little. Teun even could have hero called the river and it been okay. All right,
10 suited jacks and threes.
Let's not forget that king 6 of diamonds out there, guys.
Yeah.
Jason's all the rage, Matt. I hear these guys these days. They talk about it. Everyone loves these suited kings for all the reasons Jason mentioned before.
What's not to love?
That's the thing.
You can make a flush. You can make top pair. You can make people fold. There's all kinds of great stuff.
Matt, how when you play, you start to get a little bit fruity when you get like an ace 10 suited. You think, I can bluff someone here. Like Jason sees king 6 of diamonds the same way you see ace 10. He knows he can do some stuff.
That's actually my hand. There, Victor's hand. The Jack 10.
They're saying the viewers are saying that Teun limped the ace jack off,
Yeah, he
and
did. It was
Dzmitry
limp,
just
yeah.
completed. Oh, that's totally standard. There's no
Yeah.
folding king six suited there for half a big blind. I thought it was a min raise. Yeah, there's absolutely no fold.
He went for the limp jam. Yeah, it was pretty spicy.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't
Knows
even
his
see
man
that.
Salas.
The graphics are kind of tricky because you don't see chips, I guess.
Right.
Okay. I get it. It's unorthodox, but I get it. I mean, playing 120 big blind flip right now, all in pre with ace king off, isn't very favorable.
No.
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
8-4-3 flop. But we're not done with it though, are we, Jason? This is the thing as well. We get to continue still on boards like this.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere, and I think Victor can target a lot of stuff with a smaller bet, which what he made, because if Phillip just has king queen off, he's just going to fold to a small bet, or queen jack off. So this texture you could bet big too, but I think that.
And this hand, totally Jason, as well. Like, there's lots of cards we can go barreling with.
Lots of cards, lots of good stuff happening here. Yep.
There we go. That's
All
not
right.
a bad one.
Yep. I think this could go either way for Victor. I think like either a big-ish bet or a check is fine. I think for the reasons that we've been hammering at all final table, like, hey, let's not play a big pot without a really strong hand. I think that, like, you know, in a cash game, you're going to barrel this a lot. And at this tournament, I might favor just checking and looking to call a bet, especially with a jack in my hand. If it goes check and there's a jack, that's one less overcard that I have to worry about. Yeah, well played, Phillip. I mean, I could have pictured him even being sticky there. So these guys are making some really good folds.
All right, Victor with the ace queen. We've seen some shy ace queen action. This one a little simpler.
Yeah, this one looks like it's just going through.
Jason, before you take off, you were talking about Mike and you got cut off a little bit. So tell us a little bit about what he means to you. We are doing a tribute to him next Tuesday. Hope you'll be able to stop by and say a couple words. I would love to have you. It's going to be on Zoom, and I'm going to be hosting that. So I would love to have you tell a story or something.
Yeah, I definitely would. I have a lot to say.
Okay, cool. I'll give you the details.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, no, Mike was just, you know, this larger than life figure whenever I met him, and no one knew me. And I met him in a casino, and I was maybe a couple weeks later playing a side event at a WPT, and I was walking along and I hear this voice, "Hey, Jason," and I turn around and it's Mike. And I was like, whoa, this guy remembered my name? No way. And it stuck with him that I was from West Virginia because he spent a lot of his life in Ohio. And he was a great swing dancer. And I told him I had a thing for that too. A lot of my buddies and culture back home, we would, you know, country swing dance. And so we would talk about moves. He showed me some moves sometimes at a few of these WPT parties and stuff. And yeah, with the partnership with Party, I just had a ton of chances to hang out with the guy, and I really breaks my heart. I don't think I ever got to tell him how much I admired him, but I think my actions probably showed that to him. And I guess right before he passed, when we did that Zoom call, I said some things that he got to see, but he was just the most amazing, humble guy, and he's not. You know, most people, I've met a lot of people in poker, and I've met a lot of poker players who had a ton of money, went broke, and every single one of them was jaded and pretty awful afterwards. And Mike was the kind of guy who at one point in his life had like $40 or $50 million and, you know, had basically all of it ripped from his hands with the internet poker stuff falling through. And he was just as happy as ever, like the next year whenever I saw him, and he was just always an honest, great guy, and I'm really blessed that I got to be his friend.
So Damian does miss that flush. Yeah, for sure, Jason. I mean, you know, and I know how much he respected you and talked about you. You know, we talked about players all the time, and yeah, it was awesome to see. So hopefully you'll be able to make it by on Tuesday. We're going to do it at about 7 o'clock Pacific time, and it'll be on Twitch and for everybody to see. So I'm trying to make it fun and light, and hopefully you have a good story, and we could share it with the world, because his family will be watching, and it's going to be a great night. Can't wait for that celebration of Mike Sexton's life. He's meant so much to the WPT, Party Poker, and so many others. So it's going to be a great day.
Man, this,
so Damian does bet 9 million.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to interject at any point through this, because what we're talking about is far more important than a poker hand. But at the same time, this one's interesting, man. Phil c-bet this board, having checked back a similar board before earlier with Ace King against Damian. Damian just checked called and then has gone lead, and fires off into Phil. And like you said, Jason, like he checked back the Ace King, but obviously a hand like Ace 4, he does bet. And Damian perhaps a little unlucky that he ran into a hand as strong as that. I mean, it's a weird one, right? When Phil checks back before with a pretty strong hand, then he bets this similar texture.
Yeah, and I think having 2 hearts in your hand aren't the cards that you want to bluff that river with. You know, you want Phil to have missed the flush draw himself and fold. And one thing I would say is I think Phillip is not playing afraid at all at this final table, and he's played very, very tough. And I think that he's here to win the tournament for sure. You can tell he's kind of bossing it up right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think as well, you were saying obviously the heart's not great, and the same thing in my mind, a king and a queen not ideal. We kind of want Phil to have those strongest one pair hands, right? If we're gonna go blasting off down the streets. But hey, man, Salas gave it a go. This is what I want. This is what I knew we would see. Salas. Just
we're seeing some poker get played. Popping up Ace King. And the pot shall end.
Yeah, but Jason, like you were saying before, man, you win these small pots off 20 bigs. You want to get some action, of course, because hey, you want to build a stack. But at the same time, you're seeing some bluffs fly around. You see some chips move. Maybe you fold.
Boys are doing it.
Right, there's a chance of some ladder ups, even if you are this much shorter than everyone else.
I mean, Dzmitry's been here a million times, and he's a champion poker player. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see him spin it up and win this thing.
Man, Victor, look at that 90 bigs, $22 man, as Matt calls him. Hey, time is everything. Pop up 10-8, get it through. Yeah, Matt. So you said this is going to be streamed on Twitch. This
yes.
Zoom call. That's cool.
So we're doing a celebration of life with him, and then the family. It'll be on Twitch at World Poker Tour, and also on Zoom. So everybody's invited to come in and tell a story. I'm there for the night. If anybody wants to come in and say something about Mike, because his family's going to be watching, and all his friends and family. We have people from all over the world that are going to be coming in that night to say a few words. And obviously, we'd love all the greats like you and Jason to come in too, James. So if you have the time, if you can, I know it's an off hour for a lot of people all over the world, but we'd love to have you just to come in and say something. And his son will be watching as well. So everybody, he loved it so much when he got to hear from all these people, and so many more to hear from on Tuesday night. So we're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
All right, building that big stack.
Here we go.
And you know, he's got a fun combo for it. Yeah, I think this is completely reasonable. I think Blaz's open's actually a little bit loose. It's fine open for chips, but maybe airing slightly. Nah, it's fine. Whatever. You get 9-8 suited. You can make some stuff.
You can make straights. You can make flushes. You can make straight flushes.
There's quads. I mean, you do it all.
James may have a golf story or two to talk to about Sexton.
Yeah, I've got a lot of Sexton golf stories, man. Oh yeah, jeez. It's gonna be tough, Matt. No more golfing with Mike. Just I don't just mean for the enjoyment, but I mean, how am I gonna supplement that part of my living? Like.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Damian getting out of the chip lead. He has 9-7. That's a good flop for him.
Yeah, it's cooler too for Victor. Like we were saying earlier, the ace is kind of a tricky card and one that you're gonna have to call down a lot of bets with. So this will probably go check, and Victor most likely will strap in on a lot of runouts. This is kind of right in the middle, right? And it's pretty dirty to get check raised. So you don't get raised all that often. You cover Damian, but it's gonna be a dicey situation if you get raised. Okay, neither one of them are crazy about it, but Damian doesn't mind that much. Can make a straight flush.
Yeah. These are the hands, man. They make straight flushes.
And I think this is going to do it for me, boys. I think we got Super Ike coming in after that. It's been a pleasure hanging out, and I'll see you at the ceremony, Matt.
Ooh, 9. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, great having you. Like I said, I've learned a lot just in the hour you've been with us, and I'm excited to see Ike. And we have another special guest coming up later to do, Lynn Gilmartin. So it's going to be a great stream. So James and I will just sit back and listen and watch for sure.
Yeah, and Jason, I guess we'll see you in the 25K and the 100K next week on this stream.
We'll see you there.
We'll see you on the table.
That's right. Thanks for having me, James. I'll see you boys around.
All right, take care.
Goodbye.
All right, so Salas does win this one with a trip 9s.
Yeah, Matt, you were talking about Mike there, and I watched that video that you shared where you guys did a golf life thing. I think it was.
Yeah.
You're playing, man. I wish I'd been there for that round. It's like a 5-minute video. I must have watched it like 8 times in a row. I mean, it had all the greatest hits in it. It's got Mike needling you needling Mike. It's got you guys bullying Nori. I mean, like, what's not to like in this video?
It was an amazing day for sure. We were supposed to have 4. Nori showed up. He was an extra one. He didn't even belong there, but he got to play anyway. And they actually allowed us to play 5. All right, Salas does connect here with 2 pair 8s and 6s.
Yeah, blind. Blind's the gin. Matt, and I think you're just going to start shoveling chips in here. Hands way strong enough. You obviously don't block Blaz having a jack, which is the dream scenario here. And it's a draw heavy board as well. It's 20 hands Blaz can continue with. Ace 4 off, probably not one of them. Oh, he does stick around. Okay, I was going to say, like, obviously ace high is still kind of ahead of a lot of hands, but I think it's quite difficult to play down the street. So
Blaz just pick up a straight draw here on the turn.
Right.
But he's not giving Damian a lot of credit, is he?
No. I guess that's part of it. And wow, Damian. I'm really surprised Damian checks this card, Matt, because a lot of the hands Blaz calls flop with can still call the turn here, and a lot still have equity that might check back. And it's not a hand we can really like check raise. I'm really surprised by that check, but Damian does some weird stuff, Matt. Let me tell you, he, as Jason says, you see him make maybe a tight forward in one spot and then a really loose open or 3-bet in another. He's kind of a bit more of my generation, Matt. Like you don't just look at the pure hand values and decide what to do. You just kind of do it based on flow and dynamic. And have you done something? Have you done much lately? Have you maybe folded for 2 orbits? Okay, let's kick it up again. I like it, man.
So it did come a flush card on the river and a possible straight, but Damian still leads out with his 2 pair to 2.1 million. Blaz does let it go, so Damian does take down this pot. And there he is.
Yeah, I mean, we
the
see
legend
a box.
himself. Ike Paxton has joined us.
Hello.
Ike, how are you doing?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
I'm doing great. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah. And so we just had about, 90 minutes of your good pal Jason Koon on here, and it was amazing to listen to. So, and he claims that you are way better than him. So that's, he said it wasn't even close. So we're excited to hear we're excited to hear what you have to say. So this is the $10,000 main event. It had a 10 million guarantee, and we did make that guarantee, Ike, at just over 10 million in prize money.
Ike, do you like how Matt says we made that guarantee? We made the guarantee. Like, if the guarantee fell short, it was nothing to do with Matt. Don't come looking for money off him. But like,
that person fired 5 or 6 bullets, right?
When it makes the guarantee, it's we made the guarantee. Yeah, okay.
Exactly. All right, so both players with a straight draw here, but Victor does have a pair. Now, Victor got in for just $22, Ike, so I don't know if you got a chance to watch earlier. We're calling him the $22 man. And,
what a dream. $22. Now playing for 1.7 milli. Don't see enough of it anymore, Matt. I know you're a huge fan of it, Matt.
Yes, I am. Definitely am. And Partypoker's done a great job.
I love seeing the deep satellite structure, satellites into satellites to get people from small stakes up into tournaments like this. It's really fun to see people playing for life-changing money.
So that ace on the river does hit Teun Mulder, who has the ace king. Check, check. The aces will win for Teun. Have you had much experience with these players that you see here today, Ike?
I played a bit with Teun Mulder and a bit with Dzmitry. I recognize Phillip Mighall and Damian Salas, but I think I have played less with them.
It is Dzmitry coming in with ace-jack of diamonds, Mulder. All right, Mulder finds a little something. More than a little something. This is just like frustrating, right? You got your 20 bigs, you play an ace-jack of diamonds, you pop it up, get one cooler. Don't even flop a backdoor flush draw on this rainbow board, but
yeah,
it's gonna.
It's still a pretty low and dry board. You're expecting to have the best hand more often than not here. I think I would have liked to see a raise from Mulder there. King 9 on this board is a very strong hand.
Right, and I guess Dzmitry checks back a lot of hands, right? So it's not like we can kind of go check cooling down like Dzmitry's going to blast off with a lot of bluffs.
Yeah, I mean, he will bluff off reasonably often, but you just don't need a hand as good as King 9 to call down. You'd rather put money in yourself, I think.
And I guess, I mean, sizing-wise here, Ike?
2 more cards below the 9. Your range as the big blind has improved a lot here, so it's hard to find things to bluff with and kind of reasonable to size down for that reason. On the other hand, your King 9 is going to be good, not always, but awfully close on that run out, so you could go for a greedier size as well. I think either approach is fine.
Ike, I take it you played in this as well, right?
I did, yeah. I got a min cash or just a little better.
All right, Matt, you hear this? All these wizards like Jason and Ike just getting the min cashes, you know?
Yeah, Ike's another player that surely belongs on the Mike Sexton's Champions Cup at some point, and we would love to have you there.
I'll do my best.
Get you on this final table as well.
Wow, it's crazy. All these I'm just kind of like flabbergasted that Ike's not already there. Like, don't take that the wrong way, Ike. But I just like that's not meant to be a needle. I think it sounds like a little needle.
No.
Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised. All right, there you go. Like Phil is check raising his top pair in this very similar spot, but a hell of a lot deeper.
Yeah. I still like this play. Not necessarily a spot where you're trying to get your whole stack in with 9-7, but it rates to be the best hand here, and putting a little more in on the flop, maybe getting some folds from overcards, maybe getting a fold from 5-5 is not what you wanted, but probably weren't making any money check calling against it either.
Right, and Salas with 2 5s, specifically on that board, like 7-4 deuce, right? I guess a lot of Phil's bluffs are going to include a 5 in the hand, so maybe 5's not the best hand to continue with.
You have ace, queen,
Not
ace,
the
king,
best,
and
I
7.
suppose, but I would be pretty happy to call with 5s there if it were me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I'm still continuing. I'm just trying to find reasons in Salas's mind. But, wow, okay. So
yeah, I mean, maybe he thinks it's a situation where Phillip isn't gonna just check raise the once and then give up from there, so he just wants to get away from the hand immediately.
Urbanovich, though, Ike, he's gonna get back in it here.
I'd be surprised if he does anything other than shove this, yeah.
Yeah, or he's in a flat in front. Mulder's gonna be kind of loving the spot if it gets to him, right? The big blinds.
Well, depends if Salas. He went for a small 3-bet here. Yeah. Or not that small, like half his stack almost.
Yeah, committing. I guess there's.
Yeah.
If they both go all in, he's looking at giving himself some room to fold. I don't think we can with ace king, but.
Yep.
And that'll put Urbanovich all in with his ace king, and he'll like what he'll see when Teun has 2 or ace queen, but a queen on the flop.
Not so much now.
Like
Not
hearts,
so
though,
much
guys.
now.
Hello.
And there's another heart.
Hello.
Nope, not to be. Dzmitry Urbanovich has been eliminated, and he finishes in 6th place.
Yikes. That one stings a little bit, I think, Matt.
That's not a fun way to go.
Sure does, but he does take home over $250,000, $277,014 for his 6th place finish. Next up, 391, 257, and we've reached the top 5.
Wow.
Payouts are getting big.
Yeah, like one more spot and you're guaranteed the $500,000. Yikes. Man, why didn't I play this tournament? Seems like a mistake.
It was a good one.
Yeah, I'd have butchered it. I'd have been out on day 1. Don't worry about it. All right, lone big blind. Phil's going to go after it. I guess, I mean, these situations, they do happen. They don't happen, like, super often, but
yeah,
I guess we just get to open a hell of a lot wider in a single big blind situation, given that we're...
Yeah, I mean, it
player.
plays nearly like a hand of ordinary heads up with the small blind on the button and the big blind. The button is getting a slightly worse price to play a hand than they would be an ordinary heads up, but the shape of the strategies is about the same.
Right.
Less limping than you would have in a heads up game where there's already a small blind in front of the button because you're not getting, over 3-1 to limp. So you raise more and limp less.
All right, Blaz flops the flush draw. Victor, though, like with I guess a hand that if we're opening in first position, we're gonna. This feels like a board we're gonna start putting some chips in.
Some pretty good activity with this board: 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, 2 overcards.
Dzmitry Urbanovich. That was a stinger.
Yeah.
Like 45 bigs if he wins that pot. I guess 42 bigs, something like that. Hello.
That's a big card for Victor.
Right. King High versus Queen High.
Expect he's probably going to keep betting here.
And does he just size pretty big here, Ike?
I would usually be going around 3/4 pot on this board. Yeah, I think that's a good bet size. Blaz is in a kind of painful spot here. I mean, you're not really. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can fold a king flush draw there. Calling doesn't feel great. Raising seems fine. I don't know. You don't really want to raise and get shoved on. I guess you probably just call there.
I'm a nit. I just fold too often.
Victor gets the walk here.
So Matt, just to confirm, I saw some people asking about the Mike Sexton thing on Tuesday. So that's on WPT Twitch, right? 5 p.m. PST.
Yeah, 5 p.m. PST, and you know, we're going to have a lot of people coming in afterwards that are going to be speaking, and hopefully you'll do the same, Mike. I know that you did speak when about Mike before, and really, that was one of the ones that I remember the most was you talking, because I really didn't know you had a much of a relationship with Mike, and to hear that he touched so many people, even legends like yourself.
I mean,
it really
I didn't have that much
means so
of a relationship with Mike, but he has been important in the lives of anybody who's a serious poker player, even if it wasn't such a personal connection.
Yeah, I know that he respected your game, that's for sure. Like I was telling Jason, we talked about players all the time, and you know, he definitely respected you, and he was very, you know, humble about himself. Like he had a lot of results in his life, but you know, a lot of times when you do stuff like that, you know, maybe think a little bit more of yourself. But he never did. He always put you guys way ahead of what he could ever become because of your online presence. So, you know, we respect what Mike said, and he knew what he was talking about. Even though he, you know, had all those results, he still gave so much respect to the younger generation of players like yourself.
All right.
That's really nice to hear.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a little three-way pot here, guys. Some three pretty nice looking hands.
Could see a 3-bet from Phillip here.
The advantage of the 3-bet, like because what does this target in?
Oh,
it goes for it.
It's just a strong hand. You don't mind getting called and seeing a flop with a bunch of money in the middle. You don't mind getting folds and winning right away. It's sad if you get jammed on and have to fold such a strong hand, but with the stacks being so deep, that's not going to happen a whole lot. You even have a fine hand to call a small 4-bet with. So, yeah, it's just a good hand and fine to put money in the middle.
And a flop now, of course.
Expect to see a C-bet nearly always here. He could go for a smaller size or a bigger one. Yeah, I think that's a good play.
Right, and plenty of potential down the streets here with the backdoor clubs through the street. Victor, on the flip side, can't ask for too many better flops than that.
Yeah, I would expect him to always call here.
Wow.
That's a big turn for Phillip.
Here we go.
I think he'll bet often here. He also has a nice hand to check shove with. Can't really go wrong here.
And I suppose that the merits of the check shove are that Victor is gonna still have plenty of hands that can like float this flop, King 7-3, right? There are hands that would stick around. All right, 11.7 from Phil.
Yep.
Nice.
And that hand sort of shows the advantage of the 3-bet. If he just calls free, you might see action there where it just goes check, check, and a small bet and a fold. Phillip calls the flop, and now a small pot, and it's going check, check on the turn, and Victor might get to show down his 9s and win.
Victor with the 9s here, calling the 1.5 million from Blaz.
Not really what you want to see with 9s.
Top pair.
For third pot, I'd probably call here with 9s. At least with a spade in my hand, it would be closer without. More bad news for 9s. Probably get to bet a fold here.
Yeah, well, Victor's had a pretty good start to this final, but I guess the last couple of orbits not been fantastic, but guaranteed. What are we at now, Matt, with 5 left? What did we say it was? 380, 390?
390, yeah, 391.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, as you said, as you christen him, the $22 man, like, it's been a good start to the evening.
He's not ready to give up, James. Don't count our man out yet.
I'm not. He's tripled his guaranteed payday
He's
and
still
increased his chip
second in
stack.
chips, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Absolutely flown out the gates.
Bit of a loose open with 10-6 off here. But it is the chip leader opening into 2 covered stacks, so stands to see some slightly more passive and tight play from these guys. And yeah, Damian folds 7-6 suited from the small blind, which is not a bad play, but on the tighter side, and makes opening something like 10-6 off look more attractive.
You know, see the blinds have inched up 350, 700. Phil still over 100 bigs. What a life.
It's a good feeling having 100 big blinds at a final table.
And if you played many tournaments online with this kind of structure, man, 45-minute levels on day 2 and on day 3 and today.
Yeah, this is
insane.
This is
right?
a really nice structure. Wish I had gotten to play a little bit more of it.
But I take it, did I ask before we're going to see you in the 25K and the 100K next week?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Nice.
You can't beat those guarantees. I mean, literally for a high roller to have, the 100K has a 3 million guarantee. The 25K is a 2-day start with a 5 million guarantee. Just amazing to think about.
Yeah, that's really strong.
5 million guarantee. Wow.
Yeah, this series, 100 million guarantee total for the series, and still plenty to come in this series as well, including the heads up tonight with a 100K guarantee, $3,200 buy-in.
Yep. Wouldn't have minded a bet from Victor here, but check's all right too. His hand's at that awkward strength where it's really fairly strong, but you can't check call. So I kind of like usually stabbing with it on the turn. And now on the river can kind of go either way. You could bluff or you could just let it go.
I'm just looking at that.
2.4 million.
Yeah, that heads up is let's look, you've got 166 entries. Just seeing now, they're kind of getting through the. I guess they're on the first round still. I guess there were some buys.
You guys get that bluff through with the 8-5.
Yeah, 6 is not such an appealing one to call with there.
Miguel's raised to 1.5 with Queen 10 of clubs. Victor Simionato does make the call. Phillip flops top pair here with queens. Not much for Victor.
Yeah, I expect we just see check bet fold here. Checks it behind.
Turn is the ace of spades. So I was telling Jason, the amateurs like me always think when an ace comes up that the other player has one. Especially a razor.
Don't tell him any different. Like, just leave him there. Good for him if he thinks that. It's good for us. Everyone's just happy. It's even worse for Matt because he plays he loves to play his high-low games. So everyone does have an ace all the time in those games.
That is true.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Actually, Matt, that's the one good thing about No World Series this year is you didn't put me to shame by cashing in more events than I do every year.
Yeah, I did miss it. I missed it for sure.
That passive line really worked out for Phillip there. He just checked it behind twice and picked off a river bluff. There was no other way he was getting any money out of Victor there. That's quite a tight fold from the small blind by Mulder. And he's going to limp in here. Bit deeper than you often see people limping.
Damian with a pair and Teun Mulder with a flush draw. Queen of spades.
Expect we're going to see a bet nearly always here. Button limper's got a pretty big range advantage against a guy who just checked from the big blind. That's quite a tight fold for spin bet there.
Damian started the day as a chip leader. Does that go in your thinking at all when you're playing hands like that? You're like, feel like you're running bad and you have to give up hands like that in certain spots? I don't know.
I don't
That's
know.
what I would feel like.
I mean,
again, I'm the amateur.
I think that's not really how you want to be thinking about things. In poker, the past is the past, and you're just looking at the situation you're in right now. It doesn't matter if you lost some hands earlier in the day or if you started the day with one big blind and ran it up. But sometimes it does get to you when you've been running bad. You can be a little frustrated and less confident, and it will make you play a little tighter. This is an interesting spot. It's a fairly aggressive 3-bet, but fine hand to do it with. And yeah, he's going to get it through. I think holding the 4s is relatively clear there. The Queen Jack could kind of go either way. Depends how loose you're opening. If you're already playing very tight, then it's probably fine to let the Queen Jack go when you get 3-bet. If you're opening looser, then maybe you feel like you're high enough up in your range that you're forced to continue with a hand like that. Looks reasonable enough, though.
We have seen Victor play a lot more hands since he got up to his hot start. That's for sure. But,
yeah.
He's also had a lot. He has also had a lot of hands as well.
Matt, the top pros don't even think about, right? Then it's for them. It's just, and I'm looking at you, Ike. It's just win the 1.7 million, throw it on the pile with the rest of it. You know, these guys are.
Yeah.
Maybe he's reached the threshold that pays the mortgage off. You know, so we're going to play a bit freer now. Now everything else from here is spending money.
That's really true. Yeah. If you're not a professional poker player, that there can be, or even if you are, that there can be real non-linearities in what the different payouts are worth, and it can be hard to just try to maximize your EV when, you know, winning 500K changes your life more than a third as much as winning 1.5 million.
Right, exactly that.
All right, Ag. Here you go. Here's your first question. What is a linearity?
You know, like on a graph when it is a straight rather than curved line. If money has a linear value to me, $10 is worth 10 times as much as $1. If I'm really hungry and I need a hamburger and I have $0, $1 is worth more than a tenth as much as $10.
That's a good explanation for sure. It's definitely a good explanation.
Making me hungry though. It's no use.
Yeah. I lost the last longer with Marianne. She plays on Club WPT with me, and so this week the loss made me have to eat vegan for 3 days. So I'm on day 2 right now. So a hamburger sounds really good right now.
Wow. All the grief you've given people in the past, you know, on these vegan bets, Matt, and now there you are, just.
Here I am. All right, so Victor did lead out here with a 6-4, and Teun Mulder has top pair 10-6. We expect Victor to shut it down now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, stab with the 6-4, blind on blind, 10-3-3. There were plenty of cards on the turn that could give you some incentive to keep firing, but I don't think King's going to be one of them. Especially Teun's going to have some King X calling that bet. And now, well, just enough maybe.
Yeah.
He did make a pair.
Probably not quite enough to value bet. You could try putting a min bet out there. But yeah, I do expect he's probably going to check call if he faces a bet here. Or, you know, it's actually not a bad hand to check raise with. I wouldn't do it often, but I would be considering it. Maybe take a peek at the randomizer, and if we're at 95, Put the raise in.
And that's going to send us to a break here. We are down to the final 5 players. Phillip Mighall now in the chip lead with over 100 big blinds, 74,320,000. And we'll be right back.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman,
Alex Foxen,
Jeff Hum,
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Partypoker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place, when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livia Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livia Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livia Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livia should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Partypoker mini main event.
Love poker? Well, Partypoker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. Could you buy $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT main event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zerjav, and right behind him is Day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simionato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Partypoker TV Twitch stream from 8 p.m. BST. And then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're going to play, get your entry in as soon as possible because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a 25k high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck everybody, play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
And we are back. 5 players remaining. They're all going after that 1.7 million. Don't forget, in addition to that 1.7 million, you're going to pick up a Hublot Big Bang Steel watch, the Baccarat Crystal tumblers, and a TOC seat worth $15,000 that was added by Partypoker, and of course your name on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup.
Matt, I don't want to seem ungrateful, but all I got was like a really cheap card protector. Like, where's the watch?
I showed this to Jason earlier, but I have the Champions Cup with me right here, and James Dempsey's name is actually right next to me. So, yeah, we've got to get your name on there, Ike.
I'll see what I can do.
I talked to a bunch of players. They said how much more special it made it being on that cup because it has Mike Sexton's name on it. So yeah, we're very happy to give him that honor because he actually came to us and said that made him feel better than even being in the Poker Hall of Fame, which obviously meant a lot to us at the World Poker Tour. All right, some clubs here. Damian Salas with Queen 9. Up against Ace Jack for Blaz. And Damian does flop a pair here, but also 3 diamonds on the flop. And a straight draw for Blaz with the overcard ace.
Yeah, if Blaz puts a couple streets of bets in here, he's likely to get Damian off that hand, but it's a kind of scary board. He may not do that. I think you can really go either way with better check on the flop here.
He does check it. A third queen now for Damian.
That's going to make getting Damian off the hand a little harder. Probably just going to see bet and fold here. He could check.
And so what's the reason for not wanting to bet that and try and get a possible single diamond out of the pot there?
A lot of the time when the flop goes check, there'll sort of be an understanding between both players that second pair is a likely hand for the guy who checked behind to have. So you're going to check often on that card. They might bluff at it some. They might, in fact, have the second pair that's now trips, and it'll probably be with a better kicker than the Queen 9 since Blaz opened from the hijack. So it's kind of a little bit of pot control, a little bit of letting him bluff at it. If you were to always bet with trips or better there, obviously you would make things a little easy on your opponent. They can just put unlimited money in on the turn with a good king or better. This is a nice play here, the check call and then lead when the board pairs. Damian can easily have check called with hands that are just playing the board now, Jack and 10 high flush draws, small pocket pairs with a diamond, and those hands are going to want to take a cheap stab here and get ace high or other hands that are playing board and chopping to fold. So balancing that with the queen is a nice play, and it's an interesting play
Blaz
from
raised to 5
Blaz
million.
as well. I think if I were to raise here, I'd use a somewhat bigger size, but it's a nice idea going for the bluff raise there. He has a fine hand for it, and
why is Damian not re-raising in that spot?
he loses to king queen or kings or sevens, and it's probably hard to get called by worse. Not too likely Blaz is going to raise a 7 and call a 3-bet there. It doesn't even have that many of them in the first place. Certainly not going to raise a flush and call a 3-bet, so it seems like it's kind of a spot where it just doesn't matter whether you call or 3-bet. It's you're almost never beat and you're almost never getting called by worse.
Makes sense. And now both players with kings, but also 1 diamond.
Yeah, both pretty strong hands here.
Four spades on the turn.
Just an all-round good spot for Phil Royale. Get them dominated.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has just good enough hand to put one more bet in here. Checking behind and maybe putting the bet in on the river is also a fine approach. We've seen Damian make some tight folds so far, which would tip me a little towards just checking behind, because I think he might get away from a king more often than some other players might. And now that's a kind of scary river. The flush got there, queen jack got there, king 10 got there. Yeah, just taking a showdown with king queen looks fine at that point.
We're at 350, 700,000 with an ante of 87,500. Love those online antes. Something I never get to see in the live world.
Well, in the live world, we just have the big blind ante.
Yes.
Get you to a nice
exactly.
round number.
All right, Victor with kings now. Doesn't look like we'll have any action here, except for a raise and a fold.
Well, we could see a limp and then all sorts of things happen.
Here we go.
We did. And there you go.
All sorts of things can happen.
6-2 is a fine hand to raise a limp with.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, he's got a pair. We're probably going to see at least a bet go in here. Easily see check, bet, raise, and call.
Matt, you're trying to kill this hand early like it's nothing. We got the 6 deuce
Yeah,
versus king.
yeah, exactly.
Come on.
I'm that guy. I'm just gonna, I just don't want to be beaten by 6 deuce offsuit. That's my problem. And see, he won the same amount.
Wow.
Yeah. Not often you see a pair fold on the ball.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising.
That was either very cautious or very sharp to get away from the pair of twos against an overpair there. probably going to see a
Alright.
fold here, but this is within the realm of things you could consider calling with, or
three
or you could 3-bet.
Worked out just fine.
If I knew my opponent was going to fold pocket fours, I would 3-bet it.
Always easier when you get to see the cards.
So Matt, when are we thinking tournament of champions? They're all going to roll over with all the winners from last season, and hopefully next May. Is that the thought?
We're in talks. We're in talks, James. Not really sure what's happening, but yeah, we're the tradition of the tournament of champions, is another fingerprint of Mike Sexton on the industry. So yeah, it will continue. We just don't have an exact time or date, but definitely look forward to that in the future. I have been a strong supporter of the tournament of champions, and hopefully that we can get it down sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
Hopefully this
cool
time you'll get in.
concept.
Yeah.
I will try my best to become a champion
Nice.
in the interim.
Awesome. Love to have you. All right, Phillip has paired kings here on the button up against the tray deuce of hearts. I did hear you say twos a little while ago. Is it deuces or is it twos? The age-old argument.
I use them interchangeably, I think.
Oh, do you really? Okay. What do you say, James?
I think I say deuces, but I say threes rather than trays. I think that's my. I merge, I guess, as the kids would say.
Yeah, I think I say deuces more often than twos. I definitely say threes more often than trays.
Right, I do something the same as Ike. I'm getting there. This is it.
So I don't know, if I'm playing live poker and some old school guys like Doyle and Lyle are around, I have to step up my old school lingo. I'll try and remember to say trays.
Yeah. All right, Zerjav sticking around with the ace deuce, and Victor gets a good looking flop.
I think Blaz has to fold here. That's a relatively big size. Yeah. If Victor had gone from like a quarter pot c-bet, you might see the ace deuce continue, but against like 60% or so, I think it's a pretty clear fold.
Four sixes and king jack of hearts. Could have some fireworks here. Haven't seen the old set over
see
set
Mulder
yet.
just stick it in free here even. I think Damian's at the upper limit of stack sizes where you could do that. Yeah. Yeah, there it goes. And I
You're
don't
1 for
expect
1,
to see a call here. I think this is going to win it. I think that's a nice play by Teun. I hope I'm pronouncing that name somewhere close to correct. I have no idea how you pronounce an EU in Dutch.
Yeah, it's Teun. Teun.
Teun?
We've had it. Teun. Yeah, we had it checked out.
Okay.
Mulder. I just say Mulder.
Good to know.
Just do the cop
Mulder.
out like I do. Like...
Mulder. Yeah. It's also Mulder. Mulder, not the Mulder. Mulder.
Yeah.
I'm big on phonetics there, James. I don't know if you knew that.
I like to pronounce people's names right. It seems
Yeah, I do too.
like a respectful thing to put a little effort into. That's a fairly tight limp fold with the Jack-9, but if you remember, he just open folded the King-4 an orbit or two previous. So you can see he's taking a very tight approach to his small blind play against the chip leader, which makes a lot of sense. And if you are open folding hands as strong as King-4, then it kind of follows from there that you can also limp fold hands as strong as Jack-9. And still not have it be too easy to attack your limping range since it's already quite strong to begin with, and Jack-9 is not that high up.
Salas lets his ace-10 go.
I think we should probably see a call from King-Queen here, though other options aren't totally crazy. Really, all of them jam or a small 4-bet or even fold. That I think King-Queen is worth kind of close to 0 with all of the plays here, but I would mostly just call.
Jack 8-5 on the flop, and both players with a heart in their hand. 2 hearts on the flop.
Usually you see a c-bet at a very high frequency from the 3-better here. I don't think this will be an exception. I think usually Mulder's going to stick out quarter or third pot, yeah. And early in the tournament, this is, maybe just enough hand, King-Queen with the backdoor flush draw, that you would mostly continue. At this stage, I wouldn't be surprised to see a fold.
He
does make the call, and now that heart on the turn.
That's bad news, picking up the second best flush draw here.
I mean, I guess Mulder just checks this back, or does he fire again with pot
I think
behind?
he's going to mostly check this back.
Right.
I think it's a spot where he often has the best hand and will rarely get better to fold. And it's better to bet again with a more polar range here and check behind with a hand of about this strength. And now there's a good chance Blaz is going to win this hand.
Right.
It's hard for him to have worse than King-Queen, and I think that will be pretty apparent to him. So he's likely to bluff it, and Mulder doesn't have a particularly attractive hand to call with, so it's likely to work.
Yeah, I mean, everything you just said is pretty clear on this one, right? Wow, he just goes for the rip. I like it.
Yeah.
All right, Zerjav just finding it, Matt. He finds it. He digs deep.
He does.
He gets into his soul.
Nice
He
play.
puts the whole thing on the table.
It's easy to chicken out at a final table, but I think sticking it in on the river there was a good play.
9-8-6 on the flop. 2 spades. Victor has that queen of spades, but the 6 is a pair for Blaz. And he does check it.
Blaz really likes to see a card below the 6 here. I think he's gonna often bet this hand. It rates to be best here very often. He uses a nice big size here as well. I think Blaz is playing quite well at this final table. I've been impressed.
We were talking to Jason earlier about the old King 6 suited hands, and he seemed to love them, thinking they were great hands. And James, I don't know if you agreed or not.
No,
but,
yeah, I mean, the reasoning's there. I'm just... It's funny how far poker's come.
Yeah, that's a class of hands that I was definitely underrating in the pre-solver era. The computers like big little suited more than I expected them to.
Mm-hmm. And that's my favorite hand right there, the Jack 10 suited. Give me that hand all day.
That's a hand we all knew was good right away. The first poker book I read had a little section on whether Jack 10 suited or pocket aces was better. It concluded aces was better, but the world has come a long way from when you had to have that conversation.
And Victor has King 8, and he has a 9-7 3 flop. Teun Mulder does have that straight draw. No diamonds on that flop.
I think most often we just see a bet and a fold here. Pretty nice hand for betting the flop. And, you know, maybe against the button you could think about continuing this King 8, but probably not against the hijack.
Getting some chat over there, and somebody says they really appreciate Dempsey's commitment to dressing up today. So thank you for that, James.
Hey, Matt, I've got my uniform on. I've got my, what do you want? I got my party cap. I've got my party shirt on. Like, where is it? Where's the logo? Where is the logo? There it is. You know,
matching headphones.
I've got a.
It's from Justin Hammer though, so I wouldn't take it too serious.
Oh,
he says
Jesus.
He says you do know they make hats your size though these days.
I mean, really? I'm gonna get. I don't even know where to start with this one. Hammer.
Yeah. All right. Teun does make it 2.5 million.
I wonder how many bad rulings Hammer's made in a WPT. Like, this is a good question. How many times you have to fix his mistakes, Matt? Do you get called over a lot to fix those mistakes?
Yeah, we had to let him go though, so he did get let go. So I couldn't keep doing it. At some point, I had to let Hammer go. He's actually working down, and he's gone down. He's working in Houston now, in one of the clubs down there. So doing quite well. So
cool.
Wish Justin all the luck in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, good dude.
The Texas card room scene is interesting. I don't know a whole lot about it, but it's cool to see a legal live poker market like that cropping up.
Yeah. We are at 3,700, going to 4 and 800 next level. 45-minute levels at this final table. Just an amazing thing to see online. You don't usually see that very often.
Yeah, this this could go a long time. Pretty typical to see a bet and a call here. The pre-flop raiser is going to bet this board a whole lot with whatever they've got, and obviously King Jack is not considering folding, and raising is not too appealing either.
Now it is, with a third Jack on the turn. Yeah.
Be interesting to see if Damian goes for a lead here. He has seemed to be looking for leads based on that other hand he played earlier. I don't like it quite as much in this spot.
Is that
I
just
think
because you figure your
the
hand
pre-flop
test,
raiser
so
is
you're
betting
trying
all
more?
of his ace jack, king jack on the flop himself. It's not like you have a real advantage on that card. I would mostly check there, but I mean, he had a good hand and he bet. It's never going to be a big mistake.
Right,
So it does make it
potential.
1.5 million. The ace 8 of spades and Salas with ace 10 of hearts. Only had one real bad beat here at the final table so far. Isn't that right, James?
Right, you just
Or
calling it already.
Urbanovich hand?
We've only had one, guys. Here comes another one. Like, wow, Matt, you're cruel. But it was Mulder on the right side of it, right? He had the ace queen, so
That's correct.
It would
And Salas
only
get this one too.
make sense if he just did it again, right?
Yeah.
Hey, it doesn't matter how you get him, just that you get him.
That is the truth. That is a deep truth.
It is. It's not what the GTO bots say, but hey, it's old school poker. Just make sure you win any way you want. Someone pretty good. No, it's all about the process and the decisions you make. Nah, it's not. It's just on your day you run good. I'm messing, of course. I'm messing. We got Icon here. Ike's dropping the knowledge. I'm just. It's already getting late for me, guys. That's my excuse. I'm just going a bit crazy.
Yeah, you're not on the right time zone for this.
I'm not. No. But it's all right. I've just had some espressos. We're fired up, ready to go.
Time zones don't matter when you've got espresso.
Yeah.
Process ace 3 does have a straight draw, and Victor with queen and jack. Both players with a club in their hand, clubs on the board.
We'll mostly see a check call. We could see a check raise. This is not a bad hand for putting a raise in.
Very nice looking hand.
Says make call to 2.9. Victor picks up a straight draw with that king of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty nice card for Victor to barrel. I would expect to see him bet here pretty often. I like a nice chunky bet here too, full pot or so. Yeah, that's
6.9.
I think you're probably supposed to call this one as Blaz. Yeah, I like that. Don't love being in the spot. I like it a lot now.
Yeah, we go.
And Victor has a very good hand to keep bluffing with here. I would not be at all surprised to see him just put it in. I think if I had played the hand this way to this point, I would usually shove with Victor's hand.
The $22 man. He's
Yeah,
going for it.
That's a good play, and it's not going to work.
Yikes.
Blaz does make the call. Victor is going to be super short after this one.
Yeah, that's
Still in, but just barely.
Chip in a chair, as they say.
Ike says he's done the right thing, and the way that's one played out, it's just going to sting a little bit.
I think that was a well played hand. I'm sure he's going to lose sleep over it, but he shouldn't.
Yeah, like someone watching this needs to let Victor know that it was Ike approved, and then that'll make the sleep maybe a little easier.
Yeah,
and he's
I hope
now
so.
with 10-7 up against King Jack. The board is Queen Jack Deuce. A Jack's a pair for Phillip. Victor needing a running straight. Not going to happen there. It's going to be all over for Victor Simionato, who is going to finish in 5th place, but he did take that $22 satellite win in to the top 5, and he takes home $391,257 for that finish. Congratulations, Victor. That's quite a run. But that leaves us
a rough
with 4
way to go
players
out,
now, and 552,000.
There's a lot of honor in busting the biggest pot you've played in your life, pulling the trigger on a good bluff. I think he's got something to be proud of there.
Yeah, and like you say, I mean, just kind of the deck came that way, right? I mean, he wins that pot so many times when he fires that bluff. Just cold, man. There's just some of the hidden luck in poker. Like,
absolutely. That's as much a cooler as running kings and aces.
552 now to the next player eliminated, and we have some small pairs out there, deuces and eights.
Wait, eights is a small pair? What's going on? They changed the rules of poker. I see eights get excited. Like, come on, man.
I think it's a small pair.
Four-handed. I mean, like, yeah, guys, $500,000 locked up. What a spot.
We could see fireworks here. Teun has shown some willingness to stick in big shoves, but he just limp calls here. I do think that's the better play. I think he's just a little too deep to limp jam the deuces, but it wouldn't have been a crazy thing to do.
Jack 9-6 on the flop. A couple spades. Neither player with a spade in their hand. A 4 on the turn.
Mostly we'll just see another check here. Putting out small bet with the deuces is a consideration. I don't think a big one would be good. Yeah. And I think Phillip will usually find a bet here. Having checked behind and now seeing a blank turn, he has one of the stronger hands he can expect to have, and I think he should begin trying to get some value from it. And especially for that sizing, I don't see Mulder folding here. Kind of looks like Phillip is just going for protection with ace high and likely to check behind. Teun has been taking a very conservative approach from the small blind against Phillip, and could see that work out for him. He's certainly improving his chances of laddering by taking that approach.
Getting some more chat in there, and somebody says there's an esteemed tournament director and esteemed poker player. Who's the bum in the hat? And he also said the bum in the hat talks funny. Any idea who that might be, James? Without even looking? Take a guess. I'll give you one guess.
Mike O'Malley?
That is correct. You got it.
He's so
You
predictable.
got it. All right. Ace, king, deuce. Both players flop a pair.
It was the talk's funny. That's what got it. Like...
2 hearts also, and Damian does have the 9 of hearts.
And I'm actually
Yeah,
interested.
that's a pretty good flop for Damian.
You were saying the Mike Sexton thing Tuesday. I assume you've got Mike O'Malley talking quite a bit on that, have you? Because he's got to have a lot of stories from the early days of Party Poker that I think must be fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, Mike's O'Malley is one of the only people in the industry old enough to be there in the early days. So another heart on the turn. So Damian Salas does have that pair and the flush draw. But Phillip with the best hand right now.
Yeah, I think that's a good check by Damian. I don't think he has quite the right hand strength to be betting. And I think likely we see check bet call here. There are other reasonable possibilities as well. Could see Phillip try to make a very small bet for value here himself. And this is tricky. I think I actually like a raise against this size, but it's a hard play to find.
Probably maybe a little easier as Damian Salas, though, right? Because kind of have that reputation and
yeah,
to get a little bit more out of the line.
Let's just make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be tough. It's a tough one to pull a raise there, I think.
Yeah. If you have the 10 of hearts, I think it's like a pretty obligatory raise. I think with the 9, it's still a good play, but it's a lot dicier. Particularly the 9 with a king. If you have the 9 with an ace, again, that becomes a little less attractive. It's going to be a little harder for you to get called, I think.
Second time we've seen Phillip raise with 10-6 suited on the button. This time gets
it was
called by
offsuit
Blaz with
last
the
time.
7-6 of clubs. Oh, was it? Ah,
Yeah.
that's right.
I remember thinking it was a little loose. This is just a pretty...
You like that or you don't like that?
I think I like it. It's right on the border. The 3 flush, 3 straight, 2 overs to the 5 is like... I think in a cash game, it's just barely a good enough hand to continue, and I think when you're second in chips against the chip leader in a tournament, it's probably prudent to fold.
We have gone up to 4 and 800,000 now, with 100,000 on the ante.
Matt, you just love talking about antes like they're a normal thing again, don't you? It's exciting for you.
Yeah, it is.
It takes you back to the good old days, like when that suit was in vogue. Like there were antes, there was all sorts of stuff going on. Like
this suit will.
Do you remember what there were in the antes? Those were really the glory days. But you'd show up for level 1 of the World Series, and it was just 25-25 with no antes.
Yes, I do remember that. That's when it was dollar for dollar. What did we start with in this tournament, James? How many chips did they start with?
200,000.
There you go. All right, raised ace 1.7 with the ace 7 for Blaz, and Mulder is going to 3-bet to 4.8 million with his ace king.
I'd be surprised if this doesn't end right here. Ace 7 off, not the most attractive hand to continue against the 3-bet.
And the 3-bet is going to win the pot for Teun Mulder. And with that, we will go to a short break, but please come back. We only have 4 players remaining. Phillip Mighall, the chip leader, and $1.7 million still to be won.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman,
Alex Foxen,
Jeff Hum,
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Partypoker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place, when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livia Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livia Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livia Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livia should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Partypoker mini main event.
Love poker? Well, Partypoker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. Could you buy $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT main event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zerjav, and right behind him is Day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simionato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the Day 3 action over on the Partypoker TV Twitch stream from 8 p.m. BST. And then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're going to play, get your entry in as soon as possible because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a 25k high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck everybody, play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
And we are back with the final four. These players all guarantee at least a $522,000 payday, with first place being $1.715 million, and also the Baccarat Crystal Tumblers, the Hublot Big Bang Steel Watch, the $15,000 Tournament of Champion seat, which was added by Party Poker, and of course the name engraved on the WPT Mike Sexton's Cup, which is sitting right next to me here.
And I will personally give them a high five.
Wow. All right. I'll let them buy me a drink. How about
that? I'm sure they'll all be happy to.
All right, Salas getting fruity. A7 from the small. I guess a bit of a spot for Phil. What are we looking at? 40-ish.
Yeah, this is tricky. I would not fold. I think I like call better than shove, but shove is reasonable enough. Salas might just give up immediately here. I think that would be a pretty good play, actually. I think mostly he should just give up here with an under to the 8 even. No hearts, no clubs. It's hard to miss this board more thoroughly than he does, and I think it's fine to have some check folds in this spot, so I think that was a good check. A lot of people will just automatically see bet there, and I think that can be a mistake. Now after check, and basically a blank turn, neither player all that likely to have a king here. I think I expect him to just check again. The likelihood that you're going to do anything to get Phillip to fold a better hand has gotten lower now that the flop's gone check, and the likelihood that you get to showdown and win with your ace-7 has gotten better, so yeah, just keep checking, and it might not be likely you get to showdown and win the whole pop, but you might at least get a chop against a small ace. I think that's the best thing you've got going on here. And yeah, checking has, I think, at this point become even clearer. and I expect Phillip to just check behind. There doesn't seem to be much reason to put money into the pot from either side at this point. It's kind of a quiet hand, but well played from both sides. I think Damian avoided an opportunity to make a mistake there and did well.
Blaz makes it 2.8 and wins the spot. I was asking Jason earlier, let me ask you, what was it like for you to make your first $1 million score? Ike?
It was pretty fun, if I recall correctly.
You enjoyed it?
I think
You sure?
I did, yeah. My first $1 million score would have been the World Series 40th anniversary 40K in 2009.
Lunkend.
Against Lunken, yep. Good memory.
I'm just really quick. I'm just really quick at using Hendemob. I'll be honest. I wish I could claim I got that one, but yeah, wow.
Yeah, that felt great. I mean,
yeah, it's something not every poker player gets to experience. Although James did get to experience the $1 million score, did you not, James?
No, it was I played a WPT that decided to pay 25% in the field because that's how you guys used to do things apparently. So, yeah, good payout structure that one.
That was a regrettable era in poker tournament management. The 25% of the field pays.
Yeah, I mean, the guys who came like 100th in the 400 runner field and got $100 more than the buy-in back, they loved it. But you know, why always me? I'm just a sufferer. This is just something Matt loves to needle me about. You know,
I mean, the prize pool was big enough to pay $1 million for first. I remember that.
I think so. Anyway, like two of these guys are getting
races. Yes, 1.2 million for second place. That's not a bad runner-up prize, that's for sure. So ranges are opening right at the spot, Mike. Is that what's happening here?
Well, in particular, Phillip is in a good position to be attacking here. There are the two shorter stacks and the one middle stack, and everybody is kind of incentivized to be playing to ladder here. The two short stacks are both trying to outlast each other and at least get up to third and get that pay jump. Blaz has more than the two short stacks put together, but still less than the chip leader. He would love to outlast them both and get to that second place pay jump. So Phillip's in a really good position to apply a lot of pressure here. And like as we just saw there, he went for the slightly greater than pot size c-bet on the king queen jack board and got a fold from the 10 for an open-ended straight draw, which I think is actually a nice play by both players. But shows you what we're working with here, with the chip stacks being what they are. Phillip is going to really get to apply heavy pressure, and the other players are in a situation where it's difficult to resist too effectively.
Oh, well. Mulder is going to take it upstairs. just in time, Mike.
Yeah.
Just on cue, you know.
This is a gutsy play by Teun, but in a way consistent with what I was saying. He's taking a hand that ordinarily you're very happy to just call with. In the stack distribution situation that we have here, calling is still a good play, but has gotten less appealing, and taking your hand and playing it as a bluff 3-bet that will fold if you get shoved on, but has a good chance to win immediately, becomes a little more appealing, actually. Even though it's a spot where overall you're playing tighter and more conservative, that hand kind of increases in value as a 3-bet bluff as it decreases in value as a call. So I think he actually made a very sharp play there. He's a great player in my experience.
Yeah. That for sure is true. Interesting. This one goes check, check on the flop. Like Phil with top pair.
Yep. I think that's nicely played from both sides here. People often miss those check behinds with weak top pairs in limp check spots, especially when you know you're the chip leader and you've kind of got it in your head to be applying a lot of aggression. But I think it's good to mix in some checks with top pairs there as well.
And then a big sizing on the turn.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, this is looking well played. Be interesting to see what Mulder does here. Can't fold, I don't think. It's between call and raise. And...
Hello. Yeah. This is again like Phil's done this a couple of times. Like he's taken the slightly passive line on the flop, and it just, I mean, fingers crossed from middle moment, but keeps paying off. Like the right things are happening, and it's every time he's generated action.
Yeah, he's surely calling here, and then it will be interesting to see what happens on the river. Whoa!
And he does fold.
I don't know about that. I don't think the point of checking behind the top pair is so you can fold the turn when you get raised.
Checking the stats. Whoa. Checking the stats, Ike, you're down to 92% now. I apologize. You're not perfect anymore on predictions. So I can't hold that against you, but I just want to let you know you're no longer 100%.
That's fair. That's fair.
Wow. That... Yikes. Yeah.
That was a startling fold.
Right. I mean, people are watching this going, well, you know, top pair back, but it's just the way it played. You know, he's checked back. He's created a. he's created
I mean, limp
range.
check. He can have better, but basically only if he turned 2-pair or a set.
Right.
He'll often have hands at least as weak as an 8 with a medium kicker to take that line. I don't see how you can really be folding top pairs at that decision point.
So from the chat, James, the Justin Hammer asked, how did it feel to commentate on someone else's first $1 million score?
I guess I'm usually filled with mostly jealousy, little bit of rage. Hang on a second. I've got to confess, guys. I'm doing a bad job here following the chat. I've been following the. We have obviously the party chat and the WPT chat, but I know Joachim sent me some software before. Here we go. I can follow both chats at once. I've been poor, but I'm now with them. I'll go straight to the source of this abuse.
Yeah, a bit of an action flop here. Top pair for Blaz. Got shot in a flush draw for Mulder. I would expect to nearly always see a bet from Mulder here, yeah. And usually call, but raise is a fine play here.
And he does make the call. The harmless deuce of spades on the turn.
think we're virtually always seeing a bet and a call here, often for a pretty big size. Possibly even an overbet. Oh, that's... I guess I'm down to 84%.
We want you to keep making at bats here. Don't give up.
What number do we let him get to, Matt, before we find someone better? What's the threshold?
I don't think we can find anybody better, so I think we're out of luck there. But the ones that he got right had me totally confused. So I'm happy to listen and try and figure it out for myself. But
for sure, you guys watching and myself and Matt were spoiled to have the likes of Ike in here. We had Jason a little earlier, and we've been spoiled all series, to be honest, with the guests we've had. And long may it continue.
For sure. Blaz with the Jack 6 of hearts raises to 1.7 and has two hearts on the flop as well. Queen, Jack 3, 2 5s for Phillip Mighall. Now, if you heard that, Ike, but Phillip plays in the cash games around town with James Dempsey. So James happens to know him quite well.
Yeah, Phil Royale, a Brighton regular. Oh, yeah, UK regular. He doesn't play, but obviously plays a lot online these days. He's actually had some success before, Matt, in WPTs. I think did he final WPT UK in Nottingham, I think.
I recall seeing him deep in a couple of the PLO tournaments on Party earlier this year.
Yeah, he loves his PLO.
There were 3.1 million in earnings online and an additional 531,000 live earnings. So definitely had some success. For sure, Phil Royale 888, as he's known online generally.
Yeah.
But with real names, we know him as Phillip Mighall. Now, we asked Jason the same thing. How do you like the real names? Does that make you?
I like it.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
I suppose there's potential for me to be a little biased since I already had my real name displayed on Party, and it just evens things out for me. But no, I think it's a move in the right direction. I think it creates a fairer and more trustworthy, trust-inducing environment for people to know who they're playing against. I think there's more accountability for bad behavior, and you wouldn't wear a disguise to the casino, and people wouldn't like it if you did. And it was fine to be anonymous when that was the expectation in online poker, but I think it creates a better environment overall for people not to be.
Agreed. I think they've done a great thing here with that. And obviously with the main event only having 2 days of starting days, I think that's an awesome thing as well. And making that 10 million guarantee on those 2 days is quite an achievement for a site these days. And they've done it by having so many satellites and steps and ways to get in. And as James pointed out earlier, they did overlay some of those satellites as well. So to get those people into this event, we had a player in today for just $22. It's a great thing.
Right. The main event itself didn't overlay, but a number of the satellites did.
Right, and that's, as we see, Damian rip it in here for... Ooh, this is spicy, right? Sub 30.
Yeah, that looks like it's probably just the best play here.
Yeah.
And I don't think I would be going anywhere with the ace-10 suited.
Right,
though it doesn't feel great. And especially Damian has been relatively conservative so far.
Right, and
maybe
my
that is a
perception
good
of...
fold. Maybe he just never is doing this with ace-5 suited.
Right, that's my kind of perception with Damian is he likes and I've seen him in his main event run. I've played with him. Like, he kind of likes goofing around a little bit, doing perhaps some bluffing in spots you shouldn't, and getting 3-betting randomly. But I don't think you see stuff like that, just the 3-bet jam. I don't think that's really his style to suddenly just turn up with airballs there. I think he's if this makes a lot of sense, like, I don't know, I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but it feels like he'll make some really bizarre small bluffs, but I think just
no, I think that's a common archetype for players where they are creative in smaller pots, but become much more conservative to commit all of their chips.
Yeah. I like the fold. I like to fold with that in mind.
Ace-10 suited is just an awful lot of hand to be folding for under 30 big blinds.
Yeah, it is.
Your opponent doesn't have to be getting wild. They just have to be sticking it in with some suited broadways and suited aces. And, you know, they might find size other than all in with pocket pairs, 10s or better. Maybe the strong suited aces as well. So you're only really crushed by like ace king to ace jack offsuit, and maybe he just rips it with 9s, 10s, jacks. But very often, I think those hands will do something other than go all in. I would have to be pretty confident about the situation to let go of ace-10 suited for those stacks.
Yeah.
Especially when, you know, Phillip knows that Damian knows that Phillip knows that he's opening a lot of hands on the button there. It's
There's
public
a lot of knowing
information.
going on, Mike.
Phillip's opening a lot of hands on the button.
It's like we playing poker, we're peeling onions. What's going on here? This hand a little bit of a nothing versus nothing.
Kind of go either way with Damian's hand here. I'd probably just let it go, yeah. He's got 2 overs, though. It would be reasonable enough to continue.
Nine ace 7 here. Flop is 7-4-4. 1 spade, so top pair for Phillip Mighall. And Blaz with king 9.
Matt, I was only joking when I said we have to change Ike out if he makes any more mistakes or misguesses.
No, no.
I gather you're lining someone up, right? I mean,
he's not going anywhere.
What's going on? Like,
am I being punished?
Oh no, not at all.
Feel I think the best of it still here. This is a pretty juicy flop. Like, you open up the ace 7, then short-handed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a strong enough hand to bet twice, though checking would be reasonable as well. Yeah, I like that play. And I think Blaz lets it go, yeah. Yeah, he's mostly going to want a pair or an ace or a flush draw to continue on that turn. Just the king 9 high is not quite good enough. noticed Blaz turning up the aggression from the small blind recently, finding some open raises. This is
Right.
a
You've got
potentially
Damian on-
tempting kind of bottom of the range open if he wants to go for it, or he could just limp.
Right, so you think you've got Damian on 30 bigs, Mulder's on 35. Also, Damian is a little bit of a loose cannon. So do you think there's maybe a little bit more room for Blaz to apply that ICM pressure on Mulder? Is that
Absolutely,
why you've
yeah.
made that adjustment?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a sharp thing for him to be doing here. I think that's a nicely played hand from both sides.
Nah, not a lot going on this one.
I think we might just see Phillip get a walk.
Right. With the 7 deuce.
Big dog continues with the big hands here. Pocket tens in the small blind.
Imagine Damian's going to defend here. It is kind of close. I can see the temptation to fold. Oh. I think that's actually maybe more reasonable than it looks at this stage of the tournament. Fighting for third here and playing it safe is a very reasonable approach.
Right.
You know, first and second in chips have quite a lot more than third and fourth here, which creates a situation where the fight for third place is very real.
I'm trying to look. Yeah, so obviously Salas' sort of big shot before the main event, finishing in 7th at the World Series. It's like he probably a little shy from busting out early on final tables after that one. Like that is the once in a lifetime final table, right? You're probably for the rest of your life are probably a little bit more interested in laddering than you have been before.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that will make an impression on you, I think.
Yeah, that would hurt.
And does that as pair in a straight draw. Damian with the same straight draw with the 9. And
well, I was about to say what a great spot it was.
That straight
for Mulder, but
hard for anything very interesting to happen from here. It's probably just going to go check, bet, call, check, bet, call. Mulder could try to get fancy here and on a blank river just stick it in, try and fold out a chop. That is one way this could get exciting. But I think more likely he will just, well, the flush card changes things. That becomes a much less attractive play when you can just run into a flush. Yeah, I think he'll just go for a half pot value bet or something here.
Nah,
or even check it. And yeah. I am getting word that it is time for me to go pretty soon. So
let's do that.
I'm not sure exactly how soon, but before I get yanked off the set, I want to say thank you guys for having me, and it's been fun.
Thanks, Ike, and for sure, hope to see you on Tuesday night. I'll send you a Zoom link where we'll be talking about Mike Sexton. So hopefully you'll be able to be a part of that. But yeah, that's going to be a big night for us in the poker industry. So hopefully you'll be able to share a nice story about Mike, and we'll look forward to seeing you then.
Cool.
All right, Mulder 6-7 suited limps in. Phil with 5s in the big.
Seen a lot of pocket pairs today. I don't think we flopped any sets, though. Have we flopped any sets that I've missed, James? Doesn't seem like I've seen any sets, but a lot of pairs here.
I don't recall a set while I've been on here.
No.
Yeah, I don't think we have. And Mighall makes it 2.4 with those 5s, and Mulder does make the call to 2.4 million.
All right, Matt, the Razor just got an ace, right? You just get to bet.
I always figure the Razor has an ace. So I always figure a bet's going to work if I'm the guy raising.
Yeah, and he goes for a small size.
There you go. See? Because he had an ace.
Yeah, I see people asking, where did Victor finish? He did finish in fifth or 6th, 392k, or $22 man, and he went out balls to the wall. No better way to say it. Ike approved bluff.
Yeah, that was a well played hand.
He did not go quietly.
Sometimes you run a good bluff and they've got a straight.
Speaking of straight draws, we do have one here. Teun Mulder has 7-6 of spades on the 8-9 flop. 2 diamonds. Phillip Mighall with the queen of diamonds.
All right, no action so far.
King of hearts on the turn. Oh.
Pardon me?
Don't be upset. We're replacing you, but don't get upset, Ike. You know, not because of you. It's because we have Lynn Gilmartin right there. Hey, we have Lynn Gilmartin coming in. That's why.
I don't blame you.
I mean,
don't worry,
you're not easy to replace, but
something good will come along soon. Don't you worry. You hang in there. You'll bounce back. You know, like you.
I'll try and keep it together. I am losing my composure a little here.
All right, this one's going to run out of chop, and unlikely we'll see any chips in the pot. Let's Damian try something, I guess. But
yeah, Damian could bluff with this.
Yeah,
and it could work, but
feels like we're like the chill period in the tournament. Everyone's just chilling.
So
yeah, Ike, you get to end on a chop pot, Ike. I'm sorry about that, but
all right,
we all love a chop. So, thank you so much for joining, and excellent job as always. And we really appreciate you coming on the stream. Thank you so much, Ike.
My pleasure. I look forward to the next one. I hope.
And what a treat,
just
Matt.
Like that.
What a
just
treat.
Down to the 2 of us.
You get like Hexton though. Like the man knows his stuff.
Love the guy. He's awesome.
Yeah, it's just,
all right.
Just good to listen to. He's a good person to listen to when it comes to poker, guys.
Yeah, Mighall has the open and straight draw on this board with ace-7 for Damian Salas, currently in the lead.
There we go.
Ace on the turn. Salas.
Matt, was that did Phil raise the button here? Was this a limp?
I believe he. I do not know.
I missed it. Either way, it's.
I know I'll get called out in the chat if
No. It's easy. It's Matt, I do this enough to know it's easy to. You look at the chat for a second, you miss the street of action in about 3 seconds, and then you're behind the hand. It's easy to do.
Phillip did miss his straight draw, and so 1.6 million wins it for Damian Salas. Down to the final four, 552,000. A nice day to finish fourth, but none of these guys want.
Yeah, with 550, I think I'd bank the 500 and I'd take the 50k with me to the golf course and take you on. That'd be my play, I think. See if I can get lucky.
Now you're giving me about 3 aside, I think.
You got it.
You got it. All right, a little bit of a flop here. Teun Mulder with King 8 versus 7-6 on a 9-9-8 flop. Blaz does have the straight draw up and down, and Teun Mulder with the second pair of 8s and a king kicker. Blaz does lead for 800,000.
Yeah, stab a blind. Matt, blind on blind, obviously a hand that has plenty of potential down the streets, but not when you necessarily want to check call with holding 7 high. So does stab, and Mulder takes the 8 with a king kicker as a raise. It puts a lot of pressure, Matt, on hands exactly like this that Blaz has. You get to build a bigger pot. You're still in position. You don't, but by raising here, it doesn't mean you necessarily have to commit to the hand all the way. You also kind of got a good idea when you raise what the bad cards are. So this being one of them, of course, Queen. Expect it to go check, check now. I mean, be very optimistic to bet this. Unless Mulder went something really small, check back river. But I think the check back is best.
And a check. The river card is an 8.
Yeah, I mean, Blaz had a potential bluff spot there, Matt, going into the river, but not on that river card, because you kind of want to go after some 8x predominantly when you do bluff the river. But at the same time, I mean, maybe it is a spot he feels like he has to bet. Yeah, and he goes small, just trying to knock off the no hand nonsense, as it were. Obviously not going to work.
Teun does go for the raise.
Yeah, Blaz has obviously gone with that small sizing on the river, so Teun's trying to get a little bit more value out of some Queen X and maybe a hand like Jack 10.
Not going to happen as Blaz does fold, but nice little pot there for Teun Mulder.
I guess the king's next hand, Matt.
Must be nice. And look who's here. Fixing her hair as she joins the stream.
Fixing my hair just so I can look good for you guys. So good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Oh, yeah. I forgot it's morning somewhere.
It's about midnight things. And
it is
what do you
8
got
in the
there?
morning, you guys. I've got my coffee.
All right. Lynn is in Australia. And we have
Yes,
Salas
I
raising
am.
6 million. 3-bet to 6 million with the kings for Teun Mulder.
Yeah, and this one, Damian, the ace-9 offsuit. This would be, I think, a little loose to continue in any way. But you can never rule it out with Salas. He just, goes for these guys.
So welcome, Lynn. This is the main event, as you know, 10 million guaranteed. We're down to the final 4 players, and the next player out gets $552,000. It's not a lot of money to James, but it's a lot of money to you and I. So it's 814,000 to third, 1.231 for second, and first place does get the 1.715667 plus the things that go along with that, like the Hublot Big Bang Steel Watch, the Baccarat Crystal Tumbler. Is that what you're drinking your coffee out of, by the way? The Baccarat Crystal?
Oh, it should be. Yeah.
No? Yeah. And also the $15,000 Tournament of Champions seat.
Doesn't sound like Crystal.
Tournament of Champions seat, which is added by Partypoker. And of course, they're named inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. And as we say that, Damian Salas does have the nut flush. up against ace for a pair, Teun Mulder. This could get spicy, James.
Yeah, exactly that. I think again what we got a raise and then a check back on the flop, and Mulder's obviously going to stab. As you know, Matt, everyone's got an ace when they're raised pre-flops. He's going to stab this board a lot as bluffs, but also with hands. But he does elect to check this one back. Nicely done from Mulder. Doesn't. I mean, he decided to check this particular combo back, and it's going to work out because, well, he was into trouble. But Lynn, that little intro, that intro for Matt was quite long-winded, wasn't it? I think we need to like cut that script down for you, Matt. The giveaways.
It was impressive. It was like he was trying to show me how to do my job. He was trying to lead by example here.
Yeah. Oh, no. You know, when I work with James, they make me the lead commentator. You know, and James is just here for the ride. So, you know, I got to do what I got to do.
I just get to cause mischief and stuff. As Damian Salas checked it the first time, and look at this, guys. He's going to get to whip out the big check raise. And this is going to be tough for Mulder. You show a lot of weakness checking twice, then you do bet such a strong hand. And there aren't really many hands. Okay, he folds pretty quickly. Nicely done. Great escape.
He'll love to see that later on the stream, that's for sure. So Lynn, what's been going on? What have you been up to? Tell us all about your life, because a lot of the people watching today don't know.
Yeah, sure. Although I have to say, I just kind of woke up, so I haven't been watching too much of it. But I did see that Isaac Haxton's been here for a while, and I'm glad I was able to just tap out and elevate the high level commentary here with the GTO strategy that I can bring after Ike. So you know, here I am. So I am in Australia. I'm in Gold Coast, which is heaven. The sun is shining. Even though it's winter here, it's lovely. But that's why it's 8 a.m. and I'm still defrosting. But for those Aussies who have just woken up and are joining us, give us the rundown. This is insane. So 2 poker made millionaires tonight. Well, we've got 4 players left. This is crazy. How much? There's like $4 million on the table right now, roughly, left of prize money. Is it?
Yeah, that's about the right number. Just about 4.3 million, I think. Yeah, 4.3. If I do quick math here. Decent flop here for Teun Mulder, as Blaz does have the straight draw.
I like it.
One diamond.
He checks it, Matt. Obviously, Phil calls in position, a board that Phil's going to connect with a reasonable amount. Mulder's going to want to check a lot of hands on this board texture, and so does go ahead and check a hand as strong as Ace-King. Just you want to have obviously some good hands in there that you do check, and hey, look, it's working out. Phil's stabbing, as he should, I think, with King 8 of Diamonds. He has plenty of backdoors, and Mulder does give up with plenty of hands on this board, so does stab it, but obviously Mulder with the Ace-King springs the trap, as it were, with no blockers to the draws. Matt, he wants to kind of just play the pot here. You don't want to give a free card to spades. You want to put a weaker ace in a tough spot. And well, he got more chips.
And it does pay off.
Yeah,
that is correct. So yeah. So Lynn, you've also been working down there. Is that not the case? What have you been doing?
I have. I came to Australia because I booked a movie. So I was filming a movie up in tropical far north Queensland, which was heaven. And it's like a rom-com, kind of a teen film. It was a lot of fun to work on that, which should come out early next year.
You can get away with playing a teenager, Lynn? I mean, that's impressive.
I wasn't the teenager.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, and then last time I was on the stream with James, I was in the middle of filming another one. So I've filmed 2 movies in the last 3 months, which is just outrageous because the whole world feels like it has just gone on pause. And somehow I've been quite busy between all the WPT, WOC stuff, and then a couple of movies. So 2020 has been quite a busy year for me, bizarrely. I know I'm in a minority there.
Yes. Yeah, you have done quite well for yourself. We're always happy to see you succeed. And of course, you said you're not quitting the WPT. That's not happening. So we're all happy here with the World Poker.
Hell no.
That's for sure. Yes. All right.
I'm here forever.
Ace 5. That's right. That's what we want to hear. Mulder with the limp in the small blind with Ace 5 of clubs against
Big
Jack
flop.
5. big flop, flops a flush draw and a straight draw, does Teun, and also has the best hand with the ace alone.
Yeah, and Matt, you can just go ahead and check this. You kind of want Phil to put some chips in. If you bet here, Phil doesn't fold anything better. He can't, he folds so many hands that are almost drawing dead to this kind of hand. Good things can happen if you check. As you see here, he's getting Phil to bet. Like I say, drawing almost dead. Almost dead.
Not drawing dead anymore.
The offsuit jack. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and now Phil, see with a clear bet. For any reason, I mean, you can get action again off an 8 or 4, even a deuce still. 5 and the jack 2, of course, blocks some draws, but certainly when you find a hand like a jack on the turn here, it's a clear second barrel and almost certainly a third depending on the run out. Yeah, that one's not the greatest card for Phil to see, of course, but I think we can still go. Well, we are still going to go ahead and bet this. Okay, he's checked it back. We can get value here. All the draws have still missed. We've got plenty of bluffs we want to represent. 4x can still call. Even some hands like that, ace high, potentially could still call. But yeah, conservative line, guys, with 7 figures on the line.
So I don't know if you knew this, Lynn, but we're working together on Tuesday for a very special day for the World Poker Tour and for the poker world in general. For Mike Sexton, we're doing a celebration of life, and then we're going to do moments with Mike later on with me. So, we're going to see Lynn on Tuesday, and I have a little friend with me right here to my left. Mike Sexton Champions Cup is sitting here with me in my room here. So yeah, I'm excited about it. They've shipped me that, so I actually have a Mike Sexton Cup right here in my house. So I'm excited about that. So looking forward to Tuesday and seeing a lot of friends and family come in and talk about the great Mike Sexton.
It's going to be an emotional day.
Not supposed to be. Mike wanted to be fun and light. So James got a few golf stories he's going to come in and tell and keep it upbeat. But yes, we're going to do our best to not be emotional. Yeah.
Right. And I'm so glad you're hosting the reception afterwards.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I am definitely looking forward to hearing some of the great stories about a great man that was Mike Sexton, for sure.
The greatest storyteller any of us will ever know.
Yeah,
exactly.
That is for sure. It's hard to. It's just hard to think we're not getting any more of those stories out of him.
I know.
But
he did tell enough and record. Oh, sorry. He recorded enough and told enough stories that we can still hear. We'll probably still be discovering new stories of Mike that he told on some interview somewhere. 10 years from now. He just told stories all day, every day, didn't he?
For sure. Yeah. And James said he watched that golf video about 8 times in a row, where he said he had every piece of Mike, from me needling him to him needling me to winning the money to, talking about bad beats and things like that. So yeah, that video is very special to me. So
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Mighall
anyone who doesn't know. Yeah, I was going to say, anyone who doesn't know, just have a look. I think I retweeted your tweet just recently. It is the greatest insight into what a day with Mike Sexton was like. It's just, it's just perfect. It just watches Mike exist for the day on the golf course, needling, telling stories, hosting. He just takes charge. He's hustling. He's just so funny. He was so sharp.
Lynn, it's organized chaos is the best way to describe that whole situation. It just. You don't know where to look first. You're like, well.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
All right,
Damian Salas with a bit of a spin up here lately, James.
Yeah, he got that.
One of the short.
Yeah, he limped in the small blind a couple of hands ago, and Blaz popped it up with King Deuce, and Damian had the Ace King suited, so got the limp jam through, raises that one up, flops top pair, bets and wins it. But this one maybe goes slightly the other way. Obviously, he's going to peel this in position for the 3x, but we'll want to fade this flop, as Phil hasn't dominated blind on blind.
I'm seeing some familiar faces or names in the chat. Who's here from the LTO stream team? Can we give a shout out?
Yeah, we have some few.
To our stream
team. Go for it.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Let's go, stream team. LGST.
Yes, I'll drop something in the Discord here to show them that you're here. We do stream every week on Club WPT, and it's been a great way to meet a bunch of new people, James. So.
Yeah, I mean, just the thought of you on there just winning is enough to put me off. But
well, not everybody's won a tournament. Only I have to this point, James. Just so you know.
We could have the Matt Savage Club WPT Champions Cup. There we go.
I'm surprised he hasn't actually. How have you not come up with that idea yet, Matt?
What's that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about starting my own tour, to be honest.
There's quite a ring to it. The Savage Cup.
The Savage Cup, yeah.
I like it. I like it. All right. Mighall's using his big chip lead here and raising with hands like Jack 7 offsuit and getting it through. You didn't hear this earlier, but James actually knows Phillip pretty well from his time in the UK.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's currently he can't be more than 3 miles away from me at the moment, but I'd say he's having a
really?
better evening than I am. But
how could that be true? You're here with Lynn and I. Can't be possible.
It's true. It's true. It's
more
the,
to
it's
life
the
than money, James.
It's the I part of that sentence that's the issue. Like.
There's more to life than money.
I feel like I want to record you saying that and then play it back to you in certain opportune moments. Like...
Yeah, because Savage, you just seem to be trying to draw money out of everyone at every opportunity you can. So I find that bizarre that's coming from you.
They call it. I think. You think you guys are both English, right? Bits and bobs. Is that what they say?
Did you just call me English?
You're Southern English. Southern English.
Southern English, yeah. Southern English.
All right. Straight draws. A bound and a pair for Blaz with the 8-7. And Tim Mulder does have the open end straight draw. Yeah, Southern English. It's where you send your prisoners, James.
We used to, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Then we realized we gave them the good stuff. Like we kind of, do you guys want to swap? Like we made a mistake. Like
you really did. And now we're just all living the good life down here. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh well. Mistakes happen.
But to be fair, Lynn's actually was born north of you, just so you know, James. You knew that, right?
Yeah, I was born in Ireland. You know that, James?
Oh, you were born in Ireland? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Where in Ireland, Lynn?
In Dublin.
Okay.
Whenever I tell people, it's like, oh, that makes sense. Red hair, freckles, of course. I'm a fake Aussie. I was adopted into Australia as a child.
All right, Phil, clicking some buttons out of the big blind. Damian raising under the gun. Phil taking ace 4. I kind of like it. Matt, this is one of these spots where when I'm doing commentary, I'm always like, wow, how do people balance these spots? Like, how often do we call here? How often do we 3-bet? And I think with Phil's stack size in this tournament and Damian now being comfortably ahead of Mulder, it's a good spot to go after him. But Salas clicks the 4-bet. Wow. Here we go. I mean, going to win the pot. I was going to say, Matt, obviously a hand he's got to continue with, but elects to do so by 4-betting.
If you're Mighall, you just got to let this go, right?
You do. You just got to, I tried, and you got to let it go. It's interesting, though, because, I mean, there aren't, it's a weird one. You've got like, the ICM guys are probably screaming at the computer if I say this wrong, but it's kind of a spot where there aren't that many hands Salas actually wants to 4-bet call off with, because he does cover Mulder. At the same time, if he does double up there, then he's chip leading the tournament. So maybe there are more than I would perhaps first think. But therefore you can kind of slip in some more 4-bets as bluffs like he did there. But great stuff, and the final's heating up, Matt. Say as the blinds go up as well.
Definitely has 500,000 and a million now with 125K big blind. Yeah, they've got the Irish spelling in your name, Lynn. Do you see this?
I noticed that.
That is not how you spell her last name.
Or is it like a German spelling or something?
Oh, that's good. All right, look at this. Phillip Mighall has made a hand on the flop here with his king 5 over the king 6. And has bet 2 million into Damian Salas.
And yeah, Damian calling, king of diamonds. We got a 6, plenty of backdoors. We've got king high. But again, this was raised pre-flop looking at the pot size. Just trying to work out. Yeah. So Phil just 3x from the small. I like to see him go a little bit bigger out of the small, but you do get to raise a lot more. And he checks that turn card, which is obviously supposed to be a bad one for his range against Damian's peel and then flop call, but pretty grim river. And this will go check now. I don't think Damian. Actually, no, maybe Damian does try and squeeze something out of this, but I'm not sure. I think, given what we've seen of Damian already, Matt. Yeah, and
yes,
Damian's taken a slightly conservative lines in these spots. Yeah, it does check back. I say slightly conservative, it's probably check anyway, but I wasn't surprised. We're not surprised to see him go that way.
That's it, yeah. Ooh, and king's right back for Damian Salas.
Here we go. It's the Salas
Furnival's Dan Furnival's checked in the chat. He said he's great to see Dempsey still in the funds, working away.
Still in the what, sorry?
Making the funds, he said, working. He's glad to see you working on the stream.
Everyone, see, Lynn, this is all the people I play golf with. They're all just happy to see I'm earning, so they can earn. See, this is what it comes to, huh? Vultures.
Salas raises 2-3 million, and he will take this pot down. Lynn, we got a lot of stuff to ask you as we come back on the other side of a short break, which we are going to be taking right now. We go to this break with 4 players remaining, and Phillip Mighall in the chip lead, 77 big blind, 76,695,000. When we come back, we'll get a little bit closer to that $1.7 million payday.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable. Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman,
Alex Foxen,
Jeff Hum,
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Partypoker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livia Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livia Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livia Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livia should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. What could you buy with $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT main event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zerjav, and right behind him is day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simionato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Partypoker TV Twitch stream from 8 PM BST, and then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're going to play, get your entry in as soon as possible, because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a $25K high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck, everybody. Play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair, with people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys. Legends. Fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.
And we are back four-handed here in the $10,000 main event. Lynn, take it away. That's your spot.
We are
Why am I
four-handed,
doing
but
it?
there's
Go,
about
Lynn.
$4 million
Go, Lynn.
in prize money on this table right now. That's all you need to know. I just can't imagine how these players will be feeling.
Probably pretty
we
good.
Have a Brit. We even have a Brit at the final table, which is great.
Yeah.
Did you know that James Dempsey is a WPT champion?
I did
you know that, Lynn?
that.
Okay.
When did you win it,
tournament
James?
Did you win?
I won it. Oh God, this is 9 years ago. 2011, December 2011. Yeah.
What event was
just
it?
Turned 21.
Oh, Matt, you love having fun, don't you?
He won Bellagio.
Oh.
You know, the Bellagio? Yeah, the biggest event. Where first place is always over $1 million. So
you can't do this twice in the same show, Matt. Come on. You can't just,
well, she hasn't heard
everyone,
it, so.
Every guest that comes in, you can't
Why, did he win the
So,
smallest
Lynn.
Bellagio event we've had? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Hey, look, any money in the pocket is a win.
There we go.
That's right.
He's just jealous, isn't he,
All
Lynn?
right.
That's what it is.
I am. I would love to be on the Champions Cup, the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Look at this bet.
Yeah. Mulder,
What?
he's taken a stride towards getting on that Champions Cup. Yeah, just 3-bet rip, 25 bigs from the small. It's all good over Blaz's open. Plenty of hand here. Way the shortest. There's no real ICM pressure on him.
And that raise will get the job done for the King Jack. Okay. Mighall has
So James,
queens now.
how many days have you spent on this on this commentary for the past couple of months? Have you been on almost every single day?
Lynn, you said you've done 2 films. I haven't changed t-shirt or hat since the last time you saw me. I've not left this seat. I've just been locked in here.
I know. I could just imagine you in this dungeon, and you probably don't even wear pants. You probably just sit there in your underwear every day. 2020 has changed us.
That hasn't changed. That's how life always was. It's just now it's acceptable.
You see that I put a suit and tie on, Lynn, just because I wanted to honor Mike Sexton at the main event. So
show us your boxer short on the bottom half. Let's go. Stand up.
Oh, this is scary. Oh, it's gone blank.
Oh, look, it's like it got blurred out by the security team.
Yeah, thank the intervention there of technology.
It's fine, you know. You got to dress up for the championship event, that's for sure.
Look, I did put sparkles on, but they're not quite translating on camera. This top does have sparkles. I tried a main event sparkle, but I will be honest, I do have, I can't even see, my basic pajama pants on the bottom half. That's what I'll forever be grateful for 2024.
But yeah, Lynn, to answer your question, I've been it's actually the last few weeks have been a bit more chill because we've had obviously such a great team of people doing these. Matt's been jumping on a lot of the final tables, and I mean I can't even list all the people we've had on, Matt, doing the final tables with you. It's been a little calmer in the last few weeks, but yeah, basically since April time, maybe certainly by May, I was just doing commentary. It seems like I've done at least 1 day a week since then. There's been no kind of lull on Party. We've just had event after event. We of course had the first WPT online series that was already planned, as it were, and then Party put on the High Roller Club, and then as soon as that finished, we jumped into this WPT series, which has been going for 2 months now. Like, it's crazy.
Both players flop a pair here, and Blaz has bet 1 million with the 9-6, but Teun Mulder does have an ace, so he does make the call.
Yeah, and
turn card Jack.
Yeah, I mean, Blaz isn't putting any more chips in this pot. He's done with it. Not being a hand now, other than some bad spades. But yeah, Lynn, we've still got another week. We've got the 25k and the 100k next week. There's the high roller, the super high roller. Going to be pretty exciting.
High roller week. And didn't we just hit our $100 millionth during the week? Like, this is bananas.
Yeah, the prize pools, I think, have now eclipsed 100 million for the series. So,
$100 million. I can't comprehend that amount of money.
Well, if you're a WPT champion like James Dempsey, you can, but I can't either, to be honest.
What would be the first thing, like if you did win this 1.7 million, what would be, Matt Savage, the first thing that you purchase?
I would buy a golf membership at a nearby golf course. That's what
James?
I would do. And then I'd give the rest to Marianne.
Wow.
Oh, that metaphorical money trying to get brownie points.
Ooh, Mulder popping out the 3-bet here, and good timing. Salas trying to get one through with Queen 7 of Hearts. Mulder having none of it. The short stack's having a little battle, as Phil's position kind of is looking pretty good here. The other three all around 40 bigs. He has 80. Gives him a great advantage four-handed to apply some pressure, as the others are going to look to potentially ladder up. Phil gets to just stretch out ahead. Yeah, Lynn, what would 1.7 million? What would the first thing I'd buy? Yeah. It's a good question. I'd buy
an old famous line.
No, I was gonna, Matt.
Line.
I'm saving that one for the day that I do win $1 million. I'm saving that one. Like,
have you ever heard this one, Lynn?
No.
It says, James, what are you going to do when you win $1 million?
Well, I'm gonna
cue you up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay off my debts.
What about the rest?
What about the rest? Well, the rest they'll just have to wait.
Is this an actual quote from your actual winner interview? Is this what I'm hearing?
This is
no. I believe that was Sam Grizzle or somebody. Sam Grizzle or
it wasn't. I can't remember who it was, but it was it was brilliant.
Oh, Thor Hansen. Thor Hansen. That's
it.
Thor
Hansen. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll just have to wait.
What about the rest? Well, the rest will just have to wait. Brilliant. Hello. Salas getting out of line here, guys, and he's going to get himself some trouble because there's no way Mulder's folding this one just yet. Check raising that bottom pair and a gut shot. And yikes. I mean, the good news is here he still beats all the missed draws. I mean, he loses to all the kind of value hands that are sticking around, so I don't think he needs to follow through here. Yeah, it does check him. Even now, Mulder here, it's... Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him check that back. I was going to say, I mean, you kind of... Obviously, the deuce of diamonds, you block some diamonds. You got an ace, but it's the worst ace. Your hands like 7, 8 aren't necessarily that wild about the spot. You still lose to 5, 6 straight.
Lynn and I are never checking 3 aces. Sorry, James. We're never checking.
You can't.
I just did the conversion. Can you believe 1.7 million US dollars is 2.35 million Australian dollars? That's beautiful.
Used to be about equal.
I know.
Crazy.
Wait, what is
We've
that?
got a long way down here.
Yeah, well, let me have a look. What is it to the pound? It's like 2-1 now. I kind of remember it being. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I can't remember. I went to Australia once and it felt great because everything seemed really cheap. But I think it was like 3-1 or something then.
We've got the crazy 8 hand here. Good hand for my savage beat. The crazy 8s. It's 8s and deuces for both players. One with a 9 kicker and one with a 5 kicker, but a backdoor spade flush draw. So Damian Salas is probably not going to get out of this hand, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good spot for him now. Obviously, good chance of a chop. And as the spade draw, like you say. And Blaz with clear bet. Loads of draws you can rep. Hands you want to protect against, hands you can get value against. And obviously the deuce is the least likely card Damian's going to have. Of course, he's going to fold hands, you know, like the 9 deuce offsuit, the deuce 6 offsuit, all these garbage hands from the small. So, and there it is,
all
chop on the end.
Right.
But again, I mean, all these draws have missed, guys. And when all the draws miss, you get to value bet a little bit wider because there's so many bluffs you can have. So just to see if Blaz does go for a bet in our case, he happy to check it back. Man, I'm seeing that Hammer's just still giving me a lot of grief about my hat. Like, it's just about in the chat.
I'll tell you. He asked what you did with your $1 million. And he says that Dempsey doesn't own pants. And then he said he spent all your money on an enormous hat. Then he chimes in on Lynn. He says you'd be wearing the same bottoms as Ike. Ike was probably in pajamas also.
I did see a lovely comment. Now I can't find it. I don't know who said it now. But they said that James is the beating heart of party poker. It was a lovely comment.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah, the money's in the mail. Like,
I do love
Us
that.
Friendly Fire says James is a legend. Legendary status confirmed in the chat, James.
all right, there we go.
That's right.
It's about time I got my recognition. I think at this point, Lynn, what it is anybody who can't stand me has just given up at this point. They realize every time they turn it on, here I am. So we're just left with the poor suckers who've like been whittled down emotionally to accepting me in their lives. It's kind of how I make friends as well, to be honest. I just pester them until they just give up.
In that Dempsey dome, what is your ritual? Is there something you have to have on that desk with you while you're streaming? Is there an arrangement of drinks and assortment? Like, do you clean up, or is it a giant mess?
Well, then I did just clean up in that last break because we had the empty wine glass from earlier in the evening when I was thinking, okay, we'll get on the wine going, and then it's like, okay, actually this stream's going to take quite a while, isn't it? And so then we had the coffee, and now we're just on water for this session. You gotta,
so professional.
You got to balance it. I thought,
I got my Baccarat crystal.
Hey.
Here we go. Now, what have I got on here? I've got a phone charger. That's always key. You can't, go back to the back.
Very important.
That's about it. The microphone's quite key. The camera. Yeah.
You just got the bare minimum. You're a minimalist. The basics.
Yeah, well, no, there's junk here. There's like random stuff that just doesn't need to be on my desk. But now you pointed it out, all I can think about is that. I mean, I need a break so I can clean my desk, guys. This is it. Actually, no, it's pretty
Yeah, this
clean.
series has been going on quite a while, has it not, James? And it's not over yet. Coming
July.
up on the 19th is the $5 million guaranteed $25,500 high roller. It's a day 1A and 1B, followed by the $1 million guaranteed 3,200 Turbo Championship, a mini turbo for $320 and $300,000 guaranteed, a micro mini for $33 and $100K guaranteed, and then the big one, the $102,000 buy-in super high roller with a $3 million guarantee. So the fun is not over yet. James, still got ways to get your way into that 100K as well. I think for as little as they usually do them as a dollar, but I'm not sure that one probably a $10, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think.
From as little as $3.30, I'm reading right here, you can win your
Yeah.
way into the 100K tournament. $3.30. That would be a sweet spin up.
Hey guys, speaking of sweet spots, Damian Salas here in one. He actually flopped 2 pair here. Just called Phil's flop bet, and I mean, obviously from his point of view, he's loving life. Now got a full house. Phil's going to be a little concerned about that card. On the flop, Phil was, pardon me, I've completely misread the hand. I don't know what's going on here. I thought Phil had queens. I'm going crazy.
It's been a long day.
How have I seen? Oh, it's tight. Matt, you were talking about how long this series has been going on for. The first one was July the 17th. See, I finally cracked. Like two months to the day, basically. Like 2 months, and I've finally broken. I'm reading Queen 10 offsuit. Maybe that's why I'm doing commentary instead of playing, because I see Queen 10 offsuit and I think queens. So it's starting to add up. Wow. Yeah.
And Salas putting no aggressive action into this pot at all to this point. I imagine he will if Mighall makes a bet here.
Phil.
Or if he checks.
Phil's seen this one before. Yeah, and then Damian, I guess, is going to go pretty big. I mean...
You would think that Phillip would call with queens here. Oh, he doesn't have queens. Queen 10. So he does fold.
If you won the final table for the 1.7, would you enter the 100K high roller?
No.
No? Savage, would you do it?
That's a good question. Probably not.
It's just a tickle into 1.7 million.
Wow, Lynn's such a punter.
That's true.
Such a punter. Like just rips off the 1.7 million, just starts flicking in the 100Ks. Like probably has every entry as well, because hey, whatever, like 1.5's got a nice round ring to it. In fact, Lynn, the last time we did
down. What was Ike talking about? That like non-linear scale of the value of the dollar or something? Surely 1.7 million's got to affect that scale.
Yeah.
I do love it when the internet young kids talk about stuff and you're kind of looking at them going, what are you talking about? And you ask them and they're like, you don't know? And it's like, no, I don't know. I really don't. Sorry.
I mean, I should know this.
Right,
Lynn, the last time we spoke, I think you were off to spend a day hanging around in a casino or something. That was...
Oh, yes. And I was supposed to degen on the tables because there's no poker tables going at the moment because of the 6 feet rule. Yeah, I didn't degen though. I actually didn't even enter the gaming floor because we were just upstairs. Angel was streaming for he does a commentary for WPT Mexico. And so we had this like boardroom upstairs for him to use the internet connection because we had a terrible Airbnb at the time. So yeah, I had no degen stories. I was supposed to have a full adventure on Instagram.
Yeah, you let us down.
Henry. I know, I let you down. Sorry.
Henry's going to be very upset when I tell him that you have let him down. Phil's throwing a second bullet here. Interesting hand selection.
Meanwhile, we have a hand here with a straight draw and top pair, and Salas goes away with that. Maybe that's a misclick. I don't think we've ever seen any misclicks on these tables I've been streaming.
Wait,
I imagine you see some from time to time.
I mean, I know I read queens in the hand pulled down queens, but Salas did have an ace there, right, guys?
Yes, he did.
Okay, I'm at a loss to explain that one.
Yeah, he had ace 8 of hearts.
Yeah, I mean, he called an open small to button and then check called flop and then folds for really small sizing. That's yeah, I can't work that one out.
Dustin Hammer is not letting up here.
You know, it's water off a duck's back, Matthew. I'm immune to the abuse at this stage.
All right, we'll probably get a hand here. Ace 8 for Damian Salas and King 9. Salas made it 2 million and Vaz raised to 6.5, the 3-bet.
And again, it's just these are tough spots. We got huge pay jumps, and these three are not dissimilar in chips. Blaz, Damian, and Mulder. And there you go. Damian folds the ace 8, and that's a real tough spot. I don't even know what I'm doing there. Again, the ICM wizards will know the correct answer. Obviously, you'd like to play the ace 8 of clubs. I'm not sure whether we're just folding because of the situation.
And Phillip Mighall with 5-3 of diamonds. Likely playing this one, he's raising. And we know that Damian Salas will be coming along for the ride or making it a 3-bet with his ace king.
Yeah, we're just going to go upstairs. And this is one we don't mind getting in, so I expect he's going to come out with obviously a smaller sizing here than just the rip. But yeah, take it to 9 million.
Does make it 9.
Yeah, Phil's just done with it.
Damian Salas wins it. A guy like me loves to see a little, I want to see a flop. I got 5-3 of diamonds. I want to see a flop.
And Matt, that's why you'd have busted out on day one. Like, you just...
That is probably true.
You'll be in there telling a story. Yeah, there you go. There's a good spot. The guys are talking in the chat. I might reach the 25k if I won the 1.7 million, but at 25k, 5 million guaranteed.
Really?
That's a lot of juice in there. But the 100k, man, those guys are tough. 25k, man, we'll give it a spin.
See, now we're talking.
You get the gamble out. See, Lynn, you strike me as someone you'd like win the World Series main and then just go reg the one drop. Just go smash $1 million in one tournament.
Look, double or nothing. Let's go.
I mean, I admire it. I can't endorse it, but I do admire it.
I'm just kidding. I'm an advocate for responsible choices in life. Okay, kids?
Salas gets this one through with a 7-3 of hearts on a 2-heart board.
And this tournament feels like we need someone to take control here.
Yeah.
A good question actually come in here, Lynn. I mean, you play poker, you can help me out on this one. But Smithy's asked here, does anyone actually like tournament directors, or are they just a necessary evil?
Well, it depends on what side of the argument you're on, because they could be a necessary protection.
I don't know. Feels like we don't need them online. That's the beautiful thing. Everything just runs smoothly.
Savage, how would you answer that question?
Depends on the tournament director, is my opinion.
Matt, I've got to ask: is that just Coke, or is that rum? Is that a rum and Coke? I need to know.
Neither. It is iced tea.
Oh, well,
just iced tea.
Let down.
I missed it earlier, but I'm actually vegetarian for 3 days straight because I lost a bet to Marianne. I lost the last long.
Oh,
Yeah, apparently it's not vegan because she just cooked some mushrooms and green beans for me with butter. So I got to go with just vegetarian.
For 3 days. And what is this, day 1?
This is day 2.
How are you going?
I'm going okay. Lost 3 pounds yesterday. So I guess that's good.
3 days isn't long enough.
Yeah, I know. I may go longer.
No, you won't.
You should make it 3 weeks, and then you tell me how you're feeling. You'll feel like a new man.
Right. No, thank you. All right. Blaz is going to win this pot if he doesn't get bluffed out of it.
Yeah, Mulder fired off on the turn there. Obviously, I mean, it's one of these weird ones. One of the hands that makes it pretty bad to 3-barrel, given we've got a heart and a 7. But obviously, could rep a lot of hands on a lot of rivers with a blocker to the straight and a blocker to the flush. So if one of those draws had completed, he would have followed through that bluff. But on a brick river, wasn't going to and didn't get the option anyway. Blaz leading on the end.
You guys, Justin Hammer says that it's been his life's mission to get a shout out from me.
Ooh.
Justin, I'm happy to deliver on your life mission. You have made it, Justin. Here is your shout out.
Thank you, Lynn. That's great. I hope you were gonna hold out on that, but that's all right. The stream team is trying to protect James Dempsey from the abuse.
The team.
But that's all right. That's our stream team.
From what
You're not
abuse?
involved in that. All right, King 5 and King 10, and a raise and a 3-bet by Phillip Mighall, who has King 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and Matt, these are the spots that obviously Ike was talking about before. I think it was Ike or Jason. These hands, these are the ones that turns out are the pretty good ones to make big bluffs with. These suited kings. You block a lot of the continues. You block a lot of the strongest hands. Obviously, this is a bad example case, as Phil flops nothing but backdoor diamonds. Blaz with top pair, and I mean he's going to call this in position, of course, and then potentially put the whole lot in on turns and rivers. Phil's gone pretty small though here, actually. 5.5 into 19, 18. Yeah, Blaz decides just to raise it here. Doesn't want to give a free card. And at the same time, obviously, has a really strong hand. Can definitely get Phil to commit with worse. And that's that. It might not look like the biggest pot, guys, but that is hugely significant because it changes this dynamic now. As all 4 of these guys now within, kind of 50% of each other, as it were. Phil and Blaz with 60 bigs. The other 2 with 40. Be interesting to see if Blaz now decides to run with this. Obviously, opening Queen 10, he would do that anyway. But whether if he just inches that little bit ahead, he starts to really apply pressure on these guys. So there you go. He tries at the first instance, and Teun Mulder comes out of nowhere and pops in a little 3-bet and will win this one. I don't see how Blaz can continue with Queen 10 offsuit.
Got a hold of a few new chips, so maybe he wants to test them out. But he doesn't.
Nope.
Like Blaz and Phillip are just about even in chips here. Both with 60 bigs.
Yeah, this is real tight now.
I wonder if all these guys are sitting alone right now, or do they have their friends around them? It's so surreal. This is life-changing money. Imagine if you're just sitting in your office at home, in your bedroom, your lounge room, or in the kitchen table. What does their setting look like? It's wild.
Yeah, we've done some of the interviews with these guys, and a lot of them have just been sitting at home by themselves. You know.
Imagine becoming a millionaire in your pajamas.
It's true. Like in some time zone where it's 2 a.m. on a what day am I even on? It's 2 a.m. on a Wednesday night, and you're like, okay, I just won $1 million. Go, oh no, everyone's asleep. Yeah, what are we gonna do?
I know. Surely their friends are watching this stream right now. Anyone who's on Twitch who's friends with these guys, pop in the chat. Like, I want to know. Do they have a rail of 10 on Skype right now or something? Is there people in the room? It's amazing.
Lynn, some actresses have made more wearing less than pajamas, just so you know.
Oh, good one, Matt.
Look at James shaking his head.
This is why, guys, we should never let Matt be in charge of anything. He gets a little carried away.
You guys, you've seen.
If it wasn't for this awkward little delay that we have, then you would have actually got that joke in with good timing. Sorry.
Dude, just try and play a cash game with Lynn when she's had a bit of the drink, as you might call it. Yeah. She's got the
that's when my Irish colours come out.
Yeah. It's a great time, though. It is a great time.
I suddenly become a very generous poker player when I've had a few drinks. I just think.
Game you don't want to miss, James.
That's the kind of poker player I want to play with, the generous one. They're the one. There's always a seat. We'll make it 11-handed. Come on in. Like. All right,
we did play a 1-2 game at one of our partner casinos, Thunder Valley, and it was a 1-2 game, and I think the average pot was like $600, something like that.
Right.
It's a pretty big game.
Thunder Buddies, huh?
Thunder Buddies.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I fed Angelica Hale's family for a month in one hand because I had top hair. Like it was just absurd.
It was. Yeah, between her and Angelica, there was some foul language going on that night.
She's an Aussie as well. We sometimes speak like truck drivers.
I like how Matt feigns sensitivity to such stuff. Like,
yes, I mean, exactly.
No, he's so innocent.
It bothered me. I had to leave the game. It was so bad. Of course, I was out of chips too, so that was part of it. Look at this. Phillip Mighall's made a straight.
Yeah, and Damian with the double gutter 3 or a 7 gets him there, and this is interesting actually because Phil elected to limp this one from the small, where he's been raising a lot from the small to big. He's changed tact here and limped in, and it's going to look pretty good here because Damian's going to fire here. Surely, okay. Hey, trying to see who bet this flop. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see a follow up there, but yeah, and yeah, Phil just gets to set his price here. Damian's going nowhere.
Ooh, just checks it again.
Oops, out another check. I'm not. I mean, in this instance, this is going to work out really nicely, Matt, the check, because Damian's found that 9. But I think he just checks back a lot of hands.
That's bet small.
Yeah, and I mean, I could say this is the perfect line Phil's taken against his hand, but I think I'd much rather just see a bet on the river. Like, Damian just checks back so many hands that would call a bet. Wow, gone huge sizing. Smash the pot button. It's just tough because for exactly those reasons I just said, guys, you'd expect Phil to bet his strong hands on this run out because Damian is going to check back, those for 5x to deuce x, maybe even some 4x. But he gets away from it.
Well done, Damian.
So, Savage, can we rewind back to this vegetarian bet? That's
Okay.
quite a high stakes bet for you to commit to 3 days of a
It
vegan
is.
diet
It
initially.
was,
So what was the bet?
so it was to last longer in our Club WPT tournament, and if it went the other way, she had to fast for 3 days, water fast, because I can do
Oh,
that,
wow.
and she can't. So yeah, that was actually a high stakes bet, and of course I lost again. I lose to her all the time.
So this seems like a very fair bet. So Marianne would have to fast, and you just have to go vegetarian. I mean,
yes,
like nice negotiating. You've always been amazing at negotiating bets. I have to give it to you. Like, you've always got the best.
I think it's actually the tough. It might be tougher my way, but I'm not sure. I got to pick my bets.
Oh, please.
So
that is true.
He's non-stop, isn't he? Lynn, he's non-stop. He's non-stop.
All right,
this guy. Damian
Salas,
Salas. Yeah.
Top pair.
Loving life here.
Yeah.
Limp pot. Has his man drawing near dead. Just an 8. And Blaz probably have to call one here with getting 4-1. 9 of spades. Maybe even raise. It's potential. I mean, it's the best hand to raise with, the best card to raise with 9 of spades. But and brick on the end. Damian can just bet small again, I think. Or check. Either's fine.
3.4.
He's bet pretty big, actually. I mean, the thing is, Blaz check back, so probably doesn't have a 10. The cool turn can have a jack. He's going to bet some 7x on the flop. I mean, I kind of like it for all the reasons that, that Damian does have a lot of bluffs there, potentially, but I might go smaller sizing with that particular hand.
Lynn, tell us a little bit about what's going on Tuesday. What are you doing Tuesday? You are allowed to talk about this. I have confirmed. So tell us about what's happening on Tuesday night.
So on Tuesday night, it's actually Mike Sexton's birthday that day. So we are celebrating his life on his birthday. It's a virtual ceremony to celebrate Mike. I have the great honor of emceeing the event. And we'll hear from some of Mike's dearest friends along his extraordinary life that he had. That man lived 10 lives. He had so many outrageous achievements throughout his life. Like, he was an accomplished ballroom dancer, gymnast, paratrooper, jumping out of planes, and then obviously all of his poker achievements, which we all know him for. There's so many parts to his life. So you'll learn a bit about that during the ceremony. And then afterwards is the virtual reception of sorts with Savage, who he'll host that, which was like a session of storytelling, which is exactly what Mike wanted. It's his request. He wanted, obviously, because Mike just spent his life telling stories all the time. He wants everyone to come together and tell stories together. So let's continue his legacy and celebrate his life by telling stories.
Funny stories, and I know you're going to drop a story yourself or two, Lynn, in my section, and also James has agreed to come by along with Jason Koon and Ike Haxton. So it's going to be a fun night to celebrate a legend of the game and a legend of life for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
yep.
Meanwhile, this one, Salas has flopped pretty strong here, guys. Top and bottom with backdoor clubs. I think the pot size, I'm guessing TN's open button here filled, peeling from the small with 4s. And not wild about that. 40 effective, but hey, you got to see a flop 3 ways. Does miss, of course, and it checks through. And this should check to Damian now, who really can bet pretty big here. Gets to have lots of hands at the big blind, of course. Well, not all the 2 pairs. I mean, he's folding the Queen 5, Queen 6 offsuit combo, same as 10-5, 10-6, but has all the suited combos. And also has plenty of draws it's going to want to bluff with, so does bet here, but he goes pretty small. Small enough that it may give Mulder a small decision. The King of Spades is not a great card to have. You want Salas to have some flush draws, and you want him to have some straight draws, blocking both of those, but the 6 does obviously block some 2 pairs. Yeah, he does cool.
Mighall gets rid of those 4s. Okay, so we haven't seen any sets today, which is pretty amazing. With all the pairs that we've had today. That 3 on the river is a brick for Teun Mulder, and we'll have to see how Damian plays this one.
Yes, I mean, yeah. Plenty of those draws did miss, of course. Salas goes pretty big, but Mulder's going to have far better than the 6 with some draw blockers to call with, so it does let it go. And
there's a debate over the.
Go on.
Oh, sorry. There's a debate over the pronunciation of our Brit's name.
Yeah,
Saying a lot saying it's Phillip Mighall.
Well, it technically, I mean, it's an Irish name that would be pronounced Mar, but Phil, who I've known for over a decade, it's he would pronounce it Phil Miguel. But
there you go.
To make it
Argument
easier,
settled, you guys.
Everyone knows him as Phil Royale because that's his online screen name. So he's always just known as Phil Royale. To make it.
Well, wouldn't it be fitting if? Well, let's see if he can win this with a royal flush.
There we go.
It's interesting that somebody's name is pronounced as you would want it to. You're the person that gets to say how your name's pronounced, right?
Right.
Like you are Lynn Gilmartin, but you pronounce it Lynn Gilmartin. Right?
Yeah, but it's always weird when people imitate me and say it that way. I don't hear the lack of the pronunciation of the R that the Australian accent has. We just drop the letter R. But this is actually a constant conversation I have with my husband, Angel, because I call him Angel because that's the way his name is spelt, and it's the greatest name in the world. But he, because it's a Spanish name, he's Mexican, he pronounces it Angel. Yeah. But I want to say Angel.
I mean, to be fair, James, we renamed the whole World Poker Tour because of Lynn. It's now. Oh, did I drop? It's now the World Poker.
We can only hope,
we
can only hope we dropped him. What's that? Sorry, Matt, go on.
It's the World Poker Tour.
Oh.
Poker Tour.
Say it, Lynn.
Poker Tour.
It's the World Poker Tour.
Yeah.
The World Poker Tour?
Like that too, actually. Either way you say it, it's great.
This just descended at this point into a farce. This is.
I remember when I first started with the WPT, I was really perplexed by this because it was really hard for me to say it and not feel subconscious about how I said World Poker Tour. Like now, obviously, it's just the way I say it. But because I said it so drastically different to Mike and Vince, and it almost didn't make sense to an American what I'm saying, I was like, should I say it with more of an American accent? And I remember Adam was like, no, just be yourself. Don't you dare change your voice. I'm like, okay. No one understands me though. But now it's done.
Great. We love it. We love it. Believe me, it's perfect the way it is.
Thank you.
The good thing about that, if you were conscious about how you're pronouncing it, I'm sure, Matt being the great statue he has in the World Poker Tour, he put you at ease and helped you out with it, right? He didn't make your life difficult or anything like that.
Yeah, he's very supportive. He's like the real one that you can turn to know that he'll give you encouragement at any moment of weakness.
I made a great bet, and I think I won it. I had to pay it off, but I think I still won that bet. And the bet was,
way.
would she become a diva in 2 years or less? And literally for 2 years, she held her tongue. But the minute I paid off the $100, the next thing she said was makeup. I'm like, makeup? Where are you, makeup? And I'm like, you waited 2 years and 5 minutes to turn into a diva. That's all right. She's a good diva.
This is coming from the ultimate diva that any of us would probably know.
That's not true.
Matt Savage, ultimate diva, the nuts in terms of diva scale.
See, this is why you guys watching. You have to get yourselves qualified for some World Poker Tour events. You have to see this bickering that goes on in person. You got.
We really are a family. The WPT family. We call each other. Matt's my big bro.
It is. It's a highly dysfunctional family, but it's certainly great, very entertaining. Like,
hey, what family is functional? Come on.
It's true.
Yeah, and that's why you're going to hear some great stories about Mike on Tuesday, because everybody says you can never say a bad word about Mike, but I've got a few to say. No, but not bad. But just,
no, not about my Uncle Mike.
Oh boy. He used to cuss me out like nobody's business. When I made the structure so deep at the final tables, they lasted 10 hours. He would just be like, oh, he was so mad at me. Oh, so great. Be like 3 in the morning and he'd still be sitting there.
I wish that he would needle me. He was like such a good needler. He would be so good at it, but because he was such a gentleman, he would be so polite to me, So I always got to witness the needling to the boys, but he would never ever do it to the girls. He was just such a gentleman.
Yeah, he turned on me a few times, that's for sure. It was all worth it though.
Phil's found an ideal turn card here, guys, on the turn, picking up that 9 bets, and Damian folds. And we'll see what happened if it hadn't come a 9. Would Phil have won that pot? And he does retake a slender lead, Phil, but it's very. Guys, there's not a lot of fireworks that's taking place here. We're not seeing that many hands clash. It just seems fairly stagnant. I mean, credit to the structure the way it is. It gives these guys so much time to build up a dynamic, pick and choose spots.
Yeah, you'd think they were playing for millions of dollars. Jeez.
There we go.
Damian Salas with 3s here. Still the best hand, but Blaz does have the flush draw and the overcards. These are the hands that are tricky for me to play, James. How do you play them?
Say again, sorry?
You're out of position with 3s on a flop like that.
You just check fold. I mean, there's nothing good can happen. Okay, call 1 for 1 blind, but I don't know. There's no real improvement here, right? If you've got a hand like 5 deuce, it's better because you've got outs to improve. But with 2 3s, it's just very hard to win at showdown.
Still yet to see that set, that's for sure. So Lynn, we had a player in today for just $22, and he took home $391,000. And they did such a great job with satellites here on Party Poker, and the High Roller series is actually coming up. The High Roller satellites are coming up, and you can win your way into the $25,500 satellite for just $2.20. And they have 40 satellite seats being won into that High Roller 25K. So it's a $5 million guarantee. It's looking forward to that. And then after that, they have the 102,000, where they're going to have phase qualifiers, and you can win your way into that one for just $3.30. Can you imagine playing in a 100K event for just $3.30. That would be awesome.
That's amazing. You can't even buy a cup of coffee for that amount.
What I like, Matt,
Exactly.
about those ones as well is the qualifiers. In those events, the satellites, you can't buy into the final stage, right? So you have to come in from stage before. So for example, for the 100K, the maximum you can pay to enter the satellite is 1K. Like you can't buy into the 10K stage. And the same with the 25Ks, the maximum you can buy in for is 265. So rather than we see a lot of these satellites, we see the likes of Teun, Mulder, or, the big crushers playing these big satellites. The idea in this is to, hang on a second, let's make the satellite winners, less likely to be the guys who might buy in. So it's going to be fun.
That's
those
genius.
Satellites are going to have even better value. Yeah.
We did have the guy in this event, the $10,000 event. He was in for how much? For like 50 cents or something like that. And every time he played the satellite, he wanted into the next stage, and he says, "Okay, well, I'll just cash out now." And he's like, "No, you got to play the next one and the next one." And you end up getting all the way into this event for just 55 cents. So it can be done. Folks. It can be done.
All right, King Deuce, King 5. Blinds up. 6-12. Small increase, but it'll take its toll. You see it takes Mulder below 30 blinds, but you go get Salas to lay down a king in the big blind. They're playing snug. Like you say, Lynn, you think they're playing for millions of dollars.
And with that, we will go to another break here with 4 players left. And Phillip Mighall with the lead, 54 big blind, 64 million. But everybody within striking distance, Teun Mulder still with 30 bigs. We'll come back and see what happens after a short break.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum.
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Partypoker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place, when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livio Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livio Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livio Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livio should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Partypoker mini main event.
You love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. Could you buy $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT Main Event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zerjav, and right behind him is day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simionato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Partypoker TV Twitch stream from 8 PM BST, and then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're going to play, get your entry in as soon as possible because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a $25K high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck, everybody. Play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair, with people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day, like these guys, legends, fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.
And we're back at 600,000, 1.2 million, and still 4 players remaining. It's going to get a little higher now, so I think probably we'll lose a player soon, huh, James?
Yeah, I mean, you'd think so, Matt. It's been this way for a little bit, and it just seems that, as you'd understand, everyone here is playing a little risk adverse. I'd actually. Mulder would be the one that I thought, if he got the lead, would perhaps be the most active, but that just hasn't happened. Hard to call, man. We need the hands. We need the hands to clash. But yes, I agree with you. With the blinds going up, just all these sort of small to medium-sized pots become more significant, so the chance of disparity in chips increases, and then maybe we see someone kind of run with this a little bit.
This might be a good flop for Salas with the open-end straight draw and the flush draw.
Yeah.
Jack
checks it,
8
interestingly.
of hearts. He does make the call. The turn card is a king.
Yeah, so he went for the check call. Obviously, I mean, I'd probably prefer a stab because well, we just have so many good cards and we only have 6 high. At the same time, Blaz is going to check back a lot after stabbing flop, and you just get to bet the river, and you end up winning a bet more, and you get to see the river, as it were. So I can go on board with it. In this instance, he just makes his hand.
Damian does make the spade flush, but I don't know if that's going to be... 6 is probably a scary flush card for him, huh?
Yeah, it's just going for the check call. I think that's reasonable. You can't really go... Well, you could go for a little value. It seemed pretty thin. Check call's all good. There we go. Unless it's a bluff.
And Salas is going to make this call for sure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a call.
I hope so. There it is.
Yeah, we've seen some... Oh, hello. Who's that, Matt, you've got with you?
Oh.
This is Dempsey's dog. This is the dog that loves Dempsey. Dempsey has a great story about
Bella?
this dog, Bella. Yes.
Yeah.
Bella is so sweet to everybody except for James Dempsey.
Lynn, Bella is not my favorite dog.
Why?
So a few years ago, go around to Matt's house. He's having.
Bella's an inside dog. Bella does not go outside in the front yard ever. It's always in the backyard, if at all.
So we go around to Matt's, and he's having a party during the summer. There's a whole bunch of people there. I was playing a tournament because everyone else was terrible at poker. I was still in the tournament, so I got there after everyone else. I get down to the house. I open the door, and Bella just like runs out of the front of the house, and I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Marco's, like, oh, whoa, where's Bella? So I was like, God, Bella's like running into the street, and I was like, oh God. So I ran into the street, sort of, there's cars coming and going. Or I was like, oh, pick Bella up and obviously bring her back inside. And she was like biting away at me, or scratching me. She was obviously really panicked. And so I was getting bitten and scratched and all sorts. I was like, I just got to get her inside. Anyway, get her inside and, get her in. It's all good. And Matt just laughs at me. Marianne is actually, takes care of me, makes sure it's all good. So anyway, when I'm like, cleaning up my hand and stuff, but I realized the light-coloured shirt that I'm wearing is now rather brown.
Jumper. It was a white jumper.
Because Bella has got a little panicked. The old.
Oh, Bella.
The old thing. So yeah. So I walk in. I've been bitten to pieces, and Bella's shit all over me. Yeah, wonderful. Great start to the...
She literally shot herself. That's how scary you are, James.
Yeah. Like,
look at this precious little munchkin.
Yeah. Bella, my favorite.
She is a good dog now. She's really mellowed now. Both players with a 7 here. Ben Mulder with 7-6 and Phillip Mighall with a 7. And Teun does decide to bet it. And Phillip makes the call.
Yeah. Club, not ideal.
We have a special guest in our chat room, by the way. Norman Chad has joined us, and he's asked if the chat room is open or is it closed for repairs.
All right. Norman Chad.
Hi, Norman.
He's one of my favorite people on earth. Norman, we expect you to be there Tuesday. Don't forget. I know you have a poker game to play in, but I expect you to stop by. All right.
Did Matt Savage
Three
rent
on
a
the
dog
river.
for this live stream? He'll do whatever he can for views.
That's right.
This one's gonna go really nicely for Phil. He's gonna be up to 60 bigs after this hand, and Mulder down to just 21. And it's exactly the kind of these medium-sized pots now. We're going to see a little bigger shift in real chip turns, and yeah, Mulder being down to 20 bigs with 4 players. I mean, that's, you know, you're going to have to start jamming a lot of hands.
Yeah.
Bella's getting some love in the chat, but I'm not getting any love. I was the victim in the story. Let's remember. Like,
oh, she's a good dog. She is not the same dog that you met. You may have changed her.
yeah,
She is a good dog.
I have that effect.
James, a hit with the ladies, that's for sure.
Meanwhile, back in the poker game, Phil flopping a pair, checks it through. Salas drawing dead, and kind of bored guys where obviously with 3 high cards rather than 3 low cards, Phil is going to check his pairs with more frequency because Damian's drawing dead more often. So I think Damian has to be careful here whether to bet, because Phil can certainly have a 9 or a jack, and in this instance makes 2 pair on the end.
Phil's going to win this pot.
What is the situation, James, in England? Can you have people at your house? Like, would Phil have friends with him right now, do you think?
No, I think he'd be there with the wife, and I think he had 2 kids now. He's got one with one on the way. I lose track of these things, but no, yeah, the rules have just changed again in the UK. So there's the I can't even remember what it is now. Then I get so confused. But no, you can have 6 people in an indoor gathering, but only from 2 specific households. So you can't like invite 5 friends around to your house, but you can if you invite your family around, as it were. So yeah.
Right.
So yeah, he'd be a
lot of hearts.
He'd be chilling in there, working away on his own, I would imagine. I think that's the way you want to
with 3 hearts right now.
I wouldn't want, if you're playing like a huge table like this, you don't want other people there around you, and so you just leave me alone, let me do my thing. I'd have the phone away, I'd have everything away, and just focus. All right, yeah, Salas. Good timing. Finds Phil popping it up, as he should with King 3 suited, but don't think it's a hand he can continue with. I mean, we haven't seen Phil fight back against Salas, but I don't think Salas has been attacking Phil enough for him to have to adjust. So that's not a criticism of Phil. It's just Salas has kind of picked the spots quite nicely. And all right, Mulder with a hand that he'll want to get action with, but he won't, looking at the cards around. Don't think Blaz is going to open this. So question of whether to limp, allow Phil to raise and then limp jam. You could limp, call it off. You could raise and call it off. I mean, every option is available here. Let's go for the limp.
Mighall does check here with his Queen 3 of clubs. The flop is a open and straight for Teun Mulder with his 8s, a 7-10-9 flop. Still yet to see that set there, James.
Yeah, you're getting disappointed, but
I am. I want to see a set.
Maybe you will now.
Maybe you will now. That's right.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, but I mean,
still in the lead.
Yeah, pretty good flop for not having a set. Obviously, the 2-8s, 7-9, 10 open ender. Yeah, check the flop. No reason to bet against still, Matt. Want to keep some hands in. Want to list some bluffs. We've got lots of good cards we can hit the river.
And the river is a 10.
You could bet now. We can certainly get 7 to call. Deuce is going to call. Some ace highs, maybe even some king high. And Phil's going to have some of those that didn't raise pre-flop because Mulder can limit jam. So, yeah, it goes 2.2. I don't think Phil can call queen high. He doesn't. Let's it go.
Norman Chad's asking if I lost a bet, because why on earth would I join Matt and James? Wow. I'm suffering. This is my punishment for bad behavior.
I mean, be honest, Lynn, you probably couldn't sleep last night with excitement, could you?
Oh, of course.
Just
I was on the edge of my seat all morning, just waiting for my allocated time slot to join you guys. Waiting for Isaac Haxton to get off so I could really bring up the GTO strategy.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Well, he was getting a few things wrong. You know, Matt wasn't impressed. His success rate was dropping. He got to like below 92%, and Matt was like, "We're gonna pull this guy. Let's bring in the real wizard.
Give him the hook."
Yeah.
Heineken Bob, join the chat. Ace Deuce versus King Deuce.
Norman also says that the lockdown rules have just changed in Las Vegas. Matt Savage is not allowed in anyone's home, and if he wants to eat out, it's drive-through lane only. Just for Matt. The rest of Vegas can live as per normal.
There's no drive-through vegetarian, I don't think, yet. No drive-through vegetarian.
Yeah.
Yes. If anyone missed the note, Savage lost a bet and he is currently 1.5 days into a vegetarian diet right now. And look at the smile on his face. He's loving it. He's thriving.
I am. Renewed energy, everything. I've got it all. All right, here's a hand. We may see some action there, James. Ace 7, 6s, and Ace King. And Damian Salas with the button.
I mean, this is just a dream spot for Mulder. Of course, we're going to see a raise from the A7. And yeah, whether Blaz, how he plays this, I mean, whatever he does, obviously Mulder's going to put it in with the Ace King. And Blaz may go for a 3-bet. He does, makes it 9 million. And it's going to be very hard to fold when Mulder puts us in for 26 million on top. I mean, it's a pretty tight range, the cold 4-bet jam here. It's not like he's going to be light, but yeah, he's only got to call, what, 18 million to win 39. So pure chip-wise, it's a call. It's the ICM that's a bit of an issue, but I think there are enough hands like Ace King, Ace Queen. I don't know. This is close. I mean, chip-wise, we're calling, guys, but hey, I need the ICM wizards because I'm not one of them. Those guys will know.
Lynn, tell us. What's he supposed to do?
Oh, I would not be able to cope with this decision. I'd say I don't know. He doesn't do it.
Down.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he thinks. I mean, if he doesn't make that call, he's still second in chips. So
right, I'm leaning that way as well. It's obviously chip wise, you're gonna call, but it just if you get a call and lose there, you go so short. You call and win, sure you're chip leader, but the difference isn't the same as there's a difference between calling and losing. It's so devastating. You're so likely to come fourth.
Isn't it wild? These guys are literally making $1 million decisions right now.
Yeah. Well, if you get it in here, Lynn, and you're in a flip, you're talking the flips are worth 600-700K, something like that. So it's just humongous amounts of money. And look at this, Mulder gets ace king again, and just like that, a couple of 3-bets or a 4-bet in the last case, and now he draws level with the other 2 short stacks, and Phil still maintains that. Well, slightly more than the slender need, I'd say now, and it'd be interesting to see with them all so similar. Can he kick on? It's actually a better spot from before when Mulder was shorter because the other 2 would fold more now. They've got a little bit more incentive to fight, but Phil doesn't have quite that big enough lead yet that you can just kind of risk doubling one up, because if he did, he'd become the shortest stack. That's how fragile this final 4 has been.
Mighall's flopped a flush draw.
And in reply to Poker Bros' message on Partypoker TV Twitch channel, yeah, I'm reading both, guys, but yeah, Matt and Lynn were obviously also on the Wild Poker Tours Twitch channel, so they're reading from there. I'm reading from both as much as we can. So I'm seeing what you're saying, guys. I'm seeing what you're saying.
Where's our stream team?
Yeah. Mojo's told me that I could eat dairy on a vegetarian diet, so no more complaining. And yeah, I'm into the butter. The butter works for me.
Not that dairy's any good for you. That's the first thing you should cut out of your life. But anyway, there's another stream for that conversation.
Says the vegan. The vegan that eats eggs, by the way.
Me? I do. I eat eggs. I don't believe in labels. This is I don't label. I make choices one meal at a time. Let's not overwhelm ourselves with labels, because then you set yourself up for new rules. So just one meal at a time, you make good decisions. Sometimes, you might slip up and it's fine.
There you go. I like it.
What a cop-out, Matt.
Jack versus King Jack. Mighall makes the bet with 1.8 million. He has a gut shot straight draw. That'll take the pot.
Yeah, just a board that he gets to have way more of. Although Blaz isn't going to go 3-bet crazy from the big blind with even potentially like 9s and ace queen maybe, but Phil just still has way more of that board. As you say, Matt, if they raise, they've got an ace. It's holds true.
That's what amateurs think. Don't you always think that, Lynn? If you raise with pocket kings and then an ace comes on the board, you think you're beat? I do.
Yes, always. Always.
Speaking of here, this is...
Because I always am beat.
Yeah, I know.
Blaz is limping in here. Mulder's going to pop this up with 2 8s and expect Blaz just to call, but we could see a little increase, potentially. Yeah, it does just make the call. I like it.
Make the call. Still no sense.
Still no set for Savage.
At the pair.
Hey Lynn, at least we know for the next Savage beat, we just know it's going to be every clip's just going to be every pocket pair missing the flop. Like it's going to be something different.
Right. Exactly.
And I'm gonna miss the Savage beat when this series is over. Like, when am I gonna?
I think we're going to continue and go to the live show. Yeah. Queen on the turn. Kind of what could have been in this hand, James.
Yeah.
What could still be? Blaz makes it 5.7. That'll get it done.
Well, I was just reading the chat there.
Poker's so easy when you see all the cards, isn't it?
Yeah, I say that every time.
But I was reading the chat, thinking I knew how that hand was going to play out, and then I see the chips go to ace-4, and I didn't see what happened.
Blaz just scared him off with a bet on the turn, right?
Odd.
There's my GTO commentary. Told you I was going to elevate it from Ike. There it is. That's all you're going to get. I don't want to intimidate you all. There it was.
So on Lynn streams, James, I'm going to tell you that Lynn has something called LTO, which is Lynn Theory Optimal. It's a well-known thing. Yeah, it is definitely well-known.
Yeah.
Amongst our stream team.
I'm going to have a merchandise range soon. The new theory. It's going to be the new rage for 2021 in the poker world. Lynn Theory Optimal. I'm writing my book about it now. Coming soon.
Well,
so I don't want to give away any of it right now. You know, I can't.
No,
I can't
you got to
reveal my
keep that for the book.
cards.
Then you got to keep that for the book.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just what's the point? You know, you make no money. Like, Phil's raised this one up from the small. Damian's peeled with 6-3 of hearts, and Phil's going for a big c-bet size on a board that, in fairness, Damian's not supposed to connect with too often. So Phil just trying to bet big here once and take it down. But Damian, of course, will be he'll be interested in this one, Matt. Got the pair and the flush draw.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the right play is, but
I would like to see him just call, because I think we're just either so far ahead, or Phil's got an overpair, then we don't really want to get it in. But at times he's got a hand exactly like one he has now. We see he's just got 13% equity, so we do want to kind of keep him in, and we get to protect ourselves from weaker hands. But here we go. Yeah, here is a card that can change this. I do think Phil with this hand though is just gonna. I don't know. Is he just going to give this up? I mean, Damian can still have some ace-x himself. He's going to call the flop with some ace highs, especially ace-4, ace-5. How about ace-6 of hearts? Now Phil does fire again, but not very big. And this is an unfortunate situation for Phil, because he's going to fire twice here, but not the third time. And Damian's got enough of a hand to still call with, but would actually fold to the third barrel. It's going to be a frustrating loss for Phil, most likely. Although, any picture card, bar a heart. Yeah, so I mean, I say that, and then Phil's got the queen of clubs, backdoor clubs complete. This is actually maybe a card he does continue bluffing on. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, it's all in.
Rips it. Love it. Love it.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I mean, Damian, unlucky, buddy. Just got to get that one up. Yeah,
that looks like the Savage Beat bluff of the week.
Write that down.
Write that one down, Matt Clark.
I love that. It was a great line from Phil, and like I say, he just had the queen of clubs, decided, hey, look, I can easily have backdoor clubs here. I can have some. Just Damian just doesn't have enough strong hands there, and the price of the bluff was pretty cheap. Damian only had 18 blinds behind, and now Phil does have finally someone in this tournament that has a big lead four-handed. And it's going to be tough to beat Phil now, with the other two going to have to play pretty snug. Damian down to 17 blinds. Phil just gets to build on this lead now.
Smithy just brought up that I am an EPT champion, and I did indeed use Lynn Theory Optimal to get that trophy.
Yes, she is an EPT champion.
It was funny. I won the ladies' event in Barcelona, and so the first place prize was like €5,500. Amazing. But while it was playing out, my final table, the high roller event was happening in the tables next door, And so when I won, they had all gone on break. And so I had some friends over there and they're like, oh my God, you won. Congrats. How much did you win? And I'm like, 5,000 euros. And their buy-in was, this was only 10% of their buy-in. Their buy-in was 50,000 euros. My first place prize money was 10% of that. But they were very supportive. Cool. Not about the money. It's about the glory.
It's a little bit about the money, but yeah, we like a bit of glory. Phil going for glory here. Phil ramping it up. As I said, he's going to start pushing them around. Zero equity bluffing. Fires a big second barrel at the 7-6 deuce board. King on the turn. And Blaz, yikes, tough spot. Lets it go. Here we go. This is it. Here we go. Phil's he's got this lead now. And the rest of them are going to have to, well, they're going to have to run good, I think, at this point, because he can really put pressure on. The longer Damian stays short, the shorter it gets, even better it gets for Phil against Mulder and Blaz.
Been four-handed for quite a while now.
Mm-hmm.
Got some Spanish in the chat now, Lynn. You got that? Do you understand what they're asking?
Oh, where?
I
in the
know.
party one. Oh.
No, in the World Poker Tour. ¿Cómo son los premios?
Premios, cousins. Is it how are you cousins? How are you the cousins or something? Premios. Premios.
No.
Prima. Oh, Angel's probably watching this downstairs and so ashamed that I can't understand ¿Cómo son los premios?
What?
What
are the prizes? What are the prizes?
Oh, what are the
for
prizes?
The top four? Yes. I hope you're watching, Angel.
There's prizes, and you thought it was cousins, like.
Well,
I mean,
was close though. Cousins is primos. That's premios.
Primos. See, it's close. Premios, primos. There was one vowel I got wrong. Right. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'll let you off. Phil going for it
big
again.
Bet for Mighall here.
Yeah, and again the run out was kind of gonna. I mean, actually he's hit a 4, so this actually might be a bad run out for him because he does beat the draws now. But hey, maybe he just goes for it again.
Big here. That's right.
Yeah. I think he's taken the format as just enough that he can beat some draws. At the same time, I don't think he's necessarily going to fire again. I mean, oh hello, Damian Salas 2 8s, Blaz Zerjav with Ace King. We're going to see a flip here, I'm pretty sure. Queen. Yeah, Damian's going to open this. Blaz is going to 3-bet, and Damian, I think, just goes with these 2 8s.
Why is that not a spot where Damian just wants to shove? This has
just a little too deep, and also we at his stack depth, Matt, and the way the other guys are stacked, he kind of doesn't mind taking the all in because he's so much shorter than everyone else. He needs to get back in the game.
Oh my God!
Here he goes. He ain't folding.
Here we go. I'm nervous. Imagine how it'd be if I was actually playing.
That would be a fun stream to watch, for sure.
There'd be a lot of screaming. Oh my God, I got a red table.
8s versus Ace King, and the 8s are in the lead after the flop of Jack 7-3. Turn cards of 10, now a straight draw. And the river's a 6, and Damian Salas. His 8s hold up, he doubles up, back to 36 bigs, and that makes Blaz, Zerjav, our short stack with 14 bigs.
Yeah, just kind of switches their situations around pretty much. And again, Mulder was rooting for an extra king there pretty hard as well. Phil to a little extent, but Phil's also quite happy to keep a short stack around. But I mean, a ladder up's worth so much money in I'm not talking about in game equity or binds or that, but I just mean in real life. You know, it's if you took a few zeros out, he might be like, oh, actually, I'd rather that person stayed in because I can make more money. But when you're talking such high amounts of money, I think I'd rather just lock it up. Let's get the ladder up.
Norman Chad says that your Spanish is worse than my English.
You know what's embarrassing? Angel's English is actually better than my English, and English is his second language.
I don't know about that. We got King Jack and King Queen here, so this is
Yeah.
probably a shove for Blaz, right?
Yeah, he has gone for it. Yeah, I was caught in two minds whether he was gonna shove or flat. He's gone for the shove, and yeah, I mean Mulder. What are we looking at? 16 at 612. Yeah, I mean we can't fold King Queen, I don't think. Again, though, if he does call, we're calling off 14.
Let's let it go.
Does fold. All right. Here we go. King Jack's definitely a jam if we make King Queen fold. I guess Mulder's of the opinion that Mulder's open under the gun, and you've got Phil behind on the button with a big stack. So I guess Mulder's reasoning is there that he's opening fairly tight. So Blaz isn't going to 3-bet jam really light at all. So that's why he's followed that King Queen. Yeah. I know. Sometimes it's hard, Matt. You do this commentary, you see the cards, you just see the hands, you think, oh, he's going to call because of course he's going to call because he's ahead, but these are marginal spots. And
right. Mulder went for the shove there. Mulder got that one with the shove. King 5.
Yeah,
Norman says he needs Google Translate for the chat.
Poker Bra asking on in the chat, what's the cutoff for Damian Salas? That raise call in the 8s, or my raise calling 7s? Probably 7s, yes, and then 6s, no. As I say, in that instance, Damian was so much shorter than the rest. Kind of, you can be a little bit more reckless. Mulder limping the button. Phil completes King 4 off in the small. Not sure. I mean, I went raising out of the small with Blaz on 15 blinds, but I don't think it'd be too big a mistake. Either way with King 4, to be fair. 6-3 deuce Salas with the pair. The other two both with a gut shot. Yeah, I mean, the accusation Lynn's been drinking her is certainly just coffee. Lynn, what time is it now for you?
It's 10:30 now.
All right, we can start to, look towards the top shelf.
I know. I should make a Bloody Mary. It'd be perfect right about now. Yeah.
Make me one too.
Is there a break coming up?
I've had a lot of Bloody Marys in the presence of Matt Savage. He knows that's how he gets me at golf. I start beating him, and he gets the Bloody Marys in for me, and the next thing you know, I lose my money.
But again, remember, Matt says it's not about the money.
It's not
and
about
money,
the money,
right?
It's just about destroying your friends.
Then Mulder does make the call here with that straight draw, and the deuces are in the lead. He does make the straight on the river.
Yeah. I like the bet from Salas. I think he gets to have way more of that, especially than Mulder does, having limped the button. Deuce needs a little bit of protection. I don't think you're going to get a bluff from Mulder, so I like the small bet. It gets a call from Mulder holding worse, but at this point, Salas done with it. I mean, don't know what Mulder calls with. Guess some heart combos that could now be bluffs, but yeah, he goes a big sizing. Yeah, I mean, the more I think about this, it's like Mulder shouldn't really have a 4. Probably bets 2 pairs if he had them, which I don't think is possible, or sets, which is, well, with Matt, we know no one makes a set on this table. So actually, this is kind of nice sizing because he does actually have more bluffs than hands, but Salas isn't going to pair it off. I wouldn't have minded a call there from Salas, but he does fold.
Don't have much longer at this level, I don't believe, so it's a little bit higher than this. It's going to go, I think, to 701.4 million.
Yeah.
And that's what it would be. But yeah. Salas hits a 6 on the turn here. Also opens up a straight draw for Blaz. And Blaz loves to see the free card here, right?
Yeah. We got and yeah, misses, but no great shakes. Yeah, Tawny Muppet and Sports FA asking, where is Lynn? She is indeed in Australia. Hence the 10:30 in the morning life that she's leading. See, Lynn just got up. This is the first thing she's going to do with the day. She's got the whole rest of the day ahead of her. Plenty of day drinking and gambling to do.
I'll be so motivated after watching this final table. By the way, I want to give a shout out to, is it Daniel McCormick? Where is it? Who watched the golf video with Mike Sexton and Matt Savage. He went and found it on my Twitter feed after we mentioned it on the stream. If you want to see a beautiful example of a day with Mike Sexton, then check out that video on mine and Savage's Twitter.
Yeah, it's Mike in his element. Hang on. What's happened here? Phil's open and Mulder's just called from the big blind with ace king suited. I mean, I get it that you want to call sometimes here. We don't particularly want to get it in, but I think we kind of don't hate it. I mean, you can 3-bet jam, but maybe 45 bigs is too much. We can just 3-bet, get it in. Phil doesn't really get out of line, but I think this is kind of a statement from Mulder that he's very comfortable playing in this lineup and doesn't want to take any high variance line. Just flat ace king suited in the big. I wonder how surprised Phil's going to be to see ace king.
Yeah. He loves taking down that pot, right? Got 79 bigs now.
Wow.
Woo.
Okay, good game. Good game, Blaz. Good game, Blaz. Run is over.
Yeah.
Unless Matt he hits one of those sets you've been talking about. Wow,
yeah,
Damian folds King Jack first up. I thought Damian was going to raise that and Blaz was going to jam over the top. So Damian just avoided one there because thought Matt for raise. But here we go, Matt. Will you find a set?
Oh. We find a set. We haven't seen one today. Oh,
there's one.
Yeah, we'll find a set. There's one. Oh, goodness.
Wow.
There's a spades now, and Phillip also has that covered with his king of spades. So it is indeed all over for Blaz Zerjav, who does have a great day, winning over $500,000, but finishing in 4th place. Great run to Blaz. a great player. Just a little bit short of that title, but 552,000. Congratulations, Blaz. Well done. And we're down to the final three.
Yeah, insane stuff. 800k locked up. Two of the final three will get over 1 million. And well, I mean, Salas has been ducking and diving. Didn't open the king jack there and kept some chips. Zerjav no option but to give it a go, Matt. And well, Phil's got over half the chips.
Blaz did win his way in through a passport package, so he is in for much cheaper also. So congratulations, Blaz, for a great run here at this final table.
Well, yeah, I mean, Phil's
also insane.
1K satellite, I think, and Damian. I think Damian's the same. They're both in from 1K satellites.
Right.
And with the loss of just one player there, all of these players have pretty much just won a small apartment each, like at least.
Yeah.
Wow. Where are you living? Where apartments are 814,000.
I was thinking that, Lynn, you've said that, but no, Matt lives in a place where that's not the case. But yeah, I mean, you can't.
No, I'm saying the pay jump.
Oh, okay.
They went from 550,000 up to over 800,000 with that pay jump. They've just won a deposit on a big house or something, you know? Like, that's insane, these pay jumps.
Yes.
I mean, have you guys tried to buy apartments in the UK? You think you can get an apartment for that? Like, you're crazy?
Emphasis on the small.
I can maybe get like, I don't know, get like a beach hut. I jest.
Are there beaches in the?
Oh wow, Matt, you see this? The Southern Brits are getting they're getting Larry.
It'd be pretty dangerous to go out to those beaches.
Yeah, for sure.
I tell you what, I was walking on the beach yesterday. I told this story on the stream yesterday, and Henry had no idea who I was talking about. And I was like, wow, how old are we all getting if he's never heard this person? But Matt, you're like this. I'm walking on the beach in Brighton, minding my own business. I bump into Roland de Wolf. Like, I mean...
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Oh. Yeah. How random's that? Like...
What's he doing now? Does he still play?
I think he still plays a little bit in some cash games and stuff, but he's doing some sports betting things. He's doing, it's Roland. He's a bit ambiguous about what he's doing. He's just this and that, But yeah, poor Henry had never heard of Roland de Wolf, and I was like, "Would you mean you never heard of Roland de Wolf?" And
a legend.
James,
yeah, I mean, WPT Champions Club member.
Stream that, yeah, but that stream that we did with Henry, I just felt so old. I left feeling like a grandmother.
Yeah, well, I mean, yesterday it was myself, Henry, and Matt Staples, and yeah, I felt old.
I also like the answer, this and that, for what's he doing now? When people ask me, what have I been up to? I'm just going to say this and that. I like that. It's a good way to dodge a question. You can't be bothered elaborating. How does that conversation play out, James? When you meet someone just on the street and they ask, what do you do for a living? Do you enjoy talking about your professional poker playing?
That happens. You just stop people on the street and ask them what they do for a living. It's quite interesting.
Us Southern Brits are very friendly.
Mm-hmm. This is true.
Oh, I like it, Matt. You got it. It's going to stick. Lynn's going to accept her place in the world.
All right, flush draws here. She knows she's a Southern Brit.
We just don't sound as fancy as the Northern Brit.
No, the Northern Brits are the Canadians. You need you just got to be Brits. See this?
Yes.
I know Matt's rules of
Yes. Canadians or Northern Brits? Queen on the river, and Damian Salas is now locked up this pot if he doesn't get bluffed out of it.
Yeah, he's all right. Useful, gets Damian back to 24 blinds. Again, though, this is a spot. Mulder just going to have to play really snug with Damian. So short. Phil's going to 3-bet here, of course, but has jacks, but he's going to 3-bet with a lot worse than this. And Mulder's just, yeah, you open this and just straight away, it's one of those ones you're like, oh, why did I open? Little does he know that he actually ran into it, but yeah, Phil's just going to open so many hands.
And Phil's going to apply some pressure here, yeah, to the short stack. Is that the plan now, James?
Yeah. You just got to go after them. I just seen here Poker Bra saying I did walk into Johnny Chan on the beach once, but it was in Cannes for the World Series of Poker Europe, so I don't think that really counts. It's just a random.
It definitely doesn't count.
A random afternoon seeing Roland the Wolf. Like.
Can you hear that beeping? I think someone's burning down the house downstairs.
Matt, what's going on? Is that Marianne cooking up some vegetables for you?
No, it's here. It's in the house I'm in.
Oh, is it you? Sorry, Lynn.
And I think they're watching the stream. Angel, you burnt the toast.
Marianne is an excellent cook.
Yeah, I'm just teasing.
All right. Queen 10-9, 2 hearts, and Damian Salas has a 9 and a heart. So,
I mean, I miss Marianne's
pot.
Hospitality. It's been a year since I was last over. Yeah, yeah. Wow, time flies. Time flies when you're all stopped in one place, I suppose.
All right, now we got the other commentator in here, Dave Tuckman. You're bringing them all out, Jen.
Hey, Tuckman!
10 on the river. The 9's still good for Damian Salas.
Yeah, he's not going to try and get anything out of this. Just check it back. These pots far more important for Damian. Yeah. But obviously still a long way behind Mulder. Wow. I like it. Benny Glazer in the chat as well. That's hero value. Just burning you, Matt. This is all the Brits are ganging together, whether they're the southern, the northern, or the, just us bog standard
Brits.
We gotta defend each other against the Great Savage. And yeah, even like
all right, 10. Second pair here. Neither player with a diamond in their hand, but they both have 10s.
Yeah, Phil gonna lead for 1 blind. And that card, not one either like to see, and I suspect this will check down from here. So many hands have improved. The gut shots, the Queen X of Diamonds hands. Both players have enough to show down.
And Phillip Mighall's 9 is going to play here. He'll take down the pot.
Phil Royale.
I just got a message from the guys downstairs saying a guy came to the house to check our smoke alarms. That's why the smoke alarm is going off. Angel's defending himself, saying he didn't burn the kitchen.
Yeah, that sounds like a story to me.
No, I know, right?
No real big clashes today either, James. I think the play has been very good, but not a lot of aces versus kings or ace king versus queens. Seen it a couple times, but it's been pretty mellow.
Yeah, the deck hasn't really cooperated with big clashes like we saw in the mini final table last week. There were abundance, but not so much this. I like this.
Want fireworks.
Tuck asking, is Savage commentating? Well, he's supposed to be. We'll find out at some point tonight. He's going to break out some commentary. We'll see.
James is carrying us here.
He's just here to make fun of us, Lynn, isn't he? That's what he does.
Yes.
Okay, so
trying to make sure you guys aren't using extra letters in your words, like use, unnecessary use in your letters.
Well, Mulder making me look silly because I said he's going to have to start opening a lot tighter in these spots. Does open king 8 offsuit. I mean, it's not super wide, but it's a little wide. Phil just flats from the small with 2 4s. Again, I mean, he can just put pressure on Mulder. I mean, Salas only has 20 bigs. I'd rather see a 3-bet from the small here. Now he's, I guess, well, I was going to say this is the kind of board that normally you'd give the small blind quite a lot of hands that are connected with it, but for exactly the reasons I'm mentioning, you know, Phil's going to 3-bet with king queen. He's going to 3-bet queen 10 offsuit, king jack, all these kind of hands. So Mulder actually does get to just go and stab that flop, take it down. Two of these players get a milli plus, hey?
Yeah, it's going to be, let's see, I'm going to look up, what did Damian Salas win in that tournament? Live earnings are 2.6 million.
Yeah, in the main, he got like about 1.5, I think.
Okay. So this would be his biggest score ever?
Yeah, let's have a look here. We got. Yeah, 1.425 it was for 7th World Series main.
Oh, here we go. Kings versus Ace 4. And we did get
there's another set.
King on the flop, another set.
Yeah, so see, okay, but Matt, we found the card, the pair that flops sets. It's kings. We need, but
yeah, that's not
the pair that doesn't really need it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, Mulder limping in here, going to limp on pretty much every hand, 50 bigs deep with Phil in position. Does bet the flop. Phil hangs around with ace high. And yeah, picks up some weak hearts. And Mulder checks it. I guess the check with a set of kings makes a lot more sense than a check with a set of 8s, for example, but you can definitely go both ways still. And hello.
There are the quads. We've gone right past the sets. We're going straight into quads.
Yeah. 1 to 100.
Check. And 4 of a kind will win this fight. Nice.
Meant for the check. And the check there was a lot different to the situation I think we saw of was it Phil check the Damian earlier? This one was one where Phil can certainly value bet and bluff some hands at the end, and then gets the check raise. All right, Matt, the blinds, you called it. We were near the end of the level. They've gone up. Damian's
There
stack
they
is now
go.
below 20 bigs.
Yeah, so Damian at 16 bigs. This is the time of the tournament, right? Where you're looking for any ace, or what are you looking for to shove with?
Yeah, I
James?
mean, just yeah, there's a wide variety of hands now, but he does. I mean, doesn't quite get to leverage. The beauty he's got here, right? Okay, he knows he can risk going bust because he's so short. It's not, he doesn't really have any ICM pressure, but he can kind of create situations that are bad for Mulder still. So he can rejam spots where, say, Mulder opens and Phil peels in the middle. He gets a jam, and knowing that Mulder has to play so tight. I mean, these are very small things, but and he can also, yeah, like rip from button and raise from the button, and spots where Mulder can't really play the hands he wants to because he's got Phil behind. But yeah, ultimately, Matt, like you say, at this point, we're just hoping to get some kind of good hand that we can get in and get back in the game with a double up.
Well, he does bet 1.4 with a pair of threes, which he caught on the turn. And Mulder still does have those tens.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that bet. I guess you want a little bit of protection. So I think Mulder like checks back a lot of hands on Jack 10-4, like he did here with his 10. Checks them again, and yeah, Mulder can definitely try and squeeze something out of this. Right, let's try and squeeze a lot more than something. Right?
Salas lets it go.
That hand hurt him a bit.
With that, we're going to a break. Down to the final three. Phillip Mighall still in the chip lead, 111 million in chips. Damian Salas, the short stack, 19,755,000. We'll be right back for an exciting conclusion.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible. Surreal.
It's indescribable. Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing. Brian Altman,
Alex Foxen,
Jeff Hum,
Crystal Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Partypoker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livia Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livia Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livia Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livia should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. Could you buy with $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT main event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zerjav, and right behind him is day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simionato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Partypoker TV Twitch stream from 8 PM BST, and then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're gonna play, get your entry in as soon as possible because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a $25K high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck, everybody. Play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Attention, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and I, the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair, with people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over 1/3 of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys. Legends. Fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.
We are back now. 3 hands.
Hello.
Hello. These players have earned at least $814,000. First place, 1.715667. Which also comes with the Hublot Big Bang Steel watch, the tumblers from Baccarat Crystal, and the $15,000 TOC seat, which is donated by Party Poker and added to the prize pool. So that's amazing right there. And of course, you get your name inscribed on this baby right here, the Mike Sexton Champions Cup, which is joined Marianne in the background. Say hello, Marianne. Yes. She's trying to hide.
Hi, Marianne.
Yeah.
Lynn, I tell you, by the time Matt finishes this little intro, but then the tournament, I think, like.
I know.
Yeah.
Basically, every click of a button these guys are making right now are $1 million decisions. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
That is right.
Look at it.
But with 5-4 offsuit, he makes the correct $1 million decision and folds it. Damian Salas with the ace-queen. Wins that pot. Big clash coming, I can see it. Will it be 7-3 versus 7-4 or the king 5?
Yeah, and Phil just gets to raise because you're the chip leader, and there's one guy with 15 bigs. There we go. I didn't mess up there. I couldn't see Teun's stack. This is much better than I can see his stack. All right, so yeah, Mulder with 50 bigs, Damian with 15. Phil just gets to kind of go to town on him, and even here, Mulder flops really big, doesn't he, Matt? But has to play cautiously.
Yep. When you play a hand like 7-4 of spades, this is a flop you're looking for, right, James?
Yeah, this is one of them. But like I say, he just has to check call. Can't build the pot. That doesn't mean he can't bluff, Matt, later on in the hand. She's quite small bet. I wonder what he does do. He does go for
You're
it.
asking if 10 million yet.
Phil went for a very small bet on this kind of texture. Mulder, therefore, does get to raise. Basically, if Phil bets bigger here, the Mulder has put in so many more chips to bluff that it makes it far less attractive. But for a smaller sizing, he can check raise.
Teun Mulder does win that pot. They're asking if Tony Dunst played this tournament. No, he did not, but he is playing out in New Jersey, Party Poker US Poker Network. He's playing this week, and he will be streaming this week as well. So you can check that out. Tony Dunst playing in all of those cash tournaments this week in New Jersey.
Actually, I saw he went super deep in the second event. I didn't end up seeing where he finished. Did you?
He bubbled the
like...
final table. He did make the money, though. Yeah.
Oh, so close.
He stone bubbled day one, the first event, and then he bubbled the final table in the second event. So making the right progress.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Phil going to limp in. But Salas' hand good enough, I think, here just to check.
And this is the hand. I think Damian Salas would make a stand with this hand, right?
Oh, yeah.
If it came down to it.
Oh, yeah. This is actually a spot I wouldn't mind seeing a check back. Yeah, I like it. I think you just give Phil license to bet most hands on most turns, although perhaps not this hand on this turn, as he finds a 3. I may still even bet just one blind for a little bit of protection. No, does check. I think I lean towards checking from Phil. Damian now just gets to bet and kind of go a couple of blinds. And goes one blind. I'd like to go a little bit bigger, but these spots where we're not expected to have that strong a hand, such as a king, I like to just go a little larger.
Does extract a very little bit of value there with that bet.
Yeah, and Phil, I think, especially on that river now as well, just get a check fold. Yeah, Phil can't really call this. I mean, the one thing I will say actually on this is, you know, Salas check back, Phillip's going to bet some king X. He's probably not going to play queen X this way. So you're looking at like 2-pair combos, and we do block those with the 2-pair combos that stop betting turn. But at the same time, he does get to have some hands. Salas complete small king 4 of spades.
And Mulder with the Jack 7, Ace 9 deuce on the flop. Let's X.
So come on, Lynn. I need to know when this tournament finishes. What's the rest of the day hold in store for you? You know, yeah, early morning.
It'll involve making breakfast.
Right, nice.
I'll start with that.
I mean, it sounds like Angel's already done a pretty good job of that. Like,
yeah, he burnt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's on today? I don't know. We're having a little bit of a barbecue tomorrow, so just gonna go because we're allowed to do that.
Is there anything more Australian than a barbecue? I mean,
I know.
Shrimp on the
I'm
barbie.
so grateful that we can. Yeah, we're in Queensland. There's just basically no virus, so we're still allowed to sort of live as normal. So the sun's shining. We're going to fire up the barbie, maybe put a little shrimp on there. I don't know. Have some beers, do some party planning.
Foster's, no doubt. I know all the Aussies love Foster.
You know, you never even find Foster's on the shelf here. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, because they all hate it.
I'm not saying that. Our friends at Foster's.
They're not a sponsor. We can bash them.
All right.
Right. Okay.
Mulder, king 9. Just going to play all the hands from the small as a limp. Guys, 50 bigs deep, out of position to fill. Salas short. Every single hand just plays as a limp. And then every flop plays as a check. I'm saying that. I feel like every flop plays as a check. There's probably one that doesn't, and it's going to come down now. No, okay. We're safe. Like,
Ace King 3 on the flop. And this pot
There we
could get
go.
a little spicy, right?
Look, see exactly what I just said. Every flop's going to play as a check, and then I found one where he bets because that's what happens, Matt. You put your neck out on the line, and you come out with a statement like that, and they just do it to prove you wrong. Okay, there we go. That's a good turn card when you're actually up against an ace, but.
Brings a third diamond. Of course, he does not put Phillip Mighall on a flush, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with when you do bet. I mean, look, we're really deep. He's got 12 times pot behind, but you still got to play fairly cautiously against Phil, and he ends up checking this 2-pair here because the diamonds are completed. You don't want to bet, get raised, and then face a big bet on the river. Phil, more than reasonable betting this ace here. You can definitely get some value from somewhere, so you need a little bit of protection. I say not a little protection. You get a little value against a draw. You don't need the protection, but. All right, this one goes check.
The King 9 will take this pot down for 10 Mulder, and he is up to 56 bigs. Just creeping up there right behind Phil Mighall.
What's going you, Matt? It's evening time in Vegas now, right? So, I mean, we started this stream too early for you to play golf, and now it's too late for you to play golf. So what do you do with any other day, you know?
Yeah, that's the problem is that, when we have things that are scheduled, we have to schedule everything around Lynn's schedule. So, like, Lynn is actually ruining 2 days of golf for me this week.
Classic
Unfortunately,
diva.
I'm trying to wiggle out of tomorrow's interview, but Matt Clark not allowing me to do so.
Our main event champion. You want to wiggle out of the honor of chatting with the main event champion, $1.7 million in the bank, and you want to go play golf. Savage.
I'm hoping Damian wins because he is on our time here, so could actually move it back. I mean, you're not doing anything else.
That's the only reason you want Damian to win.
I love it.
Yeah.
Hey, Lynn.
To be fair, yeah.
At least he's honest, you know.
I know. Let's wind back. Who was the diva again here in the family? I think that was Matt. Confirmed.
We have to schedule this around your schedule, not mine. I'm available. I want to do it at 8
we need
tomorrow.
8 a.m.
Yeah, you figure because 10 Mulder and Phillip win, that's in the evening for them. So 8 a.m. is a good time for everybody but
look
you.
at him. Look at him. He's doing this on air so he can try and guilt me into getting his way so that I have to wake up at 3 a.m. in the pitch black. You won't even be able to see me. It's a technical issue, Savage, okay?
I'm still trying. Not sure Damian speaks English either, so may have to have you and Angel do it.
I think he does. I think so. Or actually, yeah, if he does it though, he and Angel know each other. That would be great. Get Angel to do it.
All right, Ace Jack versus King Jack. Two fair hands here, but not a fair fight as 10 Mulder has the Ace Jack and does have the Ace of Hearts also on the 2 heart flop. 885.
Yeah, Phil checking back a board that, the big blind gets to continue with quite often, and Phil can go for a delayed c-bet. Not going to, I don't think now. That card's coming out pretty bad card. And Matt, I see a question on the Partypoker Twitch chat, and it was someone was asking which of these players' strategy do I agree with most given their stack sizes. Well, I'd have to say Teun Mulder's played really well throughout this final table, as you'd expect. Kind of the most experienced, I'd feel of these three, and we saw employing a decent limping strategy earlier, very effectively in certain spots, and adjusted throughout the ICM situation, and so yeah, I'd have to plump for Mulder so far in that respect. And that man Mulder with ace-9 again, and just going to play limp strategy, of course.
Speaking of the chat, I want to give a big shout out to our stream team. There's so many names in there. Tristan is in there from Canada. You are beaten 2. Smithy, also from the UK. Mini Aussie, Ace to 10, Air Herb. There's so many. Hi guys.
Yeah. They're all hanging out.
The OG stream team.
That's right.
Wow, I gotta check out one of these streams soon.
Yeah, and you got to shout out to your people who watch every day with you. I think Giuliano is on there every day, right? How can you never give them any shout outs?
Oh, there's a lot of shout outs, but in fairness, I mean, credit to our regulars who are still with us, because it's getting late. I mean, we've got a big following of UK fans, but I think they're staying with us because everyone in the UK wants to see Full Royale take this one down, and he's looking likely with nearly half the chips in play now. But Mulder is starting to eat into Phil's lead and has nearly caught him.
So you hear that, Party Poker people. James does not want to give you any shout outs. Us on the WPT Twitch, we're willing to give shout outs.
I'm just not. I just don't what you tell me to do, Matt. I do things in my own terms, my own time. I'm not going to do it just because you did it.
Matt loves to show us how to do our jobs.
That's right. Both players flop gut shot straight draws here. There are 2 spades on the board, and Damian does have Queen of Spades. He does trail on the hand to the king high of Phillip Mighall. Eight pairs the board on the turn. The king high is going to win this pot, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, Damian went for some really big bluff here, big sizing, but I don't really see the value in that.
Tuck on Sports is in there, and so is Lynch Cats has now joined.
Hey guys.
I think Norman Chad probably fell asleep.
Wow, Matt.
Getting late for him. It's 6 o'clock for him, so he's probably all tuckered out.
Oh, poor Norm. Just has to listen to abuse from Matt Savage. It's been a crazy year.
Sleep, so it's probably... All right. This could be it, huh? Mighall moved all in with 3s up against King, Queen of Spades for Damian Salas.
Yeah, this may be it. Damian opening off, 23? I mean, yeah. Here we go, Matt. It does make the call.
And the flop is a king. Good for Damian Salas. Also 1 spade. He has 2 spades in his hand. A queen on the turn, top 2. Now needs to fade one of the 2 3s. Oh, there it is. A 3 on the river.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Wow. That's brutal.
That is a savage beat there.
Oof. Sorry, Damian.
3 on the river. Sorry, Damian Salas. You played very well, taking home 814,000. I hope your computer screen is okay. I know mine wouldn't be.
Yikes. Wow.
Wow.
What a river card
Brutal.
that was for Phil Royale. How much money was that card worth? Hundreds of thousands, no doubt.
We now have 2 millionaires sitting at this table. Wow.
3 if you include Dempsey.
$1.2 million.
All right, heads up, pure
I love
poker.
this delay. The delay, the delay is fabulous.
Dempsey pulling that big hat over his head.
Don't you start, Matt. Don't you start. Don't you jump on that little bandwagon. You come up with your own jokes.
Oh, that was so brutal. I feel bad for Damian. He's a very nice guy. Spent some time with him in Punta del Este. He was down there with us, and so yeah, he was brutal.
Yeah. Oh, he's still in shock. So 1.2 million for second, 1.7 million for first. That is what these two are playing for.
Just a casual $500,000. Why not?
Phil Royale posted something in the chat and it got deleted by the moderator. I don't know what he could have said there about that hand, but interesting.
Yeah, that's not. I'm 99% sure who that is in the chat. It's not Phil.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
No, but I think I know who it is.
All right. Oof. I mean, I still feel that bad beat. I don't know. Crazy.
That was a sickener. Yeah, you got 2 outs to fade. If you hold, you're back to like average stack. All 3 would have the same chips pretty much. Well, you'd have the same as Phil, and Mulder would have a slender lead. And then instead, you're out third for 800K. So that river cards cost like $500,000 in equity.
And I guarantee you, all the people out there watching are going, poor Damian Salas, he only gets $814,000. But, you know, you don't get in these spots every day. So, you know, I know it seems like it's okay, still getting all that money, but it still hurts.
It's okay, isn't it, Matt? It seems okay. It's like Matt Savage has to work a good 9 or 10 months to get that kind of money. These guys do it in 4 days.
That's true. Very true. Oof. Oh.
All right. Yeah, Phil on the button, popping it up. 3.1 milli.
All right. Looks like we are taking a short break by the sound of that music.
I think, Matt, we're getting some information about a deal. I think it's coming through. Maybe these last 2 have done a deal, which isn't surprising when, as Lynn pointed out, it's like, was it $500,000 between first and second?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. by the rules, they do have to play for something, and of course they're playing for the TOC seat and the spot on the Mike Sexton's Champion Cup. So there will be a play out here.
Yeah, there you
not
go.
know at this point. There it is. There it is. You'll
1.4.
see it there.
But yeah, Matt, you're right. They're gonna leave 100k to play for, plus, like you say, the TOC spot, the extras, the crystal, the watch.
And there it is. They are playing for 100k, so it is not insignificant.
No.
The Big Bang Hublot watch, the Baccarat crystal, and of course their name on the prestigious Mike Sexton Cup. And there it is, right there. See James Dempsey's name's right here.
Wow.
Right
See, Matt,
here.
I'm going to call you out now.
Looking at
You keep saying my name's there. I know my name's on the back somewhere. Like, my name's just buried in the distance.
Right here. If I could pick it up, I'd show you. He seems skeptical.
How heavy is it, Matt?
He seems skeptical. Huh?
I've
What's
never
that?
actually tried to pick it up. How heavy is it?
It's very heavy. Dempsey, you have one, right?
Yeah, I do. Well, the mini one you get. This is a spicy flop. Mulder with top pair, backdoor spades. Phil with the gut shot and flush draw. And looks like was this a 3-bet pot? Yeah, looking at the pot size. So already some sauce in there. And Teun going to call here and evaluate turns, but most likely going to call most turns as well.
How about a 5 on the turn? Ooh,
how about it's Phil's day? That's my prediction. Once you hit that 3 on the river, Matt, hitting flushes is going to get really easy.
I mean, that makes it tougher, though. 12.6 million from Phillip.
Yeah, I like this size. Sets up really easily.
Mulder makes the call.
Yeah, Mulder can't fold yet. Phil just gets to rip this river now. Actually, what if you chooses less than all in? I don't know why you ever would. I think you just have a lot of bluffs here, so. Yeah, does shove.
Right
I don't know. I don't think Mulder can. I don't think Mulder's going to call this off. You want some hands like Ace 5 with Ace of Hearts to be in here, and we do block that. Yeah.
It does make the fold.
Perfect hands call would be.
He doesn't know it right now, but it was a great fold.
Yeah. A big lead then for Phil. 110 plays 30 blinds. First, well, that's a very big pot they just played in the heads up, but it's the first of the big pots they played. It does go Phil's way.
Three spades on the flop. Mulder does have the 6 of spades. Mighall bets 1.5 million. And Mulder wins that one with a raise. I've asked how many names are on the Champions Cup. I believe somewhere right around 250.
There we go,
250 is.
Here's a game. We get Matt to count them, and that should keep him busy for a good 10 minutes.
Yeah, but Matt will count out loud, so we have to hear him like a school child.
7 deuce versus 7-5 here. And both players flop a pair. Michael makes the call. Turn card's another spade.
Yeah.
It gives both players a straight draw to the 7.
All right, Phil comes out betting it.
It's got a spade flush draw. The 8 on the end.
It's a weird spot, Matt. You kind of bet this turn, obviously, with his draw. Might have the best hand. What's going on now? It feels like I was gonna see if he's gonna follow up with the bluff, but doesn't. It's Mulder scoop one in.
Mulder's gonna win the spot. Yep. So when we run out of room on this cup, we're gonna go to another level, another full level on the cup.
Right, it's the cup that keeps on growing.
And for those who have multiple titles, rather than having their name etched on there twice, they get a little diamond added to their plaque.
Correct.
How many diamonds are on there, Savage?
There are at least about on this side. 7.
I mean, Darren Elias has got quite a few diamonds.
Right around 20.
Yeah.
Yeah. Darren Elias has 4 WPT titles. Anthony Zeno has 3. Chino has 3.
And Phil cracked out the 3-bet there. Mulder with ace king ripped it over the top. Got it done. Mulder 3-betting this time. And once again, falls in the pot. All right, this one's going pre-flop aggression at the moment.
What?
Things have loosened up a little bit since the deal, looks like.
Oh.
Yeah, they're definitely taking it more pre-flop. And Phil peeling with 5-3 offsuit here.
I thought you said who has a question at the moment. I was like, what? Aggression. Uh-huh.
Yeah, aggression, yeah. Lynn, you've lost it. Like, come on.
I know. I need another coffee. I haven't had breakfast. It's 11:40 a.m.
That's definitely past
Here
breakfast
she is
time.
whining. We've
Yeah.
been on this 4 more hours than she has, and see, that's the diva. That's the diva coming out. You know.
Yeah, Matt, I see the time on the call just approaching the 7-hour mark, and Lynn's been here for about 7 minutes. It's outrageous.
King 7, ace deuce. Mighall raises to a 3.1. And Juan makes a quick call. Flops King Jack 10. Top pair for Phillip. Straight draw for Teun Mulder. Mighall bets 3.9. Mulder lets it go.
Yeah, Mulder pops up again. Phil defended the 3-5 a minute ago, so no surprise to see the 3-4 meeting the criteria. All right, pair for each. Mulder getting the best of it. A couple of hands all of a sudden.
A 5 on the turn, and Mulder still in the lead with his 9s. Checking it back.
Yeah, great card. And if we're going to check. Interesting spot for Mulder here. I mean, you kind of have to give Phil a 3. You block another 9. He probably bets a king himself by the river. And really hard to get much out of this. So yeah, it goes pretty small. 2 blinds. Phil's not going to fall for that. The old Matt, I always say the bet flop, check turn, bet river line is so rarely bluffs, and we Phil obviously the same opinion there, folds that 3 really quickly.
Here's 2 hands I like. The suited connectors, 8-9, and the jack, queen jack.
All right, we're going to see an elevated pot as well because Mulder free betting. Phil's going nowhere with that queen jack suited. Already 23 million. So we head to the flop. All right, here's the Mulder hour.
That's flop top pair. No spades either. $15.4 million wins this pot. You talked about the experience a little bit earlier, James, but Tim Mulder and Phillip Mighall have almost identical resumes. Mulder with 3.5 million in online earnings, and Mighall with 3.2 in online earnings. Live earnings, Phillip has 531, and Tim Mulder with 550. So almost identical.
Wow. Yeah, that's
going
incredible.
into this.
Wow.
So it's kind of interesting, yeah.
And they're about to boost their earnings right now with equal amounts with this deal they made. There's only 100,000 in difference.
Yeah, you can throw another
Yeah,
million on
both
top.
of them will be. You say that so flippantly, James. It's not like, you're talking to 2 people that don't have millions of dollars like yourself, and Lynn and I. So please,
Just
be a little
throw
more
another
respectful when
million
you're
on
talking
top.
about. Just throw another
James,
million
how
on
often
top.
do you make $1 million decisions?
I mean,
Well, he kicked out his ex-girlfriend. That was probably $1 million decision.
wow. Wow, spicy. What's in that iced tea? Like, what's going on? Like, oh dear! Oh wow, what a river that is for Teun Mulder. What a huge river that is, guys.
Wow.
Phil does well to check this back. Sorry, the river, but I mean, all the draws missed. Phil does block some of that with the 7 of spades specifically. But this is a horrible spot for him, and a spot that's going to see him relinquish the chip lead. Oh, wow. Mulder just bombs it. Says all of it.
Can Phillip find a call here? Probably not, right?
No. It's weird. Obviously, the 7 of spades just blocks some of the hands you want Teun to have, although you do block some of those overbets of value, like straights. Sure enough, look at that.
And,
Mulder with the very slender lead.
Tim Mulder. Yep. Oh,
Guys, I think that's the first. I think that's the first time he's had the lead in the whole final, right? Came in like 5th or 6th in chips and has just kind of bided his way through. Oh yeah. Sorry, Matt. Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, yeah, they've got similar resumes, but I mean, Teun Mulder's been he's been kind of mixing up in the high stakes games all summer, the big buy-in tournaments. So Yeah.
Great.
Phil, wow, stabbing here with this 3. No, the draw, but he's actually ahead. Mulder calling with the same gut shot draw and a flush draw, but does get there. Checks it. Yikes. This could be ugly for Phil. I mean, I don't know what he's going to do here, guys. Yeah.
Oof.
He goes for it. Heads up, so brutal. Just like a couple of run outs, it changes everything.
Tough one. That's a very tough one for Phil.
Yeah.
Philip does
Rough
flop
couple
open
of
ender
hands.
here. Yeah.
Rough couple of hands. All right. Good board for Phil to get back in it here, though, with a straight draw. Picks up a live heart draw now. You can see 89% to win this hand. Such is the situation Mulder's got himself in. Needs the offsuit deuce. I'm excited, guys. We got tonight, obviously, to finish off, but then I'm gonna be back here tomorrow night. I think with Henry, perhaps for the heads up. I think we're joining it with 16 left tomorrow night, and then of course those
And
high
Mulder
rollers.
gets a bluff here. Yeah.
Wow, he does get one.
The high roller week, yeah. So you got more streaming to go for sure.
Yeah, we got the heads up tomorrow. We got the turbo on Sunday, and the 25k and the 100k next week. Round out this series quite nicely.
Do you think these guys will appear in the 100k after this win today?
I think Mulder will be quite likely to be in the 100k, and certainly be in the 25k. We haven't seen Phil in those. Certainly not the ones I've covered anyway here on Party. Those kind of buy-ins, I think. But who knows? And maybe Lynn, like Phil takes a leaf out of your book. He's not afraid of a little spin up. He may just take the 100 off the top and flick it in, because why not?
Yeah.
He's not shy, that one. I love that, Matt. Lynn would just be like, yeah, like the 100, 1.7, yeah, we'll fire the 100k, no worries.
Yeah, I think Angel would say, wait a minute, dear.
Like, we got a new toast.
I did that with my big ladies event. I did it with my big ladies event win, my huge 5k win. I rolled it into the main. It was the first time I ever played a main event, a 5k event. And I managed to take 3.
Wow.
There you go.
3, right. How much did that pay, Lynn?
But I pretty much bubbled. Nothing.
Oh, no.
I had to do it.
But it was the experience that I paid for.
Yeah. Not a whole lot happening in this hand, so I'll tell you about that $25,500 event. So there's a day 1A and 1B, and that's on the 19th. 5 million guaranteed. A huge amount of players, and 40 of those are going to win their way in through satellites, at least, maybe more. So it should be a great field. And you're commentating all of those shows, James?
Yeah. So we're doing the Yeah, all of them. The heads up, the turbo, and then the 25 and the 100K.
Awesome.
Yeah, plenty more action to round out the series.
You and the
Although, Matt,
GTO commentator?
I'm a little bit worried. We're doing the turbo on Sunday, but Saturday I've got a rather big day arranged. I'm just a mini Matt Savage, and I've run golf tournaments these days. You know, I've set up my own golf tournament, and
nice.
And Party's own Neil Barrett is coming down to play in it. I've got Ian the Razor Fraser's in the mix. He's gonna be playing in it. And yeah, I'm a little bit worried the condition I might be in come Sunday if I'm gonna be drinking all day with those guys, but we'll see. I got Henry there to keep me on the straight and narrow. You know, Henry. Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun on Saturday.
Straight draw, but he is checking it, and Mulder has made the bet with 8-6 of diamonds.
Yeah, nice spot here. We're getting Mulder to put chips in a really bad spot, and Phil does make the call with king high and a good draw. Expect Mulder just to shut it down now, not a hand we're going to fire multiple streets with, and that card's specifically pretty bad. Jack of the 9, the worst ones. Yeah, Lynn, the difference is I'm running this golf tournament, but I'm not that much of an egomaniac that I name my golf tournament after myself. You know, like who would do such a thing?
The Invitational as well.
Yeah, like imagine naming a tournament after yourself. Like,
does it come with a Savage trophy?
Nah, we don't have any trophies with it. We just give money out. Like
my tournament does come with trophies.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've not come close to one. Actually, no, I did come close to one. I come close to one at the best place ever, but you haven't got your own trophy there, right? Have you, Matt? It puts you stressed at your own golf tournament.
I think so. I think so. Ace 9 and 10-8. Waiting for that hand.
Yeah, Lynn, I got hustled once at Matt's golf tournament. It was quite disgusting, to be honest.
Why am I not surprised? Tell me.
Basically, there was 64 people in this tournament. Matt and Mike O'Malley both came in like the bottom 10. Myself and Tyler Patterson both came within the top 10 over the course of 4 or 5 days. And like looking back on it, you could see it coming. I'm going to tell you that you're going to be like, "Come on, James, you got yourself to blame." But the two of them challenged me and Tyler to a high stakes game the following day. Like, come on, like the one last game before we leave town, we'll play it. Suddenly, they both found their A game on that day. You know, just as soon as the tournament was over, they just both played beautifully. It's funny, you know.
It's the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah.
It's one of my greatest memories is driving away in my car and seeing James and Tyler sitting in the parking lot, just like looking like, what happened?
Yeah, you gave us the welcome to the green room was the and then yeah, myself me have to drive myself and Tyler back to Vegas from where were we? Pebble, right? Like a nice 8-hour drive to mull over our loss.
All right,
you'll be proud of me.
5. Yeah.
I'm going to go golfing soon. There's a golf course near where we're staying here on the Gold Coast.
Awesome.
All right.
Love to see it.
Good to learn how to swing.
Yeah, it's got to be done. It's got to be done.
Lynn doesn't have a bad swing.
Oh, yeah?
Not at all. We've seen it.
You've got a bit of coaching from Savage at Top Golf.
Yeah. I mean, everyone loves a bit of Top Golf.
Yeah.
Ooh, hello.
Right, 3-bet to 11.5.
Yeah, and a hand that Phil's going to continue with here. This King Queen. And I imagine continue with calling. I mean, the hand's just strong enough to take to the flop. 40 bigs is too much to be ripping, I think. Okay,
But
he
he
does
does.
rip it. Yeah, I think you just want to be calling here, guys. You want to keep in some weaker hands. You see, you just rip it there, 10-8 folds. If we get called here, we're just in really bad shape. But I mean, hey, like these things are pretty marginal.
You're probably pretty happy to take it down there too, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, look, it can't be a bad thing, can it? We pick up an extra 11 million, but I think when we get in pretty good situations like that, like we can see a 3-bet pot in position with King Queen against someone like Teun Mulder, it doesn't get much better than that. You know, you're not gonna. You need to maximize your edges, I guess, is what I'm trying to say against Mulder. You need to maximize your good spots because there aren't going to be that many. They're obviously both great players, and that seemed like a spot where you could definitely get back in the game.
Mighall will take this one down with the ace-5 of clubs. Spades in his hand. Ooh. Pair and a club draw. Both play with a club in their hand. The 8's a pair, though. There's 4 cards straight on the board. The river card is a 6. Phillip takes down this pot.
Yeah, Phil just needs to steady the ship a little bit. I think Matt just ease his way back in here. Let's see. But it's heads up, you know. It doesn't take long to get back in it. He's only a 3-2 underdog at this stage, so.
What time is it for you guys there in the UK?
It is just tipped past 3 in the morning.
Oof, he must be exhausted.
It's
both of them.
Yeah.
Teun Mulder is in, what is he in? Netherlands?
Yeah. So it'd be 4 in the morning for him. 4 in the morning for Mulder. 3 for Phil.
And 3 for you.
And 3 for me, yeah.
If I was playing for 1.7 million, though, I'd have plenty of adrenaline. I would not be tired.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys have been playing this series all the way through. They're going to be on a pretty late sleeping schedule anyway. It's you know, they're used to it.
The party poker random generator is working. We have not seen any setup hands here, which is good.
Right. No fireworks. Except the 2 outer on the river with the doozy.
Yeah.
We've seen some pretty chunky bluffs today as well that haven't worked, you know? Like they were good spots, but yeah, I kind of like that a little bit more than just the big showdowns.
Get a flop here.
Yeah.
Jack 7 versus Queen 4. Jack on the flop. 1 diamond. Teun Mulder with the Queen 4 of diamonds. still continuing with 1.7 million. Phillip's going to, of course, call with the top pair. Turn is now the 8 of clubs.
Yeah, and again, it's just not a card Mulder can fire again on. Phil has way more 8s, and Mulder doesn't pick up any equity. Ace in the end, though, Matt. You know, the Razor's always got an ace, right?
Not necessarily heads up.
Okay. All right.
Definitely full ring, the other player up.
We change it. We change it heads up. You think maybe they're
All
bluffing
right,
a little bit.
here we go. And just like we asked for,
Ooh.
sixes versus king, queen, diamonds. Free bet to 11.5. They're doing it quickly too.
I mean, this time more so, Phil should call. Obviously, I thought we're a lot deeper now, and it's king queen suited. Far better, far easier to play post flop. And there we go. There's the king.
King right on the flop.
And I mean, Mulder, okay, is going to bet really small here. It's a bet to try and make Phil fold some better hands, like maybe 7s or 8s that didn't jam pre. Maybe there's some ace-x that he can knock off the equity, but that board is not one he's going to go to town on, because Phil just peels the 3-bet with all sorts of hands that connect with king jack high boards. And so we should see Mulder shut this down now. Or he's going to prove me completely wrong and just go for it. Let's see. Yep.
Wow.
It's gone really small. I don't get this size. 12 into 37. Again, is he just...
Makes the call.
Yeah, I don't know what he's setting up here.
I mean, if Tim Mulder feels like he had the best hand before that, that doesn't change anything, right?
Right. I mean, I just... I don't get the two small sizings, the really small sizing on flop and turn. I suppose the turn sizing does set up a kind of a 75% river jam. So maybe that's what he was doing it for. Obviously not on a jam, especially not on that card. Phil, though, will be jamming. Gets to have so many bluffs here. He doesn't jam. Wow.
Makes a quick call.
Matt call.
Wow.
Plus, so he could have got a full double up there, it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, and there we go. Wow. What was I just saying? Like the turnaround can happen so quickly. Phil now the commanding chip leader. Wow, incredible hand that I don't really know how Teun Mulder put chips in over 3 streets on that board in a 3-bet pot with 6s. Kind of bizarre. And like he has so many better hands. Yeah, I'm confused, guys. I'm confused on that one.
Oh, aces here versus a 10-7 for Mighall. Oh, a 3-bet 12.8 million.
Right. Now this is a hand we're just going to flat with. That's I'm pretty sure of. We're going to slow play these aces. And
he does flop a straight draw versus top set. So only kings or aces are flopping sets today. No big deal.
Yeah.
What does it? I guess it's
Mighall.
It's been pretty big. About half pot. Mulder just slipping a call. Chilling there on the button with a set of aces. Let your man block. Oh,
there it is. And there it is. This could be game over, folks.
Yeah. That is game over indeed. Full rips. Mulder's going to snap.
The board pairs.
Wow.
And we're going to see it. Deuce on the river. The harmless deuce on the river. And it is over. your countryman.
What a final
Phillip
hand.
Mighall has taken it down.
What a sick couple of hands, Matt. Back-to-back
Oh,
monster pots. Phil Royale.
Congratulations to Tin Mulder. Tin Mulder, second place, still taking home like 1.35. But our champion is Phillip Mighall, who has done it. He's won the $10,000 main event championship here on Party Poker for the World Poker Tour, and he is in the Tournament of Champions. Congratulations. Yes, we can applaud. Well done, everybody. Well done, Phillip Mighall.
Amazing.
He's done it. 1.5 million. He's our champion. So for James Dempsey, Lynn Gilmartin, Ike Haxton, and Jason Koon, we are out of here. We have a champion.
Thank you so much, everyone. What a final table.
It definitely got spicy there at the end, did it not?
Yeah. It was a long one, Matt, but man, thanks. It's been so much fun doing commentary, Matt, for such a prolonged period, and you as well, Lynn. Nice to see you again. And,
It's been fun to sit in and chill with you guys during this epic final table.
Definitely.
What a final hand. That was amazing.
The cooler and the clincher of the week.
You've got all
he's already planning. You see he's already planning.
It's unbelievable. These hands. Just no fireworks, and then all of a sudden, a huge explosion here at the final table. Thanks again for tuning in.
I look forward to meeting Phillip tomorrow for a Baccarat Crystal Toast celebratory drink.
We'll see him tomorrow or the next day.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible. Surreal.
It's indescribable. Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing. Brian Altman,
Alex Foxen,
Jeff Hum,
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion. WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
You love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party. This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Attention, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous. And I say no more. Because poker should be played fair. With people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over 1/3 of their revenue back to players. And we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys. Legends. Fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.